Emerson Latzia. Welcome to the DraftKings Tournament of Champions preview show, the culmination of the DraftKings Championship Series. 39 competitors trying to win the grand prize of $1 million.
All right, the commissioner of the DraftKings Championship Series is our very own Johnny Avello. Earlier this week, I got to chat with him a little bit to find out what makes this tournament so special. The DraftKings legend, Johnny Avello, is back again. He's the DraftKings Director of Race and Sportsbook Operation, and he's here because this weekend, DraftKings is holding the Tournament of Champions in Tampa. It's the biggest DFS event of the year. $1 million on the line. What should we expect this weekend from that event, Johnny?
Well, you got 39 different individuals vying for that top prize of $1 million, and one will be crowned the king of fantasy. And what a game and a venue for these guys to attend, enjoy, and unleash those competitive juices.
I mean, you're the commissioner here of the DraftKings Championship Series, so how satisfying is it to see like the final come together, especially after such a challenging year?
It was a challenging year, but we ran 40 total events, 5 world championships, which actually produced 34 millionaires. I thought it was just totally outrageous. But let me add, when you work with a team of pros like we have at DraftKings, it comes relatively easy.
All right, well, what are the future plans for DraftKings Championship Series?
The future plans are pretty exciting. Not confirmed yet, but for 2021, we're exploring about 100 different ways to win big. We have already kicked off a couple of qualifiers that will land our first 2 seats into the 2021 Tournament of Champions.
All right, well, finally, I can't let you go without asking about the big game. DraftKings has an amazing free-to-play pool called the $55 million Prediction Challenge. How does this work?
Well, the Super Bowl in general gets me pretty excited, but this fourth quarter free pool that we're running on the DraftKings site is really what I'm looking most forward to this year. There's a series of 10 props pertaining to the fourth quarter that anyone who logs on to onto sportsbook.draftkings.com try to answer those correctly, and we're putting up $1 million in prize money. And this can be played from any state, even if sports wagering isn't approved thus far where you live. What a way to finish a Super Bowl.
Incredible. Exciting stuff. You're always dropping the knowledge on us. Johnny Avello, it was good catching up with you, my friend.
Have a fun week.
By the way, Johnny says hello after that interview.
Johnny's my best friend.
Yeah, he definitely wished you were interviewing him and not me.
Obviously.
But,
of course he did.
You guys are back. So are we. Emerson Latzia, Jesse Cofield here with you on the screen.
And this time, we're not alone. Let's bring in 2 dudes who need no introduction. I'm going to do it anyway, though. DraftKings contributors Reed Fowler and Steve Buchanan.
All right, we want to get your top plays here for the Tournament of Champions. Like, who are the studs that the competitors should be building their lineups around? This is a showdown captain contest, so the obvious question, the first one we always ask, and I'll start with you, Reed, who should be the captain people are looking at?
Yeah, it's hard to go away from a guy like Patrick Mahomes or Tyreek Hill. Like Travis Kelce is extremely consistent, right? I think he's someone that is still going to garner a lot of projected roster percentage up there up top. But when you look at what Mahomes can do, especially against a strong defense, and even though he's the highest, that floor, and this will go into the second question, which we'll get to in a little bit, is how do you want to construct your lineup? It has to be a correlated stack at the very top, and that's not, breaking any slates, giving any hot takes. But what Patrick Mahomes can do against this defense, I think it has to be highly considered in that captain spot. But these top 4 guys are going to garner like 75% of the captain position.
Yeah, Steve, what do you think here? Mahomes most expensive at $18K, and then Kelsey's $1,500 cheaper.
Well, first of all, I'm honored that you would ask a peasant like myself this question for all the people who made this tournament, because I did not. These are all people that are way better than I am, so take advice from me, right? let's be honest, though. If there's a captain that can break the slate, Mahomes is a fine answer. Nothing wrong with that. But Tyreek Hill with the speed and everything he's done against his team already is a nice captain you can take as well. 15,600 for him as a captain. He can score multiple times. He'll run the ball, too. The Chiefs like to run the ball with him as well. But if he breaks any of that coverage, you know that you can't catch him. He's going to be going all the way to the house in this one. So that massive upside with Tyreek Hill, hard to deny at the captain spot.
Okay, guys, so only 39 competitors, 40 total seats, one player with 2 seats. Steve, how does that change, like, the strategy here?
I mean, it's basically like getting, 2 entries into a single entry because that's what everybody else has in this one. This gives you such a massive leverage on that field. If you can get 2 seats in these type of tournaments, just the edge that you get in this one is massive because you can try to coordinate some of those lineups there, go the complete opposite to kind of give you 2 different realms here. If you wanted to use both quarterbacks in the captain spot, cover your bases on both one with Mahomes, one with Brady. I mean, obviously, I don't have to tell you this, 2 is better than 1. That's elementary math there, but just such a massive advantage on the field because you can cover all the bases that you have in this type of event.
Yeah, Reed, what do you think?
Yeah, not in golf, Steve. 2 is not better than 1 in golf, so I get that. But we're not talking about golf. We're talking about this showdown here. And of course, like Steve mentioned, right, is when you have that extra seat, it's so much more. Like you can go on a Kansas City stack or you can go on a Tampa Bay stack, like Steve mentioned. So not just players, but team correlated stacks as well. Or you really, strengthen your core and you just say, I'm going to, roster Tyreek Hill in both of my lineups in the captain spot and really leverage the field that way as well. Or if you're right, you're really right? You're getting, all the money. So it's a great position to have. And you don't have to be quote unquote correct on every call, right? It's not like every single play has to be perfect. So of course 2 is better than 1, not in golf.
Yeah.
Count on you to work in golf. I'm shocked we didn't hear anything about Tony Finau.
What?
Reed, you know this though. Most of these live events, like usually classic contests, right? Like spread over a number of games. But with this being a showdown here, how much more important is like diversifying your lineups?
A little bit. Like the correlation though is so much more important here. Like if you're playing Tyreek Hill in the captain spot, you most certainly have to play Patrick Mahomes in the flex spot. And I think, arguably you would have to play Tom Brady as well, because if you think those 2 guys are going to go off, it's going to be a relatively high scoring game. At least that's the narrative in what you're doing, right? And so you're going to have to get those correlated stacks correct. But at the same time, in terms of a value play, like I mentioned earlier, this is a smaller field, so you don't have to get every single person right. If you have one guy middling at, 10, 12 points, it's not going to ruin your lineup if you have the 4 or 5 other guys that are, the top performers. So, that's the one thing that I would call out is that the correlated stacks up at the very top have to be correct, but the other ones don't necessarily have to be perfect.
All right, Steve, what about for you? Like, how do you stand out? How are you different from your competitors?
I mean, it's hard to stand out in these contests because the field is so tight with all the players that are in there. Everybody's basically on the same guys. Like for me, again, I'm not in this event, but like if you're trying to think of a way to be different, maybe try to differentiate at the captain spot. Maybe go with a value play at the captain spot because that way you can jam in 2 or 3 of these more expensive guys. And we'll talk about some of these value plays here in a minute here. But it's like, obviously everybody's playing for first. But is your lineup construction going to reflect that? But still kind of going off the wall here, trying to be different in a field that's so small. That's kind of where the difference comes in for me if you want to take some of these value guys in the captain spot, or you want to take multiple value guys and try to see if you can hit, 10x their value or whatnot. So there's a lot to think about here, even with the showdown contest and the field being so small here. But it's hard to be different because truly the amount of players that are really realistically in play is very small.
Okay, so RBX88, that's a username. This isn't like a Elon Musk situation, is the only person in this tournament with 2 seats. Steve, how much of an advantage is that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously
2's better than 1. The math we talked about.
We talked about that earlier. I mean, do we want to go over 2's better than 1 again, except in golf? I mean, we can here. But, like I said, obviously that's a big advantage here because they can go off the board a little bit more. They can have a more riskier lineup than others. Like maybe they take someone like Scotty Miller, for example, in the captain spot. Hope he catches one of those big catches. Yeah, we'll talk about Scotty Miller in a second there, Reed. Hold your hands. But, I mean, they have the advantage of doing that. And if somebody like Scotty Miller hits, I mean, it's just such a massive advantage here, but they can also go extremely chalky in the other lineup here. So getting those 2 seats, extremely difficult to do. Hats off to them for doing so. But having that in a field that's so small, huge.
Yeah, Reed, is that huge just because like you can have, a pick that if it hits, like there you go?
Yeah. So in two ways, right? We kind of alluded to it earlier, is that the captain spot, you can really differentiate yourself. Like Steve mentioned, Scotty Miller might be up top there, or a running back. We've talked about how high this total is. Both of these offenses, pass offenses, are in the top 5 in the regular season. So if you go in the running back position, that could definitely differentiate you, because I would argue that only a fraction of these lineups, not just in this contest, but in the Millie Maker as well, are going to have a guy like Leonard Fournette, Ronald Jones, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, or Darrell Williams in the captain spot, right? So you can do that. I personally like, if I had 2 lineups, really doing the team stacks as well, right? Getting the majority of the Kansas City Chiefs with like Tom Brady or vice versa, to really correlate those stacks together, because I do think this is going to be high scoring. And so having that ability to attack both teams is also a huge advantage.
Great stuff, dudes. You will be back here in a little bit to talk value plays, but let's take a look at how some of our competitors made it here to the final.
Today, it felt like it actually went kind of bad.
I started watching with about 5 minutes to go in the Lakers game, just hoping to hold on.
I didn't really have a lot of faith in the lineup. It wasn't doing well. First quarter came and went. The second quarter came and went.
It was coming down to the wire. I was up like 20 points, which is a lot of points to be in the lead with only a few holes left. And then all of a sudden, my guys started to blow up a little bit.
You're literally counting every pitch.
I wasn't really sure where it was going to go, but by the third quarter, I started to see myself inching up and up and up.
I thought I was going to get beat at the end the way I pulled it out last year, but the Lakers didn't even foul at the end. What were they doing?
I was running around the house though, just like I didn't want to watch. It's like covering my eyes. It ended up working out.
That was a pretty big sweat, I would say. It started all fall apart at the end.
So going into the last game, I had Markelle Fultz. I estimate I needed about 40 points from Fultz. And I think up to that point in the season, he only had 41 time. Early on, he was smashing. He got 56 points, which was his season high and obviously his career high.
Funny thing is, I own a pizza shop, and I was actually work on Sunday, usually open and close, and I knew by about hole 15 that it was basically 100% locked unless Reed was going to start eagling. It was surreal. I don't know. You're topping an $11 pizza and you have $1 million.
I think I won by 1.5, so the sweat was real. I still don't really believe that it happened.
May have taken a couple years off the end of my life, but that's okay.
You watch the game, you sweat it out, you're like, oh, I see this lineup rising. It's going to rise, but then it rises. Whoa, whoa!
All right, guys, unless you're in Tampa right now, you probably already missed out on qualifying for the Tournament of Champions, but don't worry. The DraftKings Championship Series Season 2 is on the way with so many more chances to qualify for next year's final. We have the Fantasy Hockey and Fantasy Basketball World Championships coming up soon. There are a ton of qualifiers scheduled for hockey, including 3 this week on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. Check out the DK lobby for these qualifiers and keep your eyes open for basketball qualifiers later this month.
And dramatic turn. And now let's watch an absolutely electric interview with Tournament of Champions competitor and winner of the 2020 DraftKings Fantasy Football World Championships, the Whistles Go Woo.
The winner of DraftKings 2020 Fantasy Football World Championship, David Bergman, a.k.a. the Whistles Go Woo. Yep, there's the woo. $2.5 million richer. David, I mean, I can tell by your dancing, but how does it feel?
Oh, it's like, it's hard to really imagine how good this feels. You watch the game, you sweat it out, you're like, oh, I see this lineup rising. It's going to rise, but then it rises. Whoa, whoa!
Which of your plays today were you most confident in? Who did you need to have in your lineup? I mean, what made you play the Cowboys DST?
Actually, I like the Cardinals defense the most.
Yeah.
It just so happened that the Cowboys defense came up for me, but that's the one I really wanted. And then, I wanted to hit a bunch of defenses and then hope that one of my quarterbacks rose to the top, and it happened. So thank you, Kyler Murray. I love you.
So any players in your lineup that you really weren't sure of? Anybody you felt
Yeah, a ton of them. They're all great players, right? So I don't want to, I will never call any one of them out. They're all great. Anyone who makes it to the NFL, who I might pick in my lineup, is got to be a champion. And I respect every single person in the NFL. I love you all. You guys are great players. Keep doing what you do. I love you so much. Keep playing football. Woo! Woo!
The whistles go woo. So you won the top prize of 2.5 million, but you also won some cash by having 7 other lineups. I mean, what are your plans for the money? Come on.
I mean, what do you do when you win a championship? You go to Disney World. Woo! Woo!
Yeah, is football your favorite sport to play?
Definitely. Well, actually, I love basketball, DFS too. I like them all. All sports are great. I love everything. And I really love the sports players. That's what I want to make very clear. They're all great. I love them all. Keep doing what you do. Everyone, they all came out in support of different, like Black Lives Matter and all this stuff. And I really support them all the way. And I love them. They're amazing people. And I really am so supportive of them. And go do what you do. Keep being people that make change. Go, 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 go. Love you guys.
Well, you also won a spot in our Tournament of Champions live final at the big game in Tampa in February. It's another shot at $1 million. So how do you feel about earning your way into that one?
Well, I can't wait. Tampa is great. Sports betting is great. I can't wait to go there, meet everybody. Actually, I'm super excited because I want to meet the other people that are involved with this. I just think it's going to be a lot of fun. I entered this with the intention of having fun, and I am still with the intention of having fun, but with $1 million extra. So that's great.
Yeah, you are definitely having fun. David Bergman, before I let you go, though, I got to know, the whistles go woo. How did you, what's with the name? Like, you love just the woo?
Well, at the end of every game, the whistles go woo!
That's true. And David, congratulations. The winner of DraftKings 2020 Fantasy Football World Championship, David Bergman. Enjoy the W and enjoy those winnings.
I love everybody out there. Contact me. Love you all. Join Daily Fantasy Sports. Let's all just have fun. Woo! Woo!
What do you mean, get back?
All right, welcome back, everybody. That was an electric interview. Lots to get to, so let's bring in DraftKings contributors Reed Fowler and Steve Buchanan.
It is time. Hey, what's up, dude? How are you? Thanks for coming back. Time to find out where our competitors are finding value in this showdown. Reed T, Sweet T Fowler, is there a different definition of what you would consider value in a showdown contest versus a classic contest?
Dramatic pause.
And turn.
Yes, there is, Emerson. Yes, there is. Look, value also doesn't necessarily have to mean price, but it also means roster percentage, right? It also means getting a guy that we think is going to, 3 or 4x his price tag in fantasy point production, and we get that at a low ownership. So I'm looking at guys, which we'll get to, and how you define value. And yes, the literal definition is how do we get someone cheaper that gets us more? But at the same time, if we get a guy that's going off at 6-8%, that's something that you want to look at, even though he might be a guy who's priced up there. If he's not going to, if that's a sort of a dark range where people aren't going to go to, then that's also something that I'm looking at as well in terms of value.
Steve, ... What about you?
So
I hate it here.
I mean, look, obviously this is crucial because you think about all the studs in this game. I mean, these offenses have just studs galore from top to bottom as you want to roster in this one. So it is uber important to try to nail one of those guys there, and especially in this showdown format. But obviously different from the classic lineup, you can use one of those values. I mean, it could totally blow up in our face. You can use one of those values in the captain spot and then just load up on both quarterbacks or 2 of the top wide receiver ones in this game. It gives you that path to kind of really load up your lineup, and then you just kind of hope and pray that you get something big from one of those values in the captain spot. We'll talk about one of those guys here in just uno momento, but I think that's really where it differentiates. You really got to try to nail down one of those guys.
All right, let's go real simple here, Steve. Who's your favorite value play for the big game?
It's 100% Scotty Miller at 3,200 in the flex, 5,100 in the captain spot. The deep threat in that Buccaneers offense has been Mike Evans. Scotty Miller is second on the team with over 20 targets of 20 yards or more. Of those pass attempts, 9 of them were deemed catchable by Pro Football Focus. 8 of them is what he caught for 312 yards. That's an average of 39 yards per reception. 3 of his touchdowns of the 4 that he scored were on those pass attempts. So if he is going to do something in this game, if he can get one of those deep shots, convert on it and score, that will put you in such a massive, massive advantage. If he's in your captain spot, it's a scary floor. He doesn't really have much of a floor, but his ceiling is very high here. Scotty Miller, if you're trying to jam in some of those studs, that's the guy there. Favorite value play on this slate.
All right, Reed, your favorite value play, please.
Yeah, I'm actually going Kansas City defense. You take a look at this game again. I think it's going to go over, but it doesn't mean that Kansas City's defense can't rack up a ton of points. We saw what Tom Brady does under pressure. We've been talking about this ad nauseum for the last, since the playoffs started. If you can get pressure on Tom Brady, he does not do well. And what have the Chiefs done since week 12? If we exclude week 17 when they played all their second string guys, they're top 5 in pressure rating. And you take a look at Brady's stats when the amount of blitzers increase, his numbers absolutely plummet. We saw what he did and turn the ball over. So if this defense can get a handful of sacks like they have been over the past handful of weeks, and they can turn the ball over, maybe get a score, no one is going to have the defenses. I probably wouldn't captain them, any defense, but Kansas City's defense in the flex at $2,600 is definitely a value that I like.
You two, please sit tight in your current seats. Let's toss it over to the only person with 2 seats in this tournament.
As we know, Tournament of Champions is on the way. We're excited about it, although as excited as I may be, I can't imagine I am nearly as excited as this guy right here. Gio Demers is one of our favorite DraftKings users. He has a couple of seats to this big, very exclusive tournament that's coming up in conjunction with Super Bowl Sunday. What's up, man? How are you?
Good. How you doing? Just snowing in over here, so hopefully it's gone soon.
You're saying going to that Tampa weather is going to be an upgrade?
Yeah, I'm going to be looking very much forward to it since I haven't really left New Jersey in the last year. So
now, last time that we talked to you was after you took down a Millionaire PGA contest, but obviously NFL comes and week 4, there you are again. So you have 2 seats here to the Tournament of Champions. What was that last sweat like? Do you remember?
Yeah, it was pretty wild. I like handmade the lineup, and it was like a last second thing, and it was just unreal. Just to see you in first place and just being up there, and just hopefully it's holding, and it was just wild.
How closely were you watching some of those lineups behind you then, since obviously you had some time in front to just wait it out?
Yeah, I was obviously, sweating all the other players that they had in the lineups behind, hopefully they just, dud. So, it's obviously a very big sweating $1 million. Then when second place is literally like 100 or 200,000. So it's like 800, 900,000 just for it can be for one play. So, it's pretty crazy. Palms are sweaty. And it's definitely a nice adrenaline rush.
How different's the sweat for a PGA tournament versus obviously the NFL? It's got to be wildly different, I would think.
Oh yeah, for sure. Golf is very slow. It takes 4 days to do. So you really hope you have a few lineups or a lineup in the top 50 or top 100. Going into the last day. Usually you have a chance. So going into the last day, I needed my one guy to do well, Jason Kokrak, and he was just stringing birdies left and right, and I just shot up the leaderboard. And I think at one point I was ahead by like 25 points with like the most holes remaining. It was like maybe like 12 holes, 13 holes, and I was just like, damn, I just might have this in the bag. And a few of my guys started choking, and I only wound up winning by like 1 point. So hey, a win's a win.
Yeah, no, you take all that you remember is the million at the top, the number one. That's all that stands out. So now, I mean, you're in a very unique position, obviously, because we were saying earlier, there are only 40 seats for the Tournament of Champions. Looking to be the best and biggest DFS player in the world for obviously the last calendar year. And you are the only person that has multiple seats available. Does that impact your strategy at all?
Yeah, a little bit. I can go a little more conservative in one, and maybe take some shots in the other lineup, depending on who projects well, and the like who's in the matchup and the prices, because obviously this this Super Bowl, you got the most expensive guys going. You know, you got Mahomes, Kelsey, Hill. So it's going to be quite quite hard to fit, you know, these guys when they're so expensive. So yeah, I think I have obviously a little advantage having 2 seats. I can take a little bit more of a risk than other people.
Steve, please be quiet. So we have we have 39 competitors, again, like 40 seats, and a lot of them are pretty excited. What would it mean to win? What would it mean to win all of this money? Here's a nice little montage video that someone very talented behind the scenes put together.
What would it mean to you to be crowned the champion of this tournament?
It would be pretty incredible, to be honest.
Man, it would be life-changing. I mean, that's crazy.
Beyond the $1 million first prize, you know, as I said before, I've been so poorly in these events. Just having a good win would be awesome.
It would be really, really apropos for 2020. Definitely something that I did not expect. It would be amazing.
Definitely would be a great feeling just to win that and then win the tournament champion and feel very blessed if I won.
It would be unreal. Like I said, I came in last in both of my leagues, so I'm not necessarily a fantasy genius by all means, but that would be awesome to get that crown.
I know there are a lot of folks that build models and have advanced analytics on this stuff, and so to have someone like myself who's a little more casual and kind of off the cuff on it, I think would be kind of neat.
I can't wait. I'm super excited because I want to meet the other people that are involved with this.
The Super Bowl's been on my bucket list, something I've always wanted to do, somewhere I've always wanted to go.
It would just be outstanding to win $2 million tournaments in 1 year. Maybe I'd fully retire then.
I just want to win one of these big events. I think everybody probably thinks the same thing, but it would be special.
Definitely an accomplishment, something that I could brag about to my friends. Not enough where they don't like me, but just enough where, you know, like I irk them a little bit.
Win another $1 million, another life-changing event.
A huge feat for anybody to do.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back. I'm Jesse Cofield. He's Emerson Latzia. DraftKings contributors Reed Fowler and Steve Buchanan are here with us for final thoughts.
All right, guys, about 2 minutes left here. So this is the first time event for DraftKings. So like winning one of the millionaires is enough for bragging rights in the DFS community. But like Steve, how much more of a bump would it be to win this against like the best of the best of the best?
I mean, not only the best of the best of the best, but the inaugural. Like, you are like the first guy. When the history books are written, this guy's going down as the first one to win. So there's always that allure there. So obviously this is a big one here, but I mean, this is a massive event. It's the biggest game of the year for any sport, the Super Bowl, obviously. So it's huge for anybody to have that. Nice put in the Twitter bio too, because that's very important.
Yeah, I would 100% have this on my LinkedIn. Also, Reed, this is like, yeah, being the first in this competition. It'd be like the dude who invented like the wheel or the sliced bread.
Wow.
The sliced bread.
Yeah, you're right. Like it would be like, I don't know, like Alexander Graham Bell, maybe Benjamin Franklin. Yeah, that's what we're talking about here. The allure of this, and to like what Steve mentioned, it would mean a ton. And this is life-changing money, right? This is not just the accolades and the prestige, but also you can make you can change your life. So yeah, this is huge.
Yeah, speaking of changing your life, like is there some added pressure for the competitors here, real quick, Reed?
Yeah, absolutely. It's like Jordan Spieth, man. There's added pressure for him to get back into the winner's circle, so of course there is.
Steve, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, of course, I mean, you're always trying to get that top prize there, but nobody's walking away empty-handed in this one either, so at least there is that consolation. And by the way, my mama once told me that Ben Franklin is the devil.
Wow. Good to know.
Guys, that was a good show.
That was a great show.
I mean, we spent the whole past hour with each other.
Wow.
Because the first 30 minutes was on SNY in New York
Right.
City. Okay, so we're going to have another edition of The Sweat, 5 to
5
6.
p.m.,
But
yeah.
right now, we have like a
Madden Sim.
Madden Sim.
Buffalo, Green Bay.
What could have been Sim with Kaufman and Kenny. Enjoy.
What's up, DK Sim fam? Welcome in. Hopefully you have been comfortable and enjoying what has been an electric Dream Stream day already. This is the day not only of the Super Bowl, but of course the DraftKings Tournament of Champions. He is Kenny Ducey, I am Adam Kaufman, and we right here in front of us, Kenny, only moments away, have a simulation that I am very much looking forward to because it is the Super Bowl matchup that I wanted all along. Instead, it's just going to have to live on as a consolation Super Bowl right here. The What If Super Bowl with a huge free-to-play prize pool for DraftKings, and we'll tell you more about that going forward. It's the Green Bay Packers and the Buffalo Bills. How's it going?
Oh, it's fantastic. You see, I got my jacket here. Super Bowl Sunday. What a day. I'm really excited for everything that this day brings. The food, the camaraderie, the great football on the field. Yes, that's right. The DraftKings hat from Adam Kaufman. I haven't seen you break out that one all season. Really looking forward to this sim. I think that it's going to be fascinating when you think about, when we had these last 4 quarterbacks left, right? Even, I mean, there were so many Super Bowl simulations, or I should say matchups that we could have had, right? But I think that, you either had Josh Allen, right, and the Buffalo Bills overcoming the Kansas City Chiefs, reaching the top of the football world. You had the opportunity for obviously a dynasty to begin in Kansas City and Tom Brady to win again, and Aaron Rodgers on the other side of the ball of this. Aaron Rodgers only has 1 Super Bowl win. It seems like this guy should have a lot more. So we get to see what this would have looked like here if they would have been able to overcome this weak Buffalo defense and punish it for several points. Or, frankly, the Green Bay defense, they've been better, right, than Buffalo's defense this year, but not much. So this could be a pretty high-scoring sim. I think it would have been a high-scoring Super Bowl and pretty unpredictable at that.
Couple of award winners featured at quarterback in this simulation as well. On the one side, you have got Josh Allen for the Buffalo Bills, who, of course, we will talk plenty about and hear from after this sim. He will catch up with Jesse Cofield. He's going to join the Dream Stream, so you don't want to miss out on that. But Josh Allen named the DraftKings Fantasy Football Daily Fantasy Player of the Year, sort of a fantasy football most valuable player, if you will, for the 2020 season, receiving that award last night, same time as the NFL honors, of course. And on top of that, on the other side, you've got Aaron Rodgers, who is the NFL MVP. No surprise there. We all anticipated it. He goes out, wins the award, announces in his celebratory video that he got engaged recently as well. Just sort of slipped that under the radar. Rodgers having himself a hell of a year.
I'd hardly call that announcing it, right? He was just kind of mentioning it in passing. But yes, crazy year, and you look at Josh Allen getting four MVP votes. I mean, you got the number 1 and number 2 guys in the MVP voting matching up with each other. So should be an absolute cracker, as the Brits would say. We have a cracker at Anfield today between Liverpool and Man City. Now we've got one here on the Dream Stream. Should be amazing, as we already get these Buffalo Bills receivers involved here with John Brown. And looking at lineup construction for this one, I again, like, the defenses here are not ones that I do like to target defenses sometimes, especially when I'm doing the sims. They tend to be low scoring, but Packers $5,400 in the captain spot. I see in one of these lineups here, 7.8% owned and 3.6K in the flex. Bills defense 8.4% owned. Still a little bit higher than I would have thought. I mean, this is like, to me, this is one of those high-scoring affairs. Like, this is like the Rams and Chiefs, recently. Or I just don't see any defense being played in this game, as we see a nice tackle for a loss, of course. But Aaron Rodgers, it's 74%, out garnering Josh Allen in ownership. A little bit surprising, but Allen in the sims has been very inconsistent with the amount that he's produced. So I guess it's deserved, but still, I mean, to see Aaron Rodgers up there at 74% ownership when he really doesn't, he's not in the mood to go for 30 DKFP all that often, is kind of surprising.
Top ownership, as you alluded to there. Aaron Rodgers is number 1 in this showdown contest, just a hair below 75%. Josh Allen, 67%. Devontae Adams, who's very boom or bust in these simulations, not nearly as reliable as, of course, he is in real life. He checks in third at about 59%. Stephon Diggs, sort of the same story there at about 57%. And then Aaron Jones, who I think is the most reliable of that trio, at 46%. Allen, a completion for a first into the hands of, fittingly, Stephon Diggs. He stays perfect, 3 for 3, up over 30 yards. Diggs his first catch for a short 4. 1st and 10 on the way, about 2 minutes gone by, scoreless opening quarter. Ball at the 44. Someone in the chat saying, among others, Mo, stadium announcer mode, y'all. Enjoy. Yeah, I realized that early on we had a little bit of an echo, YouTube and Twitch. That's been corrected. Thank you so much, Samir. And so, thank you all for being here with us, of course. And whatever you guys want to get into, we're here for you. As a matter of fact, a couple of Madden Sims, Kenny and I together for this What If Super Bowl. I will be hanging out with Jason Rossi for the next one, which starts at a very uncharacteristic 2:30 Eastern time, so it is pretty much immediately after this one. I don't know what to call that. I mean, normally, you know, the 12 is the nooner, the 2 is the Madden matinee, but now we got a 1 at 2:30. I don't know. I don't know what we address those as, other than the fact that, hey, we're here and we're thrilled to be here. So there will be a contest. In fact, it's already in the lobby if you want to jump in and be part of that free roll for the DK SimFam Friends League for the next simulation. We encourage that you do. Fill that sucker up. Get us to 200. We'd love to see it, as always. And we will monitor what is going on in the chat in a little bit as well. On Twitch, Darth says, happy Super Bowl Sunday to all you hard-working folks today for the DK Nation. Thank you for sacrificing part of your day for us. Meanwhile, most explosive here is eager to see some Funchess and Lee Smith in this sim. Darth also asking, Josh Allen still coming on today? Sure is. Right after the sim, you do not want to miss Josh Allen, again, Fantasy Football Player of the Year, joining Jesse Cofield to talk about all sorts of things. His season, you know, put him on the spot a little bit, make him guess maybe what his best fantasy game was this year, see if he can come up with that. Some of his teammates' performances, a whole lot in store in the conversation on the way with Josh Allen that, again, comes up right after this sim. You do not want to miss out on that. And we do appreciate everyone being here with us and spending part of your Super Bowl Sunday again with the DK Sim fam. Just it's a wild day, man. We can get into the game later, the real life game, not to mention the aspects of this one and what may have been obviously this What If Super Bowl. But certainly, I'm sure, I know Kenny has thoughts with regards to daily fantasy as people prepare to set those showdown lineups for later, locking in about 5.5 hours. So how excited just in general are you for the game tonight?
Oh, I'm super pumped, man. I mean, this, you know, the thing about Super Bowls, right? And I think that people don't, this is not even like a hot take, but I think that there's like this misconception that the Super Bowl is always a great game. And I think it's not, right? We've seen plenty of blowouts, especially over the last 10 years. We've seen like 4 blowout Super Bowls. So when we see a Super Bowl like this one, or like last year's, frankly, that is just action-packed, it's so tight, you have to appreciate it, right? And I'm just so appreciative that we really should get a good Super Bowl here, right? It wasn't a guarantee. I mean, you have a team as great as the Kansas City Chiefs, as brolic as the Kansas City Chiefs. There's always the possibility that they just get to the Super Bowl and roll over their opponent, right? Like that could have happened to the Packers or the Saints. But the fact that you get a match, I really do think these are the 2 best teams in the NFL. Like these are deserved spots in the Super Bowl. So I do think we should have a good game. And I think, like I'm saying, we should take that. We shouldn't take it for granted. I think that we should be very, very grateful that we have a great Super Bowl like this.
Is it going to live up to the hype, though? You know, I agree. Obviously, it's a great Super Bowl on paper, and it should be in reality. But I can't help but think back a couple of years ago when, you know, we were all pumped up, just as, never mind your personal bias, whatever it may be. We're all just pumped up as football fans. And obviously the Bills ahead 3-0 on a field goal for those who rostered Tyler Bass. You're off to a good start, not to mention the defenses. We were also excited about the Patriots and Rams a couple years back. You know, 2 of the most potent offenses in the NFL all season long. Right. It was like, this game's going to get 30 aside. It's going to be incredible. This is going to be, you know, a Super Bowl for, you know, till the end of time. But we're going to be watching replays of this thing forever. And of course, it ends up being a 13-3 game. So yes, the Chiefs are not that Rams team. And, you know, even this Buccaneers team is more loaded offensively than that Tom Brady led team. Will the offense in this one live up to the hype? Could we get a game that's, mid 30s to high 20s or something like that?
I don't know. I mean, we could certainly break the record here for the most points in the Super Bowl. I think it's 67. I think that's very in play with the way that Tom Brady has played Super Bowls in the past, the way that the Buccaneers offense has essentially been like guaranteed to score 23 or more points over the last really 8 games that they've played. Like, they've been pretty consistently putting up at least 3 touchdowns. So yeah, I think that's super well within reason. I do think that the fact that Tampa Bay's defense is so good against the run, I don't know necessarily if that I can't decide if that's going to just force the Chiefs to pass, and it could be a high scoring game, or if that contributes to a low scoring game. Because the Chiefs maybe try to start running the ball and they have no success. So we'll end up seeing what happens obviously later on, but one thing's for sure. I think that Clyde Edwards-Helaire is going to be a popular. I saw Fantasy Hawk in the chat talking about him. Some other people, and I'm going to get to this question in a second from Jimmy B. But I don't know if really I'm taking Edwards-Helaire or Darrell Williams in this game against the best rushing defense in the league. Like, I don't see any reason why the Chiefs are going to run the football, try to run it down Tampa Bay's throat when they have an advantage through the air with Mahomes and a weak secondary. So I would not be playing Edwards-Helaire, especially considering the guy just is not getting snaps, right? The guy has been replaced by Darrell Williams for whatever the reason. It's not because that doesn't mean that Clyde Edwards-Helaire stinks. It doesn't mean that he's not the running back of the future. It doesn't mean he might not win Offensive Player of the Year in a few years. You never know. This guy's special. He's amazing. But the fact remains, the fact remains, no matter the reason, that Darrell Williams has been the guy getting all the snaps. He's been the guy that's been effective. They've also given him the ball in high leverage situations, on 4th and 1s, on the goal line. So if I'm going to take a risk playing a running back today, it's going to be Darrell Williams. But all that said, Jimmy B asked both.
Sorry, you're talking specifically on the KC side or in general?
Yes. Well, in general, right? That's a big risk to attack that's the most adverse matchup that we have in this game, right? Is going to be the #1 rushing defense against Kansas City's running backs. That's going to be the hardest matchup of any position group, right?
Sure. No, I just mean, obviously you were talking about the Chiefs, and so that makes sense. If you're going to play it back, it's Darrell Williams. But do you mean in general, or are you in on Leonard Fournette or even possibly Rojo?
No, I do. I mean, I don't like Rojo either, but I do like Leonard Fournette in this game. I'm just saying, in Kansas City in general.
Yeah, sure.
So this is the question I think everyone's asking, right? When Vince Stevenson, by the way, I'm going to get out of the way, he asked who we're captaining. I think I'm still captaining Kelce, as expensive as he is. He's got the highest floor of anybody, and I think that he has the highest potential to separate himself from the field. Who would you be your captain?
I'm still thinking about it. I haven't committed to anything yet in terms of, my own lineup build, but it's hard not to. I get the two strat. I'm going to dance here a little bit. I'm going to dance around for a little bit here. I'm going to sit on the fence. I get why people might want to, let's say, and I haven't done all the math to make sure this even checks out, but let's say people want to just maximize their studs in their lineup, obviously, and get in Mahomes and Kelce and Hill and Brady. In order to do that, obviously, you're going to have to captain a Rojo or a Robinson or somebody like that. I don't know that I could be convinced to do that versus just, in a game like this, going with the guy that I think we've talked about this in previous conversations for, features that have aired in the Dream Stream, guys that ultimately, who do you want? Do you just want to go with the guy that you think is going to be game MVP? The guy that you think is just going to score the most points, be it Kelce or Hill or Mahomes or Brady or Evans or Godwin, whichever one of those upper tier guys do you believe it's going to be? But then obviously you're in a spot where you have to fade a stud, and then it's which stud do you fade, and probably multiple. I'm more inclined, I think, where my head is right now, roughly 5 hours out from kickoff, where my head is at right now is I'm paying up for a guy, and I'm just going to have to deal with it in the flex. Which guy it's going to be, I don't really know. I mean, you've talked about it plenty. Travis Kelce, I think, has an incredibly safe floor. I think he's got probably the safest floor of the studs. I think Tyreek Hill probably has a higher ceiling, taking nothing away from Travis Kelce's ceiling. It's incredibly high, but obviously we saw what Hill did in the regular season to this Tampa Bay team. You could also, just you could be a little bit more, I don't know if the right word would be conservative, but conservative and put Mahomes, pay way up, put Mahomes at the captain spot, because you figure at least he's more than likely he's going to be involved in every touchdown, even if he rushes it in himself. So I'm all over the map. I'm all over the map.
So you have no answer. Good. So who are you fading between Mahomes, Hill, and?
It's not that I have no answer. It's that
that was supposed to be. That was supposed to be the quick question before we get to Jimmy B's. So
you are one to talk for giving quick answers.
Yeah, no, I know,
love you. I love you. But it's true. I'm not at a spot where I can just say to you, like, definitively right now, I'm going to captain Travis Kelce. I'm just not there yet.
Yeah. No, I mean, I hear you. I mean, it's difficult to figure out who you want to captain. It's always difficult to stomach paying up that much money, especially on a slate like this, right? Like you want to, in theory, you want to captain Sammy Watkins and get everyone in there. Like you can't captain Travis Kelce and get all these names you want in there. So I get it. Speaking of which, though, Jimmy B asked, who are we fading? Mahomes, Hill, or Kelce in the showdown? I'm not fading any of these guys. This is my strategy when it comes to the Chiefs. I always roster all three of these guys in big games. But if I have to fade one, I'm fading Mahomes.
That must mean
that's who I'm fading if I have to fade one, because I think that Mahomes is held under 300 yards here. I think that there is a realistic chance that one of the two, Hill or Kelce, gets the bonus. I think that both of them get a high volume of catches, so that'll make it maybe 8 catches each, and you have the potential for one of them to get the bonus, I think, and one of them to get a 2 touchdown game. And again, that would lead you to believe, like, oh well, that means that Patrick Mahomes, he's also good. He is also a good play, right? But if I have to fade one guy, I think it's going to be Mahomes, just because if you look at his performances, he rarely goes for 300 yards in the playoffs. We talked about this for 2 weeks now on segments, so that's known at this point, right? 7 postseason games, he's gone over twice. One of them was kind of an outlier because he was down 24 points against the Texans, and one of them was last week. So I think that ultimately I could see a game where he's held under 300 yards and you just get like high volume of catches for these other two guys and maybe a touchdown apiece. And so that to me is the only scenario in playing out in my head. Like, I don't see Hill getting shut out. I don't see Kelce getting shut out. That's the only scenario in my mind that I can come up with if I have to fade one of these guys. So
Matt LaMarca was with me last night doing the Madden After Dark sim. He actually felt the same as you. And again, there's important to note, by the way, there's a different strategy if you're talking GPPs versus cash games. Cash games, obviously, you're just thinking, like, I want to beat whoever I'm going up against in a smaller field or a head-to-head, and so you're just going to play the best plays in your mind. GPP, sometimes you're thinking about being contrarian, and contrarian, like the definition of contrarian is fading Patrick Mahomes today. So, he was in line with you, obviously, when it comes to something like that. When you say, though, that you are not going to fade any of those guys, as we are underway second quarter here, Kenny Ducey, Adam Kaufman, producer Madison, we got Samir, our technical director, we great great game ops crew, Frangelico and Derek, and thank you all for being here with us. Here, we will take a look at the leaderboard as well, because, again, huge payouts available to you with these free-to-play prize pools for this contest here, this What If Super Bowl, as part of the $250,000 weekend tailgate we've got going on here for this super weekend of completion. For Green Bay out to the 34 is Rodgers, 4 out of 6, 30 in the air, 1st and 10 on the way. It was Sternberger, who is hardly ever involved in these sims, with that catch for 11. If you are fading all of those, or playing all of those guys in your lineup, Mahomes, Hill, Kelce, you're pretty much fading the Tampa side.
Yeah, I mean, that's ultimately what it feels like. I mean, look, again, I don't fade all of these guys, but I'm probably going to go... It's difficult, right? But, like, Tampa Bay has a lot more variance, and that's why if you're going for a build here, like you wanna be confident. Like, I could see Chris Godwin. First of all, I do think that Chris Godwin's going to have a tough time. I think that Chris Godwin's probably going to flop in this game, right? So there's a possibility that he goes off, right? Like, to me, it's unpredictable on the Tampa Bay side. Also, like, you don't know Antonio Brown's involvement. Cameron Brate was limited. Like, is he going to be the same guy who's targeted 4 or 5 times, or no? Is that going to go to Gronk? Like, to me, that's why I would probably side with the big three, as chalky as it is, and it depends on what kind of contest I'm in, obviously. But if I'm in a cash game, like, I'm siding with the big three because I don't know really what's. I mean, I would go to maybe Mike Evans or Fournette on the other side, and then a super value play, but I don't know what I'm going to get from any of these guys, right? Like, I don't know if it's going to be in Mike Evans' game that he's going to get 2 touchdowns because he's a big red zone target guy, or if, I mean, I certainly am not playing Brady, right? So I think my favorite plays on Tampa Bay side are maybe like a punt play on Tyler Johnson, and then I would say Fournette and Mike Evans. But like, aside from that, I'm pretty much staying away from everybody else. I just don't know enough about Antonio Brown's situation. Like, if I'm in a GPP, I think I have a lineup with Antonio Brown in it for sure, because there's definitely a possibility he could go off. But yeah, I mean, that's just sort of where I sit. And on the other side of the coin, I love Sammy Watkins. Speaking of, Blood Robot, great name, asks us, what about Antonio Brown do you think he'll play? I mean, Vulture is the culture, by the way, before we get to that, is saying Godwin is no flop, bruh, but Chris Godwin has caught only half of his targets this postseason. He's been dropping a lot of passes, and now with Brown, which I do think he's going to play, with Brown back in, with Brait, with the full complement of receivers, Jaden Mickens even, I don't see Godwin having a monster game here. Last game, he went over 100 yards, but it was just because of one play. So that's incredibly hard to predict, right? Like, you look at vice versa with Tyreek Hill and Travis Kelce, they're getting, 9 catches in this game each. So that's a lot easier to predict than Chris Godwin's variance. Anyway.
Freak of Nature, aka Lord Silverman, says, Koff, can we get a happy birthday shout out to my girlfriend Vanessa? Well, happy birthday, Vanessa, as that kick from Mason Crosby was, well, not pretty. Halfway through this second quarter, 3-0, Buffalo in front here, and obviously the Bills will be getting the ball back. John says, Koff, can you shout, let's go? Show us your best Brady impression. All right, let me back up for a sec so I don't kill Samir in the microphone. Let's go! Something like that, somewhere along those lines. Carter says, I'm going to get back to your question, by the way. I'm just rifling through some of these in the chat. Carter says, what it all boils down to with Koff is he doesn't want to give his pick out to the public. Just before, it's like when he rosters his NBA lineups, he's not going to give his picks out till after lock. I mean, it's a part of it. There are some people that are listening right here that I'm going to be playing against. So yeah.
Yeah, have a take, Koff. What is it?
Totally let my strat. No, but I really haven't even looked at it. The game is much. What I have looked at is salaries, but I have not done like dummy builds to fully, take a look at what it will turn out to be. As far as Antonio Brown, I don't know if the guy's going to play, or and if he does play, if he's going to be limited. He's not someone I would go anywhere near. Obviously, if he doesn't play, someone like Scotty Miller or Tyler Johnson, as Juicy mentioned, they would become more appealing options. I don't want a piece of any of them if Brown does play. That's just kind of where I stand on it, and who knows, maybe I'm wrong, and somebody goes out and, as Ducey says, vultures a touchdown. Could happen. I'm curious to know from you, especially as you look at the salaries, are you, as Josh Allen airs one out, completes it inside the 20, Cole Beasley? I want to hear about Cole Beasley later from Josh Allen. That man was a beast this season. Helped me out in season long quite a bit. 2 for 52, pacing toward a bonus. 3 minutes to go second quarter. I want to know, especially if there are all those high-priced guys that you're paying up for, do you intend to have like a super punt play? And when I say that, I mean guys that are sub 1K. A Ricky Seals-Jones, Shermanator. Guys.
Tommy Townsend, right?
Whoever it may be, man. Versus
the punter for the Chiefs, right? That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, definitely Tommy Townsend. But seriously, like, are you going to try and put like a $200 or $600 or $800 guy in there, and then you can obviously pay up at other spots? Or are you going to try and have a little bit more balance where maybe you have, a Watkins, a Rojo, a kicker, whatever it may be?
Right. No, I definitely think that, well, I mean, there's so many different builds that I love, but I definitely in GPPs am going to be looking at putting some punts in there. I mentioned Tyler Johnson. I think that he's got Look, this guy had the
He's
biggest
not sub
catch.
1K though, is he?
He's 1,200, but I mean I mean he's right there. You might as well loop him in with all these guys. He had the biggest catch of the postseason for Tampa Bay against New Orleans when they were driving down. There was like a 1st and 20, or sorry, it was a third down from their own 20, and he made a great catch. Right, he's gotten a catch, you know, in each of the last 4 games now. So I'm not expecting huge things. As
Get there, Josh.
Josh
Touchdown.
Allen barreling into the end zone.
Rushing score for your fantasy football most valuable player.
But I mean, I think that he could score a touchdown here. I really do think that that's a possibility. He's been looked to in big spots every game. So why not in this one, right? In the biggest game of them all. So I really like him. I also somehow like LaShawn McCoy caught my eye. I know that he hasn't even been involved in the playoffs, but like, I mean, I don't know if it can be ruled out that he doesn't play. Bell down there at 800 as well. Like, you got some throwback names. But my favorite punt play. I mean, I saw some guys shouting out Pringle. I mean, he's always a punt when you have the Chiefs involved. How about Jaden Mickens at $200? We talked about this guy during the week, and look, I get it, right? It's not, no one's going to own this guy. Absolutely nobody. He's got no points in each of his last 5 appearances. He like hardly played. You know, I think he was injured after week 9, and you know, he just hasn't done anything, right? He hasn't gotten any touches in the playoffs. But first of all, okay, think back to when all these Buccaneers receivers were injured, right? Mickens had that Monday Night Football game. He got the 8 targets, 5 catches. Tom Brady was throwing the football. He's really fast. He returns kicks. So you have an opportunity here for Mickens to get you 6 points on a kick return. But also, I think that like this guy gets touch in this game. I really do. He's the fastest player on the Buccaneers. And we see this, the team we're watching right now, Isaiah McKenzie. He gets the ball almost every game for the Bills, like on one of those little end around shovel passes. Like you're basically you're making a bet here that he has like 1 catch, right? Like that he gets on the field. But to me, a guy with this amount of speed, when you think about Super Bowls, they're always full of trick plays, right? Coaches reaching deep down in their bag of tricks. It's possible that Jaden Mickens gets the ball on some sort of trick play, right? Maybe it's even a flea flicker and they have him out there and he just burns the defense with his speed. Like, I don't know what it is, but I think this guy can get a catch. And $200, you know, if he gets a catch, he's got amazing speed. You could see a definite 5x return on value here. So I don't mind it. I really don't. I think that he could get you, you know, a few points at $200. He helps out your lineup, and I think that he could score a touchdown in this game. I mean, again, crazier things have happened at Super Bowls. We saw a guy named Chris Matthews almost win MVP of the Super Bowl when the Seahawks played the Patriots. If you remember that, if it weren't for Malcolm Butler, Chris Matthews might win Super Bowl MVP. And then he, you know, no one's ever heard from him again. So, you know, it's the Super Bowl, man. Anything's possible. So Mickens, $200 with that speed, I think he's worth a look.
People
if you're
in the
really
chat calling out for Lewis or
like
Funchess here. Final minute of the opening half. 10-0. Buffalo in front. Packers trying to narrow the gap. Rodgers thinks about taking off. Swings it around left side. And a touchdown pass. Aaron Rodgers and the Packers onto the board. It's MVS.
Ooh. It's MVS. I saw the 3. I assumed it was Lazard. My goodness.
You never quite know with Marquez Valdez-Scantling when the wide receiver 3 is going to pop on the map. And here he is, folks.
Wide receiver 3 theory, baby.
MVS owned about 38% of lineups, 5.2 in the captain spot. We'll wait to give you the leaderboard in a moment after the manual scoring. Let you know where things stand, obviously, but makes things a little more interesting here. 3-point game. And maybe time for the Bills to get a little more before the half rolls around. About 1,000 people watching this DraftKings $250,000 tailgate weekend, 2nd edition. We were here with you yesterday all day long, today all day long, right up until around midnight, because obviously there's a ton coming up. There's another sim here following this one that I'll be with you for, along with Rossi, an hour from now. Looking forward to it. Should be a good time. It's the Saints as well as the Ravens, so some high price options to pay up for in that. You can jump in the DK SimFam Friends League contest, the free roll, that is available to you in the lobby, along with obviously the larger paid and free contests that are available in the main DK lobby. On top of that, we got our great Major League Eating, the Snackdown competition coming up in a couple hours. Leaderboard Live will guide you through the Super Bowl. Brendan Glasheen and Jeff Ulrich will be here for that. That is opposite the real game. And then when that game ends, you will have a resim, a replay of the Super Bowl. Glash will be along and doing Chiefs, Bucks all over again. And there will be another big free-to-play prize pool that you can jump into. So DK giving away money all weekend.
We didn't even talk about the Puppy Bowl either today, of course, coming up.
Naturally.
Not a DK event, but I sort of wish it was, draft some puppies.
There you go.
Frangelico says, go Team Rough. I'm Team Rough through and through, man. I'm always on Team
Fluff
Rough.
for you, huh?
No, it's always about Team Rough for sure. Those guys give it their all. Yeah, I mean, the competitive eating is, I've been into competitive eating for a long time now. Not like super into it, right? But like I've always found it fascinating watching, and even like when you first figure out about competitive eating, like when you first hear about it, about the hot dog eating contest, and you start researching competitive eating, and then you look into like the records and how many events there are for competitive eating, like pizza and it's insane.
Everything,
man. Like
what
a sport, yeah.
Oh, it's I'm in awe of these people.
I know. I mean, they are the true athletes.
the
Vince
contest
asks,
happening today, by the way, real quick. 8 minutes, the most you can eat. 8-layer dip, pepperoni pizza, boneless wings, which sound delicious right now, chili, sub sandwich, cheese balls, pigs in a blanket, and jalapeno peppers.
You making any Super Bowl food?
Personally, no. My wife, I think, is whipping something up in the kitchen for the afternoon or evening, as it were. I'm looking forward to it. I'm excited.
When we're off here, I'm gonna start making my my buffalo chicken dip. I'm gonna get some chicken poached on the stove and make some dip, man. Excited. And then I'm making some homemade guac as well. But wanted to get to Vince here. Kenny, do you like Hardman or Watkins better tonight? I don't know if you guys have caught any of the videos here on the Dream Stream talking about our picks, but I love Sammy Watkins tonight. I really do. I hope he's not too chalky, because I think this guy, you look at last year's postseason, he was one of the most important players on this team. He had the biggest catch of the Super Bowl, and he was consistently on the field and consistently a big part of this Chiefs offense down the stretch. And by the way, this year as well, when he's played, he's been on the field for I think over 75% of snaps. So I definitely feel like he's in line for a big game here. And again, I hope he's not too chalky, because I think he's going to kind of slip under the radar. People might be skittish, like they might not think that to play Sammy Watkins, maybe he's on a snap count. Like he's not. I don't think he's going to be on a snap count, man. He was pretty close to playing in the AFC Championship game. He was a game time decision. 2 weeks now. I think he should be fine in my medical opinion, and I definitely think that that he's a great play tonight. I do.
He's not a doctor. He just plays one on the Dream Stream. Fred wants to know,
Here's
is
the
the
thing.
eating
Too many
getting played
people
on the
say,
stream? Yes,
"Oh,
Fred.
well,"
Yes, it is.
Too many people say, "Oh, I'm a doctor." Why don't people come out and say, "Yeah, I am a doctor. Yeah, I have seen some of his injuries." I mean, look, obviously, broadcasting 101. One of the first things you learn, you never want to speculate.
You have out there.
Right. Yeah, I'm sure there's
on an
some
injury,
watching.
for sure. We're in safety territory here, by the way.
We
Not
certainly
gonna get
are.
it right there.
You never want to speculate on injuries, but I do think that based on what we've heard, right, based on his status in games past, I do think that he's a pretty good play today, and I could certainly see Sammy Watkins having a nice low game.
We've reached the half. It is 10-7, Buffalo in front. Unofficial leaders right now, because again, manual scoring. But where things stand, we have got Law with 2 W's, 5 in front, two-way tie, as a matter of fact, with Grogan Sucks. They are even here for the $20,000 prize pool among 26,295 entries for this What If Super Bowl we've got going on here. MVS in the captain spot with about 26 points and doing real well. His 4 for 71, pacing toward a bonus and then some, and a touchdown. Allen, Rogers, Singletary, Brown, and Beasley, all part of that leading lineup as things stand at the moment. Again, long way to go, obviously, here in this pseudo Super Bowl that we've got going on. We invite you to be part of the free roll for the next contest, starting a little under an hour from now. Ravens and Saints. Again, we will be right along here with you on the Dream Stream. Not much of a gap between these two simulations, so do not go anywhere. But here to take any and all of your questions pertaining to tonight's game, the game itself, DFS, roster building, whatever it may be, feed them in the chat. And speaking of feeding, you want to talk Major League eating? We can get into that a little bit as well. We just probably can't offer any expert opinions other than to say go with Joey Chestnut, because that is my default. Just go with Joey Chestnut.
Yeah, he's the chalk every time. He's the
man I trust.
And you can always rely on him. He's like I don't know, he's like Patrick Mahomes, I guess. Just going back to the well every single week.
Let's see. Brait and Gronk and Brown will be owned more than Watkins, says Silly Sally wants to play. How do you feel about that?
Sammy Watkins, Brait, and who?
He's saying, or she is saying, Brait, Gronk, and Brown will all be owned more than Watkins. You had expressed concern about Sammy Watkins being too chalky. Yeah. Do you think those players will be owned more than Sammy Watkins?
I think, no, I don't think that Brait's going to be higher owned than Sammy Watkins. Who are the other ones?
So sure about Antonio Brown either.
Yeah,
given what he's dealing with, obviously.
I don't think Antonio Brown's going to be that popular because he should be on a snap count. Watkins was the hero in last year's Super Bowl, so I don't think that we should immediately assume that like no one's going to roster this guy. I'm definitely a little bit concerned that two people are going to be on him, but then again, I mean, look, you put Watkins in your captain spot, you can fit some of these high-priced names. Like, I'm just gonna go through and do a build right now just to figure it out, figure out the math. But Sammy Watkins is only $6,300 in the captain spot, and he has the questionable tag on DraftKings, which also would probably drive down his ownership, right? But he's playing. I mean, Adam Schefter reported yesterday he is going to play. So you do that, you can get Mahomes, Kelsey, and Hill all in your lineup. You have a beautiful Chiefs stack. You really only have $5,100 left over per player, but then you can come back on the other side with some value bucks. Like maybe you go with Brait and Gronk. You just stack up the tight ends. You could go with, Tyler Johnson probably. I don't know about the upside there, but let's see. Like Fournette would leave you with just $2,500. So I don't know if I'd be willing to go all the way up to Fournette, although he is just like, man, that guy's almost like a must play at this point. But you could
I feel like he is going to be very highly owned today.
You could do Mike Evans and then a punt play. You could do Mike Evans and then Byron Pringle or Tyler Johnson. But to me, getting those four in your lineup right there, you get 10.3K left over after you get Watkins in the captain with Mahomes, Kelsey, and Hill. And then to me, you're really talking, because look, you could essentially get anybody you want if you are okay just with a punt play in your lineup. But you could go get Tom Brady if you wanted, and then play like Jaden Mickens if you really wanted to go that crazy. But there's so many combinations. You could go Fournette and Tyler Johnson. You could go both. You could go two mid-range guys. You could even do a super chief stack and put like Hardman or Darrell Williams in there. You could put Scotty Miller and Gronk in your lineup, and even have so much money left. I don't know. Look, man, like you could come up with so many different ways to fill those two spots.
If you had to guess, and by the way, about 1,000 people watching here on YouTube. I know there are north of 100 on Twitch. Give us a follow on Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings. And on, you all know what I'm going to say here as it relates to YouTube. Smash the like button, folks, because we're only about 50 away from 200. One big push to 200. We appreciate you. Hit that like. If you had to guess, and that's all it is, it's a guess. Nobody's going to hold you to it. There's no way to fully project this. Which guy, surprise play, not a stud, which surprise play of those, mid to lower price guys do you think we're going to be talking about in 8 hours, 9 hours, who finishes as part of that leading lineup?
The mid to low price guys?
Yeah.
Oh boy, let's see. I mean, mid to low priced, what's our window here? Like under 6K? Is that what we're saying? Under 6K, but above 2K? So there's a decent
That
window there
doesn't
because
even
you're
have-
underneath
doesn't-
the backup quarterbacks, right?
It doesn't even have to be, above 2K though. It could be Tyler Johnson. It could be, whomever it is.
I don't know why I want to say this going in such an adverse matchup, but I kind of feel like it could be Darrell Williams, man. Like they get this guy the ball out of the backfield, they throw to him. And while you're not going to be able to rush for, 100 yards on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers defense, you could rush. I mean, he's probably going to rush for 40 yards, right? Like there's no way there's no way they're going to have 0 rushing yards in this game, the Chiefs, right? They're going to try to run the ball somewhat. Darrell Williams is going to be on the field. He is not priced as a starting running back because Clyde Edwards-Helaire has been the starting running back all year long. But you have to go back to week 11. Week freaking 11. That was like 11 weeks ago to find the last time this guy had a good game. Meanwhile, Darrell Williams has, really has overtaken him as the lead back here. He's usurped him. And now you have the opportunity to get the lead back on, the favorite to win the Super Bowl. A guy that has made big play after big play this postseason at $5,200. And again, I know the matchup's terrible, but like that to me jumps out as a guy that could potentially, win somebody this contest because he's not going to be chalky because of the matchup. He's not going to be chalky because Clyde Edwards-Helaire, but I do think he's going to get all of the snaps at running back. I think he should get like 60 to 70% of them. And he's going to get targets. He's going to catch the football. And he's going to be the goal line back. So even if he has a tough time running the football, there's a good chance that he gets 6 points, right on the goal line. And it's just, to me, everything's working for him here except for the matchup. So I have to think that like 5,200, he's probably got the best chance. But again, Nabi Roble, don't invest in the Kansas City Chiefs running backs. I'm not recommending that at all. I'm not touching them. I'm certainly not touching Clyde Edwards-Helaire. But like if I have to take a guess out of all the guys in the mid range here, it's probably him. Or maybe it's Cameron Brate. Because look, I think Rob Gronkowski scores a touchdown in this game, but like right now it's hard to see that when Cameron Brate's getting all the targets at tight end. So that's where I stand, I think.
10-7 game here still. 3 minutes to go. A little more than that. Third quarter. 1st and 10 from the 30. The Bills with it. People hoping and praying in the chat for a little Stephon Diggs action. Not going to happen here. Handoff from Allen and Singletary. A little shy of the first. 12 for 41 now. 7-yard pickup. 2nd and 3 on the way.
We got a question from Steven. He wanted to know what the weather is going to be like in Tampa Bay. He said, last I heard, there might be rain. I don't know where you got that from because there's a 2% chance of precipitation
I haven't
today.
looked at the forecast. Josh Allen, all the way down to the 6.
Clear skies, temperatures in the 60s, maybe a touch of wind. And what's up? Yeah. El Paso.
El Paso number 1.
But yeah, there's not going to be any sort of inclement weather in this. I think you're fine. Rick Lewis says rain.
For the Bills.
Where are people getting rain from?
Are they going to weather.com?
I don't understand. I mean, you could just use the internet to look at this stuff. Like all the articles that have been written about the forecast from local news services in Tampa Bay. You look at the 10-day weather forecast at weather.com. There's just nothing indicating rain. So I think we're all good to go in terms of the weather.
Nabi Roble says, just play Captain Kelsey and Mahomes and Hill as a core and mix and match the rest of the players, which is basically what you're saying.
Yeah, I really do think that's what you want to do. Again, I mean, you could go a lot of different ways here. You could just go, hey, I'm gonna pay for one of these guys because I think he's gonna have a big game, and then just figure it out afterward. But I do think that Jimmy D said it rained this morning. It's gonna be clear tomorrow. Yeah, so why are we worried about the rain? So yeah, I think that there's enough value on this slate that you can do that. But to me, I still am captaining Sammy Watkins. I'm going to go for it. I'm going to take a chance in GPPs. I'm going to go captain Sammy Watkins, get the other 3 in there, and then figure out the rest.
Field goal's good for the Bills. Unfortunate for Josh Allen owners. Couldn't get that touchdown. Oh, so close. Thought he was going to wind up with multiple rushing scores.
Jason Johnson, what about Ronald Jones as captain? Absolutely not. You could not interest me any less in Ronald Jones II as my captain. He's just not the running back anymore, man. Like, he's not. Leonard Fournette's the running back. And it's even clearer on the Tampa Bay side of the ball than it is with Kansas City. I mean, you could make there's certainly a possibility that Clyde Edwards-Helaire gets like 40% of the carries. I don't think that it's going to happen at all. But like, there is a 0% chance that Ronald Jones II is just all of a sudden becomes the lead back for Tampa Bay again, considering how good Fournette has been in the playoffs for Tampa Bay. There's no way they're going to go away from this guy.
13-7. Buffalo leading, minute to go, third quarter. Want to note, Rick had asked earlier, Kaufman, where can we watch the MLE event? Stay tuned right here on the Dream Stream. You are already at the link. Just stay with us all day long. Here's what is on the way. 2:30, about 40 minutes from now, you will have the Ravens and Saints simulated. I'll be along with Jason Rossi, who I know has popped into the chat here a little bit early on. Rossi, hello, if you're still listening. Get in those lineups in the free roll and available to you in the DK SimFam Friends League. At 4 o'clock, you will have an MLE preview show. Jesse will guide you through that. Again, Major League Evening Snackdown event coming at you at 4:30. Go Joey Chestnut. 5 o'clock Eastern Time, The Sweat live, getting you ready for the Super Bowl. Jesse and Emerson will be on the reins in the host chair there, and I don't know if Kenny or whomever it may be popping in. Obviously, I'm sure we will see some Bukes, some Reed, maybe some Jeff. A lot of action coming up in the Super Bowl later on. You want the advice of all our great analysts. 6:30, it'll be DraftKings Leaderboard Live. Brendan Glasheen and Jeff Ulrich will hang with you during the Super Bowl and pop in as they do at quarter breaks, halftime, pregame, postgame, and talk all about the huge Tournament of Champions event going on, as many people obviously chasing after the million, not to mention several other contests to monitor as we've reached the end of 3, 13-7 game. And then 10 o'clock, roughly, that is a little flexible depending on what time the actual Super Bowl ends. You will have a Super Bowl resim. We obviously had our preview sim yesterday. That was a lot of fun with J-Dub, popular Madden Twitch streamer. You can still go back, check that out on YouTube. It was really a great time, Glash and I, along with J-Dub. And hopefully we get a game like we got for that sim, because the Chiefs were able to win that thing late in the final minute, 35-28. We will resimulate those two teams later on tonight. Another big free-to-play prize pool. Glash and Matt LaMarca will be along for that one. So there's a lot of great stuff, obviously, that is on the way over the course of the Dream Stream day today.
Yeah, it should be a real cracker, and that sim, the resim. I'm really looking forward to that. Really original and great idea that we have to look. You wanted to see the Chiefs win and the Buccaneers win. You go ahead to the sim and you just get to root for the Chiefs all over again. Vice versa, obviously.
Yeah.
But it should be a good way to get those. Get that energy out, whether it's good, you're feeling good, you won some money on the Super Bowl showdown, you want to try to run it back, or again, maybe you captained Ronald Jones II and he didn't get the football, and you're just like, you know what, but he is going to get it in this sim, and then you throw him in the captain spot again. Speaking of which, actually, we don't really need to talk anymore about Ronald Jones II, but we did have someone in the chat mentioned that he was coming back. He was a little injured. Yeah, it's the same thing with Clyde Edwards-Helaire, right? There was the injury, concerns. But to me, it's not. It doesn't matter the reason, right? The fact is they're not the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have something going right now with Leonard Fournette, and they have something really good going with him. So why would they ruin their great rushing attack by just trying to reintegrate Ronald Jones II? To me, it doesn't make any sense.
A couple things to tell you about with about 1,000 people watching on YouTube. Smash that like button, folks. Hit the thing. I mean, be gentle if you have to. Don't break your technology. But hit the like. Get us up to 250, because we are well on our way. We appreciate you and thank you all for being here with us. So we are told boots on the ground in Tampa. Some members of the DK team are in Tampa just waiting out the Super Bowl. They're going to be at the game tonight. We are told they are there, obviously, for the Tournament of Champions, and they said the weather is literally beautiful. Thunderstorms earlier in the morning, but right now it is just absolutely gorgeous. So that, you know, pending any changes, is what you have to look forward to later on tonight. Also, we were asked if there will still be Sims tomorrow. Not to worry. You may not have NFL action going on tomorrow, but in Simland, there's always football. So the Dream Stream rolls on, Madden 21 simulations roll on. We will have a full 6 for you tomorrow, starting at noon Eastern time and every 2 hours from there, with, of course, the Nooner and the Madden Matinee, and the Early Bird Special, and the Happy Hour Sim on into prime time, and Madden After Dark. We're with you all day long. Do be with us. We appreciate it.
I'm looking forward to it. I'll be around plenty this week for our simulations. Looking forward to,
well, I like to hear.
Maintaining all that football energy. It should be fun.
Someone says, buy or sell Leonard Fournette leaping into the end zone. What do you got?
I'm going to sell that. I think he's just going to barrel his way in. No need to leap. I think Tom Brady gets into the end zone tonight. Quarterback sneak. Sorry, I should say the best quarterback sneaker ever, I think.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's, I can't imagine anybody's going to go the other way on that. I mean, who's been better?
I mean, I don't think anybody. The guy in the sim right now, Josh Allen's been pretty good at it, though.
Yeah, that's a good point. Although he's not much of a sneaker.
Jacoby Brissett, right? He's pretty good.
Sure.
They love to run that quarterback sneak with Jacoby Brissett.
13-7 game. Rodgers, completion into the hands of Bunches. Lots of people looking for Bunches of Bunches. There you go. That'll help you. First catch. He's on the board, folks. About time.
There he is. There's Devin.
Here's Devin.
Haven't seen him all season since he was an opt-out, but
ball knocked down. With Kenny Ducey, I'm Adam Kaufman, producer Madison, Samir, our technical director. We got Derek and Frangelico. Thank you all for hanging out. A lot of other people behind the scenes paying close attention to what is happening here. It's a big day, big weekend, super weekend for all of us at DraftKings and all of you, no matter what you got playing later on. Get those snacks ready. From the 27, Rodgers, real-life NFL MVP, taking a sack.
yeah, this game hasn't offered us a lot in the offensive department, Koff. We were expecting perhaps a high-scoring game here, and maybe a good thing that this was in the Super Bowl. Although, if you like defense, then you were wishing that this was the Super Bowl, I guess. Some people do like defense.
You've come to the right place.
I like to watch some defense.
Sure. Completed, Devontae Adams, but we got a flag.
Should be a face mask, I believe. Flag came in late, am I right? Nope, never mind, illegal touching.
No touching. No touching.
Koff, how's it, speaking of weather, how's it in Massachusetts today? Snow's falling pretty steadily tonight, today in New York.
Ain't Tampa weather, I promise you that. That is safe to say somewhere that I would rather be.
So where's your DraftKings winter cap then?
Are you insinuating I did not play dress up for the sim?
I just wanted to know why you'd be wearing a golf or baseball hat when it's so warm outside, when it's so cold outside.
Fair point. Bad hair day.
It is snowing pretty steadily here in New York. It's when I woke up this morning, there was about like an inch or two accumulated on top of the cars, and nothing too much on the street. But it's I don't know about is the street getting pretty piled up there, Koff? I think we're gonna get a shot of the snow in Massachusetts.
Nice. Yeah, I don't think it's too bad yet, but it's coming. I don't think it's supposed to stop over the course of the day. Yeah, I think we're going to be able to get a look at what downtown Boston's looking like.
That's the ultimate.
You want
man.
weather reports? You've come to the right place.
There's nowhere to go. Just stay inside, watch the Dream Stream, watch the Super Bowl. That's what it's all about, you know?
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I like a good Super Bowl party. This is not a bad day to be cooped up in the house.
Absolutely, but just the fact that you get, you know, there's no reason to go outside, right? You got snow falling.
Sure.
Obi-Wan saying what's up? What's up, Obi-Wan?
Obi-Wan. Allen
Obi-Wan,
50 on the ground with a
only,
touchdown. 4th and 1, halfway through the fourth quarter here.
Obi-Wan, my only friend in the chat.
No, that's
always
not true.
repping. Appreciate
Let's give you a little
Obi-Wan.
look-see at what downtown Boston's looking like. The corner of Newbury Street and Berkeley Street. Real close to the DraftKings office, DraftKings main headquarters. Give you a little look. It's not pretty. We will give you a look anyway at some point in time. Maybe it'll be after the sim. Either way, take our word for it. It is snowing.
Can we take that snow and put it on the field at Lambeau? Can we combine the two shots? That'd be nice.
That'd be pretty. Robbie Noble says, I'm your friend, Kenny.
Yeah, I got some friends. Just teasing.
You got
Luke says I can be your friend. I don't know what that means. Like I have to do something to qualify.
Yeah, there's a brief hazing period.
Jordan Lindenbaum and I, Jet fans for life.
Flash in the chat.
That's right.
That's right.
I'm not looking for pity friends. I was just thinking. Obi-Wan definitely is like the leader of my fan club, and I appreciate it.
Second and 5. From midfield, 3 minutes to go here. Regulation 13-7. Bills in front.
See if Aaron Rodgers has a gamer left in him. The old man.
The old man.
Guy's just been absolute nails this season. Yeah, this reminds me, this is like almost the exact script, and I'm just going to pander to my audience here, which is you, that the Patriots had, right? Remember they drafted Garoppolo. First of all, they drafted Mallett, thinking that was going to be the replacement to Brady. Then they drafted Garoppolo, and everyone's like, "Oh, they drafted Garoppolo. He's the next guy in line in New England." And Tom Brady just outlived him, man. Like, you know, he was still playing well enough, and they were just like, "Oh, we don't need Jimmy G." And they got that first round pick for him, and then inevitably they didn't draft anybody
second round
because
pick.
the Patriots can't draft. Right, second round pick. So
didn't even get a first for Garoppolo.
Right. So anyway, the bottom line being, same thing sort of playing out in Green Bay, right? They draft Jordan Love. I mean, I was not really that big of a fan of him coming out, and like I don't think he's like that great of a quarterback prospect. But Aaron Rodgers, just like, hey man, you want to draft Jordan Love? All right, I'm going to go out and win MVP this year. How about that? How about that for drafting a quarterback that early, huh? You know, maybe that was low key the tactic that they wanted to use. Maybe they wanted to say, hey man, let's get Aaron Rodgers fired up and get the best out of him by drafting a quarterback. Yeah, I mean,
Adams.
Can't believe he didn't get in there.
Well, here you go. Dill Stubbs says, Koff and Ducey, your insights have won me some good money on DraftKings. That's what we like to hear.
Oh, there you go. Very nice.
Probably more your insights than mine, but nevertheless, happy to hear it. First and goal. Please give us the fullback touchdown. No, Aaron Jones.
How many times do you see that work in Sims? I feel like it's 0 times.
Tough day for Aaron Jones.
When they run the toss play, it rarely works. Small Ben 7 saying Jones, Jones, Jones. And well, they gave it to him. They gave it to him, Small Ben, and it didn't get in, and now they're going to have to throw.
27-way tie for first currently in our large free roll.
Oh, he had Lewis
$20,000
open.
Prize pool. Rogers just dumped it off.
Is that an illegal pass?
Guess not. 3rd and goal from the 7.
Dale Smith wants to know if
wasn't a
AB's worth
catch.
rostering tonight. He wants to know both of our answers to that. I think that he is in GPPs. I'm staying away in cash games. There's too much uncertainty, but you got to think that he gets involved in some capacity for sure.
There's a touchdown. Bunches of Bunches, his first of the day. That's going to make a lot of people happy.
Big time Bunches. Way to go.
Oh, boy.
Vita always wanted Lazard there.
I'll shake up some leaderboards. We'll see what that happens, what it impacts anyway, coming up momentarily. $13 all, but obviously the extra point pending here. Nice, easy chip shot, and Green Bay in our what-if Super Bowl has taken the lead. That's what Aaron Rodgers was supposed to do a couple weeks ago, late in that contest.
Matt LaFleur, that time, the kick working out. Giving them a late lead.
So, with Josh Allen, the fantasy football most valuable player for 2020, set to join us after this sim, he will chat with Jesse Cofield. The real-life Josh Allen can sim Josh Allen lead his team back in the final minute to win our what-if Super Bowl.
3 timeouts. And the ball starting at the 23. Going to be a difficult one, but Josh has that speed. He has that big arm. Let's see what he can produce. Dale says, Koff fades the question. Thanks for the input, Ducey.
What did I fade?
Didn't want to give an answer, Koff.
Which question was that? Which one did I fade? Was that the captain one earlier?
No. Just recently, the one I just brought up. I got to look back now. I totally forgot what we were talking about.
I was probably focused on the sim. Give it to me again. I know it doesn't happen often.
Is AB
Allen.
worth rostering?
Oh, no.
Tonight?
I said that earlier. Do not play Antonio Brown for me. Do not. I absolutely would fade Antonio Brown.
I think you play him for sure in GPPs, for sure.
Well, fine, but you're viewing him as a contrarian play. You're not looking at him as any
I mean, he's been the most probably the best receiver, most consistent receiver to own for Tampa Bay when he's been healthy. And I know that's always a big if, but like even on a snap count, man, like if he's gonna be on the field, they're gonna give him the ball. And Tom Brady trusts Antonio Brown. He throws him the football.
He does.
And I think he'll score a touchdown in this game. And to me, at that price, like it's pretty nice. Kind of like him.
First and 10, 22 seconds left, 34-yard line. 2 timeouts available for the Bills after Allen rushed for that first. He's taking time in the pocket, completes a pass. No, incomplete.
Oh boy.
Dropped.
Tyler
That's all right.
Bass.
Stop the clock. Yeah, we're
stretching
nowhere
out
close.
the leg.
Not yet, Tyler. You got a little ways to go.
Yeah, they're gonna have to get. We've seen this in the Sims. They're probably gonna have to get to around the 30-yard line of Green Bay. So they're gonna need a big chunk play right here.
Allen surveys the landscape, rolls out. He's wasting a lot of time with this rush.
Chunk play.
It's beyond midfield,
There it
though.
is. Timeout.
Timeout. 8
All right,
seconds left.
So this play will decide the game right here. This
They
is
better
the
move
play
fast.
for sure.
You got to pick up, like you said, a good 15 right here.
But this is it. This is the play.
Hit the
We need
likes
to
if
get-
you're having fun, folks. Up over 1,000 watching on YouTube, 250 likes. Let's get to 300. First and 10 from the 45. Bills ball. What could be the final play?
There it is.
Allen takes
He
off.
did it! He
Rushes
did it!
all the way down to the 25.
Timeout.
Can we get a
They got
timeout?
it.
1 second left. Wow! It's all on Tyler Bass. What's
Wow.
going to be a 41-yard kick to win it in virtual Green Bay.
Wow. Got down just in time. I didn't know if he was going to get the time out there. 1 second, and that's what we talked about. They need the chunk plays. They got 2 chunk plays in succession.
Can't imagine you would have expected they all come from Josh Allen on the ground, though.
I mean, judging by how this guy plays football, I think that is a realistic expectation, especially considering late game scenario, the defense dropping back, sagging in coverage.
That is the rushing bonus, by the way, for Josh Allen with those 2 big carries. Kicks up, end over end. It's high, it's far, it's good. Bills win. Walk-off Super Bowl victory in the what-if Super Bowl for the Buffalo Bills. Holy cow, getting the ball back with 50-some seconds left. Taking it basically the length of the field at Lambeau, and Aaron Rodgers, the MVP's house. The fantasy football MVP, Josh Allen, getting the job done. What better way to prepare for him coming on the Dream Stream? I don't know if there is one.
Unbelievable.
I don't know that there is one.
What a great game. What a great finish. We could only
Man.
hope that the Super Bowl is this great a finish, Koff.
Albeit with more points, but I agree with you. Looking at some of the numbers, Rodgers, 250 in the air, couple of touchdowns. Allen did not pass for a touchdown. He did run for one, had 146 in the air, north of 100 on the ground to hit the bonus. We have currently, and of course, adjustments may come. It's manual scoring, but currently we have a 38-way tie for first in our $20,000 free what if contest. Singletary, 15 for 45 on the ground. Allen up to 108 with the feet. Got himself a touchdown, as mentioned. Aaron Jones, just awful. 7 for 7. That is it. Terrible day for Aaron Jones on the ground. Aaron Rodgers,
Very bad.
the other Aaron, ran for more yards. Had a dozen on just his 1 carry. Jones, 3 for 7 in the air, so it's not as though he even helped owners there. MVS, 5 for 79, a touchdown. Adams, 6 for 75. Funchess, 3 for 37, late with a score. 4 for 41 for Mercedes Lewis. So, I mean, is it the fantasy football MVP Josh Allen for the Krusty Koff player of the game? Who you got?
Absolutely. It has to be Josh Allen. Wins this football game for the Buffalo Bills in the Simland. And you look at the top lineup here. We had a massive tie for first place, a 38-way tie for first place. Josh Allen, 25.74 points in the flex. So, yeah, I mean, I got to give it to Josh Allen here for the 100-yard rushing bonus. He got a 109 when it was all said and done, thanks to that performance at the end. And, yeah, I mean, MVS also great in this game, but Josh Allen's the MVP for sure.
Your Babysitter Billy, Child Watching William, Not My Kid Award, is that going to Aaron Jones? Who else better, right?
Still really don't understand the name of that. No, it's not going to go to Aaron Jones,
No.
man. It's going to go to Alan Lazard. Alan Lazard, big old bagel in this game. 37% ownership in this contest. A lot of people expected a lot more out of Alan Lazard. So I think it had no. You know what? I'm not going to give it to Alan Lazard. I'm going to give it to Stephon Diggs. The more I look at this, 2 catches for 21 yards for $8,000 player, probably the top receiver on this slate aside from Devontae Adams. Just unacceptable to have 4 points in this one, considering the fact that Buffalo did end up winning this game. 56.7% ownership. I'm going to give it to Stephon Diggs, actually.
All right, fair enough. The Edge says, Koff, name this movie. Where'd it come from? I want my $2. That's Better Off Dead. Cusack, right? Cusack movie?
I don't know how you watch all these movies. I don't get it.
Here's what's going on the rest of the day here, folks. We got a lot happening. So at 2:30, less than 20 minutes from now, You have the Ravens and Saints simulation. I'll be with Jason Rossi. Don't go far. Jump in the free roll if you haven't already in the DK SimFam Friends League. And then MLE, Major League Eating Preview Show, coming your way with Jesse Cofield at 4 o'clock, a little less than 2 hours. Then at 4:30, it is the Major League Eating Snackdown event with another huge free-to-play prize pool that you want to make sure you jump into. After that, 5 o'clock, The Sweat Live. Jesse and Emerson will be with you, getting you ready for the Super Bowl, obviously. The big game, an hour and a half after that, 6:30 Eastern time, virtual Raymond James Stadium here in Simland. In real life, you actually get to see the real place. It's the Bucs playing host to the Chiefs. First time that we have ever had a team host a Super Bowl in the 55 annual event here, 55th annual event. 6:30 Leaderboard Live opposite the big game. Glash and Jeff Ulrich will have you, and then it's Brendan Glasheen along with Matt LaMarca for the Madden Super Bowl replay. The replay sim, the resim at roughly 10 o'clock Eastern time. That is what you should bank on tonight. Should be fun. And, just to let you know, again, how much it has been snowing. We're going to show you that on our way out the door. But I will return very soon with Rossi, getting you ready for, again, the Ravens as well as the Saints. And don't go anywhere, though. Don't step away. Don't even take a bathroom break. And if you do, pause the YouTube video and pick up right where you left off, because coming up momentarily, Jesse is going to be joined by real life, not sim, Josh Allen, real life Josh Allen, the fantasy football most valuable player for the 2020 season. He's going to pop in, offer his thoughts. Should be a great time. So make sure you tune in for that. Deuce, pleasure, buddy.
Hey, Josh, congratulations on another great year and your win at NFL Honors last night. What was your reaction to receiving the award?
Well, one, I was super honored, super blessed to be a part of it. And obviously the people that have won this award in the past, it's, last year I think it was Christian McCaffrey. So to be mentioned in the same breath as him and what he's able to do, especially on the fantasy side of football, it's pretty spectacular. So like I said, super honored, super blessed. And, it didn't just take me, but my teammates and my coaches to get me to this point. So it's a very cool honor.
Yeah, I mean, you had a record-breaking season with over 4,500 passing yards, 45 total touchdowns that helped lead your team to its first AFC East title since 1995. And your stellar performance earned you the NFL Honors Daily Fantasy Player of the Year, along with the DraftKings 2020 Fantasy Football MVP. So let's just break that down. Are you ready?
Let's do it.
All right, so you were in the top 10 overall fantasy players for 10 weeks this season with an average of 27.3 points per game. But which game do you think you earned the most DraftKings fantasy points?
Let's see. I want to say week 2 against the Dolphins.
It was actually your wild card win against the Colts. You had 35.36 fantasy points in that one, all right? Pretty good,
Gotcha.
Pretty impressive, yeah. Okay, well, with your massive season total of 436.1 fantasy points, how many people did you make millionaires this season?
That's a good question. Is it north of 50 people?
50, geez, woo, a lot of millions. It was 3, but that's a lot.
Okay, all right.
That is a lot.
No, I wasn't really sure.
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, yeah, but 3, you were in 3 millionaire winning lineups. So, I mean, I'm sure those people really love you. All right, Bills Mafia gained a few new fans this season. Think you can guess where you were the top drafted player?
In which region?
Yeah, like states.
I'm going to go Wyoming. I'm going to say New York. And then I'm just going to throw out a wild one. Oklahoma.
Okay, so New York, of course, Texas, and California.
Oh, all right. Hometown guy.
Yeah. So not only that, but you were drafted in over 13 million lineups. And knowing that, how much money do you think you made DraftKings daily fantasy customers? This number is big. It's, big. It's not going to be like 3. It's going to be like the number you were around earlier, maybe even a little bigger.
I'm going to go 75.
So close. Over $85 million.
Wow, no way.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure they were fans of the money, and now big-time Josh Allen fans. How many unique customers do you think drafted you this season?
Oh, my goodness. How many people play?
A lot. Let's just say this number. This is a 6-digit number. The high 6 digits.
700,000.
924,000. Wow. It's a lot of people. It's a lot of people. All right, let's just kind of like get back to you. We broke it down by the numbers. Obviously, DraftKings players love you. But which teammate do you think had the biggest impact or contributed the most to your fantasy wins? This is like you for you, not like an answer. Like I don't have an answer.
No, that's number 14. Goes by Stephon Diggs. I think that's the number one guy. Obviously, he came in this year and he played lights out, and his numbers this year were unbelievable. And not only that, he's a great dude. So I'm super honored and blessed to play with him. And but again, we got Cole Beasley in the slot, John Brown outside, Dave Davis, who caught a lot of touchdowns for us, and a few other guys that were just really good for us. So like I said at the beginning of the show, it took a lot of people to get me here.
Okay, so obviously it's hard to predict what's going to happen next year, but do you think you'll be able to keep the title?
I don't know. I hope. I mean, I think that this relates to team success, so that's what I'm all about. And if that means if I'm playing well means we are playing well, that's what I'm for.
Okay, well, if you are drafting a lineup and you had to draft a fantasy quarterback other than yourself, who would it be?
I mean, you can't go wrong with Pat Mahomes.
I love that.
Can't.
Love that pick. That's very true. It's the baby goat, they say. All right, just some fun stuff. Like, what songs pump you up before a game?
Well, that's the thing. I get super anxious and excited before games. So I listen to some old school stuff, Frank Sinatra, Elvis, Sammy Davis Jr. It's just some down-tempo stuff that kind of relaxes me instead of pumps me up. Because if I get pumped up before I get out to the game, there's no telling what could happen on that first drive. So I try to calm myself down.
Well, in the Bills locker room, is everybody sort of like has their headphones on and they're in their own world, or is somebody DJing the locker room?
It's a little bit of both. Some guys have headphones and earphones on, but there is music on the loudspeaker playing, and it's mostly rap. There's a lot of Drake that comes along, a lot of Meek Mill. And that's really the tune of most of the guys in the locker room. But again, if I listen to that, I get so eager and anxious when I get out in the field. I get a little crazy.
Well, would you really describe yourself as a believer?
100%. Big Justin Bieber fan. Huge.
So what is your favorite Justin Bieber song?
All That Matters. That's the one that pops at the top of my head when I know like every single word. I'm not going to sing it for you, so don't ask. But Confident, Backpack. I can name them all, to be honest. But more recently, his one with Shawn Mendes is pretty dang good.
So have you been to Bieber concerts? Any experiences? Have you met him?
No, never have. Never met him. Never been to a concert. That's on the to-do list. And I know he comes to Buffalo, and he's a Toronto guy. He comes to Buffalo this year if, COVID permitting. So maybe that's one of those where I get to go to. But, when I was younger, I didn't want to buy into the whole Bieber thing, and I wanted to be too cool for school. But as I have grown with age, I've noticed that his music's really for me. So that's what I really like.
Honestly, we can all agree on that. Justin Bieber's music is for everyone. Okay, so let's say Bieber comes to Buffalo. He's like, Josh Allen, show me a good time in Buffalo. What's your ideal day? What are you doing with him? Where are you taking him?
We're gonna have to hit some real Buffalo bars. We're gonna have to go to Barbell Tavern, get some amazing wings. I know Niagara Falls isn't too far away, so if you wanted to see that, we'd go do that, and then cap it off with a Sabres win.
Well, I gotta know,
Sabres game.
This actually, big hockey guy, this actually really plays into my next question, which was, are your favorite wings really at the Barbell Tavern?
They 100% are. Absolutely.
So what's your order?
So I get 20 traditional wings. I don't care drums or flats. I'm good with either. We get the hot, and then we get the honey butter barbecue Cajun style. And then you got to get a side of the shoestring fries, and then a couple extra blue cheese little packets. So that would be my ideal order, and it sounds pretty dang good right now. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I was actually just gonna say that could really divide people if you're ranch or blue cheese, but you're firmly in the blue cheese corner.
Yeah. Buffalo's firmly a blue cheese place too.
Mm-hmm.
And my first few weeks I've learned that, or first few weeks when I was there, I learned that very quickly. And if you ordered ranch, sitting down, they kind of looked at you a little funny and didn't want to bring it out, but they will. But it's blue cheese.
They will, but your name is on a list in the back, and they won't forget.
Correct.
They will not forget.
Never.
How many wings in a sitting? Have you ever sat down and been like, this is an inordinate amount of wings, and I just ate them all?
I mean, ever since I was a little kid, wings have been my favorite. And there's been times when, I was in middle school or high school and I can take down 20, 25 boneless wings. And that was way back when. I don't do boneless now because, again, that's a sin in Buffalo. But if I really had to do it, I think I could take down 30 wings.
I was just going to say, we got the big game Snackdown with Major League Eating, and we're hosting it here on DraftKings coming up on Sunday. And I mean, I was going to say, like, how many could you take down in a sitting? So you're going 30. We got Joey Chestnut competing in this thing. I think he could probably do.
I'm not beating him.
Yeah.
I'll compete, but I'm not going to beat him.
Oh, okay. You'd compete. Well, that's good to know. We'll file that away. Yeah. But we talked before this interview started. You're in California right now. What plans do you have for the off season?
Well, a lot of golf. It's one of my favorite things to do, and I live on a golf course, so might as well utilize that in the good weather out here. A couple beach trips, seeing family and friends, and after that, just a couple weeks, relaxation and trying to let my body heal up and back to the grind. Start throwing and working out again and trying to stay in shape.
All right. Favorite course, what's your handicap? Have you played with anyone famous?
Favorite course is Cragburn. It's actually in East Aurora, which is near Buffalo. I'm a member there, and I'm no bias at all. So it's a fantastic course, and I love going out there. I have played with a few people. I played in the Tahoe tournament, the Celebrity tournament a couple years ago. I got to play with Vince Carter, which I grew up a huge Vince Carter fan, so that was really cool. Played with Golden Tate, Joe Mauer, and a couple other guys. Case Keenum was really good. Played with Andy Dalton, and then I got to meet a few other guys there. I met Rob Riggle, who's one of my favorite actors, and a couple other guys. But that was a really cool tournament, and I'm excited to play in that one again sometime in the near future.
Any funny stories from like the course with those guys? I mean, I know a lot can happen on the golf course, and I did notice that you skipped telling me your handicap, but I won't ask you again. It's fine.
Handicap. I'm right around a 12.
Okay. I thought you were just like, nope.
No. I like to have fun on the golf course, and I don't take it too seriously, but it's one of those things where I do want to get better, and I'm trying to, and I got no doubt I will. But funny stories on the course, I don't know if I have any funny stories with those guys. I mean, I've got plenty of stories with my friends that I probably shouldn't share. So.
Oh, please share one. Come on.
I'll share one. Oh my goodness.
Pick one that's like PG-13. It's like in the middle.
I mean, just in college, we'd go out there and we consume a few adult beverages, and just seeing my buddies trying to hit a golf ball, who aren't very good in the first place, trying to hit a golf ball while they're intoxicated. It was a sight to see. I got some good videos.
I was gonna say, I bet you've got some really good videos on your phone. Do you recall longest drive you've ever managed?
Yeah, people don't believe me, but I'm a long hitter, and I was in Denver at the time, and I hit one probably around 370, 375.
Wow.
Yeah. And we're in Denver, so the ball carries a little further, but I took home the long, and it happened to be on the long drive hole, so I actually won a little a deal there, so it was cool.
I love it. Awesome. Good stuff, Josh. Well, I think it's safe to say, I mean, you had a huge year. You helped DraftKings players everywhere get skin in the game, and we can't wait to see what you do next season. Congratulations again to the NFL Honors Daily Fantasy Player of the Year and the DraftKings 2020 Fantasy Football MVP, the Josh Allen.
And thanks so much. Thank you for having me on. Go Bills.
We're taking an in-depth look at the sports betting side of Super Bowl 55 tonight between the Chiefs and Bucks, and we got DraftKings contributors Reed Fowler and Steve Buchanan here to help.
All right, big game bets coming at you. Reed, how surprised are you that the line has stayed relatively steady around a field goal?
Emerson, I am not surprised here that the line has stayed here. It's gone back and forth, 3.5, and you get that, right? Some big money comes in and pushes that hook up to 3.5. Or some guys might have got the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at that number, which Steve and I mentioned earlier last week. That if you get that number, that seems to be the place if you want Tampa Bay. We'll get to the money line in a little bit, but I'm not really surprised. It was at this number in Week 12, so they want action, baby. Let's go.
Steven, what about you? How surprised, big guy?
You know, everybody says patience is a virtue. I don't wait. When that got to 3.5, that's when you hammer it. That's when you were supposed to get that line. I like the Buccaneers at plus 3.5. I think that's the appropriate line here. You get that half point. Very helpful. We like that, but now it's at 3. Everybody who waited, you might be in trouble now, because now you really got to make a decision. But I'm not surprised at all. I think this is going to be a close game. Two very good offenses going up against each other. You'd expect to be a high-scoring game. We'll talk about that in a few seconds. But I'm not surprised here. I don't think really either team has a massive edge over the other, so this line is set at where it should be.
All right, Reed, you said we'd get to it in a minute, and look at that. Here we are. As underdogs, the Bucs are plus 138 on the money line. How intriguing is that number, Steve?
So it's intriguing because it's with Tom Brady. I mean, it's not very often that you get Tom Brady at plus money, but will he have, or will he be able to do enough to get over that offensive juggernaut that is the Chiefs? And that's the biggest problem for me here. Look, I think the Chiefs are going to win this game, but I think the Buccaneers have a very legitimate chance to cover. So, ideally it'd be better if it was a higher number, because I think this is going to be a very close game. Like I said, getting plus money on Tom Brady is never a bad thing, but, is he going to be able to overcome the young Patrick Mahomes and all the offensive weapons that they're going to throw at him? I don't know if they can. That sets up for a very nice game, hopefully. So at least from an entertainment perspective, it's where it should be. But I get it if you want to take Brady, but I still think the Chiefs are going to win this game.
Reed, are you intrigued here?
Yeah, a little bit. I'm intrigued I'm vicariously living through the people who want to bet money line in Tampa Bay, because like Steve mentioned, it comes down to really Tom Brady. If you're looking at backing this and the stats that he has when he's a dog, right? 38, 17-1 ATS. When he's catching points, 33 wins straight up in his career. Like, that's just what he does. He gets points. He doesn't look at the lines, but he just overperforms when the books think that he's an underdog. What scares me, though, a little bit about this is that Tampa Bay defense and the secondary. The front seven is fantastic, but Tampa Bay has suffered some injuries. That's a little concerning going up against Patrick Mahomes. Kansas City has their fair share of injuries, but it's intriguing. But I'm still with the Chiefs here.
All right, Reed, the total has only shifted down by half a point, now sitting at 56 on the DraftKings Sportsbook. What side do you like?
Yeah, I'm going over. I know Steve's going to tell you how much of a coward you have to be if you want to go under here, and how scared and the sweat that you're going to have in this game. Patrick Mahomes and Tom Brady hitting the over. If you take a look at what these teams did, in Week 12, 963 combined yards. There was a ton on offense. There's a ton of penalties that Kansas City committed. Both of these teams, 2 yards per attempt. Tampa Bay had their second highest game, and Kansas City had their highest game in yards per attempt, both around or over 7.5 yards per play. That's something that I like to see. I don't think that they're going to have that same type of game like we had in Week 12, and it got close. It still hit the under on this number, but it got close, so I like the over.
Steve, what about you, and maybe any alternate totals you're looking into?
There are 2 reasons why I'm glad today's the Super Bowl. 1, because I'm very much looking forward to this game. 2, so I can stop answering this question about the over-under, because I hate considering the under. Nobody wants to see the under today, but that's kind of where I feel like this might happen here, because that's a lot of points. That's a lot of points to hit the over. And let's not forget that Chiefs secondary is very, very good. So the Buccaneers are going to have to score in this game for obviously to hit the over. I know brain surgery that I had to come up with that answer, but that could be a struggle for them because of how good that secondary has played. When you talk about the secondary lines, this is a good opportunity if you're going to go way off the board and you think this game's going to go way over or way under. For example, the under 42.5. That would be amazing if that happened, but that's at plus 510. If you think somehow this ends up being a defensive, Super Bowl, kind of like that 13-3 game with the Patriots and the Rams, then there's an opportunity. If you think this is going to go over, once you hit 57 points, that's at plus 104 and just keeps going over and over there if you think this is going to be a shootout. So, I think it's set well where it is. That's why I kind of think it's going to be the under, but realistically, I want the over. But if you feel like there's a scenario where this goes way over or way under, definitely take a look at those alternate lines. You can get some big money bets on those ones.
All right, guys. I mean, obviously, an interesting twist in this game is the Bucs are the first team to play a Super Bowl in their home stadium.
Oh.
The NFL this week, though, I'm sure you haven't heard that at all. People aren't talking about that at all.
No.
But the NFL saying this week the Bucs can't fire off the cannons in the stadium to celebrate a touchdown since this is technically a neutral site. So,
boo!
I mean, how much are you taking the location of the game into account in the bets that you're looking at here, Steve?
I mean, look, let's look at all the recent trends where this happened. Oh, that's right, there is none. I mean,
True.
I don't know. I mean, this doesn't really do anything for me. It's like, when you think of the Super Bowl, we've always had these neutral sites. So it's not like one of these teams had home field advantage. Like, sure, maybe, 70% fans for one team or whatever.
Name. I'll tell you this off air, like when I know the cameras aren't rolling, but we'll talk about that another time. But most importantly, you do, huge tease that no one's going to get tied in. It's 2:30. We're not used to doing sims at this time. We do even numbers here. But no, Koff, I know you set up this contest, which we greatly appreciate.
Sure. I know.
What's your lineup? What's your lineup?
It's you had mentioned this earlier off the air. It's right out of the page of BK, our buddy BK. I have anyone who does well today because as it turns out, I built a lineup and then I just like an idiot got distracted and I didn't press submit. So I'm going to be the guy that you can find at the very bottom of the free roll in last place with 0 points that says I did not draft. But I know that you have a lineup, obviously, so you be more responsible than I am. So who you got?
Okay, so I have been dealing with the Saints. I've had like 5 Saints games this week, and they've all been with Christian. But I'm glad to have some new blood, old blood, if you would, with you. But I have Lamar Jackson, the captain. Yes, I know it is chalky, but you got to roll with it right now. Drew Brees, Michael Thomas has been on an absolute tear recently, Koff. Michael Thomas was super fadeable for a while. Snead, Lutt, Dobbins. I got to get a kicker. It's indoors. Points will be coming to him, so. That's my lineup looks like. So whenever somebody scores, Coffee, all you have to say, just so you know the rules, you say, oh, that guy was in my lineup. That's the OG BK. Before he was like, now he's like fine with like not being right. But like when he first started, it was like, oh, that catch by, it's like Dobbins, like he was in my lineup.
2nd and 3 from the 30 seconds into the opening quarter. Virtual Nolans. And so obviously these teams playing in the dome. It's, it's good to see. Well, maybe not if you're Drew Brees, but it's good to see on the day of the Super Bowl, Drew Brees in action. Sure, it's virtual AI Drew Brees, but still, this is a guy who in the projected send-off season, the swan song year, I don't know that we're going to see Drew Brees again in a uniform playing a meaningful game or any game that doesn't involve his kids on a high school field somewhere. And so if it's all over, obviously, he'll be remembered as an all-time great. But here in Simland on a Super Bowl Sunday, he is still involved, and that is wonderful.
It is. It is nice to see him. You saw the, he took the deferred his bonus money that basically frees him up to make some moves in the in-between until he makes his official retirement announcement, which is expected. I think they said like in 2 weeks. I don't know why. There's so much moves. I don't get the NFL. I don't even know if we call this off-season yet. Technically, tomorrow would be the off season, but like trades are being made, rumors are spreading like wildfire.
Yeah, I mean, technically nothing becomes official in terms of trades and then obviously start of free agency and all that stuff. Nothing until, I don't know, early March 7th, ballpark, whatever it is. That's the start of the new league year. And so, yeah, you've got this basically a month period where you don't really know how to identify it other than no one's doing anything. At least, I mean, there may be trades and whatever that are consummated, but nothing can become official, as we said. But over this next month, there's nothing real that is happening. We just wait. We wait.
So we know Matthew Stafford will be a Ram, or will he? Tune in March.
Did you see that report from Schefter earlier today? Let me read this to you if you missed it. So
I think I know what you're talking about, but hit me.
I'm sure you do. So it says during trade talks to acquire Matthew Stafford, the Carolina Panthers made a serious offer to the Lions for their 8th overall pick, a 5th round pick, and quarterback Teddy Bridgewater. Per league sources, Detroit opted to take the Rams offer while Carolina is still looking, and then that was followed with, when trade talks began between the Rams and Lions, the first player Detroit requested in a trade for QB Matthew Stafford was defensive tackle Aaron Donald, per sources. The Rams told the Lions that's not happening before the two sides later figured out the eventual compensation package. I mean, how does that even happen and not in a joke form?
If I could,
you would have to get laughed off the phone.
The best way I can relate it, there's so many things I could say here, but the way I'll look at this is go back to when you were, going to the mall with your buddies and your parents had to drive you, right? And you go to your parents and you say, hey, we might stop at the food court and maybe go to whatever the CD shop of Strawberries. That might be a local chain, but could I have like $20? Your mother and father would be like, or whoever, guardian might be like, sure. But you know what you should have done is said, hey, we're going to Strawberries, we're going to hit the food court, and I might want some new clothes. Could I have like $150? And what are they going to say to you? They're going to laugh you off. They're going to say no. But then when you ask for 20, it's like, oh, yeah, no problem. Or maybe you could then ask for 30. Moral of the story is, Koff, you can't ask for more later. You have to ask for the most right up front. So I applaud the Detroit Lions. I would have said Donald and Ramsey. I would have thrown everybody. And I would I want first-round picks, Aaron Donald. Give me like Vance Jefferson. And, we'll give you Matthew Stafford. And I'm like, what are you thinking? Then when you say, hey, can we get like maybe a couple first-round picks in the future? Like, that's more like it. That's my way of looking at it.
Obi-Wan, WTF is this convo? Mall babies? GTFO. No, we're not talking about mall babies. Get out of here, Obi-Wan. You know that reminds me of, though, not his comment, but yours. My kids are older than yours, obviously, and they're getting to the point where they think everything is a negotiation, and they will try and... Right. I get it. I come by that naturally, as we got a run here for a first inside the 5, and J.K. Dobbins stopped short there at the 4-yard line. So we will wait, obviously, a first and goal on the way. And let me correct myself. That was Mark Ingram on that run.
And teasing me.
Yeah, I'm sorry. My, I'll be like, hey, could you help me shovel outside? Something timely like today. Could you help me shovel outside?
Yeah.
$50.
$50.
That's but to your point about starting high, $50. Like, how about no money and just come help me shovel? Like, what are you talking? They're going to pay you to help me shovel outside.
But look, those are smart kids, though. They're going to be very successful. Always aim high, settle low. And if the answer is 0, then hey, you were going to do it anyways. Might as well try to get $1.
Yeah, I mean there are definitely, as Ingram, I'm certain that time, stopped at the 4, right back to the line of scrimmage. There are days where I am just, so tired, so overworked, so whatever, that, and there'll be that, we can all relate, like there'll be that meeting you have to attend, but there's no one available to watch the kids. Maybe your wife's not home or she's tied up with work, whatever.
Sounds like my day today. Continue.
Yeah, exactly. And I'll say to like my 8-year-old, like I will give you $5 to watch your brothers for the next hour. I am desperate. Please don't take advantage of this.
This is not going to be the regular.
But I need your help. I need no one around me for the next hour. All right.
There's a sack on our guy Lamar, though. Almost as depressing as Koff having to give his kids money to make sure one of their other brothers doesn't jump off the stairs or something.
Keep each other safe, exactly. So on 4th and goal, we got the 29-yard field goal try. It's good, no problem. And
pick the wrong kicker.
If you have Justin Tucker in your lineup, like I obviously do, it is a lead here for Baltimore.
Yeah, so 3-0 off the gates, the field goal, not the offense you were looking for, especially to start. Lamar's been red hot. He's averaging upwards of like 35 over their last 3. That's quick math in my head. Yeah, they get stuffed twice.
We are closing in on 300 likes here on the Dream Stream with north of 500 watching. Smash that like, folks. We appreciate you. Get on in there, hit the like. We're at about 275. Get us to 300. Jay Mills says, how about if you don't shovel, you don't eat?
Ooh. That's the one to use. I'm going to use that
Jimmy
one.
B said, you don't shovel. How about no electronics the rest of the day?
Ooh.
Yeah, people coming in hot.
Couple parents of the year out there.
That's what I'm saying. So let me ask you something that I asked our pal Ducey earlier, which is this.
Speak for yourself, yes.
How you feeling about this game tonight? Before all the DFS conversation and stuff that obviously we'll get into, just the game itself. How you feeling about it? What are you most looking forward to?
Okay. Feeling about it pretty good from a perspective that I think it's like as a non-fan of the teams, because I'm not one of those bandwagon jumpers that decided to become a Buccaneers fan because the quarterback that has led me to many happy Sundays went there. I'm a Brady fan, sure. Buccaneers fan, no. Frauds. Anyways.
Like Brendan Glasheen, go on.
Yeah. Well, we can maybe do this after because I could go on a whole rant. But what I will say is I'm really excited, Koff, because we have a real, true prime time matchup. You know a little bit about me. I'm a wrestling fan. You want a big main event. You want the big, like the 2 best guys or the most popular. That's what you're getting here. Tom Brady versus Patrick Mahomes, 2 last Super Bowl champions facing off together. First time in history. I think this is like, this has all the makings of like the perfect game. Like, go back the past few years. San Francisco, good story, fun, but were they really that, like, powerhouse of a team?
No.
I say no.
Yeah,
go,
definitely not.
2 years ago, Rams were a really good team. They trended the right direction. The second half of the year, they kind of fade off. They didn't have that appeal. Like, it was more the coaches were the story, right? It was like Sean McVay, the young Belichick versus, well, Belichick. Right. Like, that was like, okay. Like, this one literally is like, wow, this is Powerhouse City. I am just stoked to just get it started. We're, a little under 4 hours to kick off. Alicia Keys going to be singing the national anthem. If you haven't already heard, there's been a leaked version, so you can't do what you normally might do with that one. But
oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, somebody filmed the walkthrough.
Oh, not good.
And so all the DK Sportsbook had to shut her down. But anyways, so I'm really looking forward to it. I don't have a favorite. I don't have a hard pick. I feel the Chiefs are just too hard to beat. And the Spagnuolo storyline can be fun to play with if Brady loses another Super Bowl, but I don't know. That's kind of where I'm thinking overall, but I'm looking forward to the game.
I just, and I said to Kenny earlier, and this is not unlike what I said about the Bucks and Saints or Bucks and Packers or some of these other great matchups that, we've had on paper going into the games, but to put it in the context of a Super Bowl, a couple of years back, and you certainly know this as a Patriots fan, but I think anybody knows this just as a football fan. A couple of years back, we thought we were going to get potentially like the greatest Super Bowl ever between the Patriots and the Rams, based on what those teams were obviously during the regular season, even during the playoffs leading up to the game. And then it was just a horrible Super Bowl unless you love defense, 13-3.
Which, can I be honest, Koff, just very quickly, I'm interjecting. Yeah. I do. I actually go back. That game's hard to watch because everything stopped at like the 35-yard line several times. But there's something so pure about that game. And it wasn't, I like a defensive game, not a poor offensive game. Those are two totally different things. But go on, please. Kind sir.
So that game, and I don't remember obviously what people were definitively expecting in terms of totals, but obviously we were expecting a high scoring game. We were looking for a game that was going to be in the high 50s, maybe even low 60s. And I think while that one certainly did not live up to the hype, that is how people are feeling about this one as well. It's why there are a lot of people that are projecting a game that could be not unlike what we saw in our Madden preview simulation yesterday between the Chiefs and Bucks, a game that could finish 35-28 or something along those lines.
Sure.
And that would be the dream, right? That's regardless of which way you are rooting, so LeBron James the other day, I know I'm going in circles here, but LeBron James the other day was asked after the Lakers game. He's on with TNT, and of course they try and put him on the spot, Kevin Harlan and Reggie Miller, and they said, "Who you got in the Super Bowl?" And diplomatic as he is, he says, Tom's a good friend of mine. Rob Gronkowski's a good friend of mine. Mike Evans, Patrick Mahomes. I'll tell you what, I'm going to take a cop out. I just want to see a great game.
No.
And
Oh, that bothers me so much.
I know. So that's what he did. And that's honestly, like, if you thought he was going to answer the question, like, joke's on you. Of course he was going to say that. But while I do have a preference, I would like to see Brady get number 7. I know I was not, as Glash likes to say, I was not actively rooting for him all the way through. Now that he's here, I would rather see him win than the Chiefs win. So I am in the Tom Brady camp.
Yes.
Go out and win this thing. But, ultimately, like, am I going to be sad? Am I going to cry myself to sleep if the Bucs lose? But like you said earlier, I'm not a Bucs fan. More than anything else, I just want to see a great game. To take a cue from LeBron, I just want to see a great game tonight. That's ultimately the most important thing to me. That and that my lineups do well.
I was going to say, win me some quiche and entertain me while I eat snacks that you normally don't eat at like Sunday at 8:30 at night. That's really the key to a good Super Bowl. No, I agree with a lot of what you said, Cuff. I really don't like Justin Herbert's been all over the place because he won Rookie of the Year. He was interviewed on like Total Access or one of those shows in NFL. And I was so upset because he said the same thing. Like, who do you pick and who do you think will win? That's all they say. Who do you think? Just like LeBron. Oh, well, I just want it to be a good game. You do not, that's not bulletin board material if you say, wow, I played Patrick. Oh, fake. Hold on.
Got it.
How did he get it?
Get the first, though, right on the line. Bringing out the sticks.
No.
Oh.
That's
Sorry,
how you
Mads.
go big. That's how
Sorry,
you go
Mads.
big. No, I'm not apologizing.
That's not going to move the chains.
That is how you, it is Super Bowl Sunday. You go big or you go home. This is what it's all about. Cough. I love that. I am so excited about that play. We don't get that all the time.
No, I like it. Nice aggressive AI on a Super Bowl Sunday.
I literally jumped out of my chair.
You did? You stood up?
I'm sorry. I'm all fired up today.
Love it. But you were saying Justin Herbert and...
Sorry. But Justin Herbert said this.
So on.
Yeah, he just said, hey, humble guy. Like, I just want it to be a good game. Both those guys are great. Grew up watching Tom. Patrick set the standard. I'm like, dude, just say, you know what? I play Patrick twice a year. They're a tough team to beat. Tom Brady, I think, in the Bucs might be able to do it. Or say, I'm going to roll with, I want to see them bring it so, like, puts more competition in the division. You don't have to be, like, you're not politically correct by not taking a stance. You're politically dumb. Like, LeBron, I heard that same thing. It's like, you sound like a moron. Like, we want to hear this. Like, takes, it's not a take. It's all you say, Tom Brady's done, so it's going to be Patrick. Like, that's done. That's the takey stuff. But I don't know. I get all bent out of shape by that stuff, too.
Yeah.
But almost, go ahead, please. Please cut me off.
No. What I was going to say is, there's also another way to answer it where you're still not answering the question, right? Like, you don't have to say, I'm just, like I did earlier. I just want to see a great game.
Just hope it's fun.
Yeah, you can be diplomatic and still not answer the question. Like, you could say something, if you're LeBron, or Herbert or whomever it may be, you could say something like, man, I mean, Chiefs are loaded. They're the defending champs. We know what Patrick Mahomes is capable of. Dude's out there doing it every Sunday. I mean, it's hard to not say the Chiefs are going to go out. They're the favorites for a reason. But at the same time, shoot, Tom Brady's here for the 10th time. He's got Evans. He's got Godwin. Gronkowski's experienced as well. Brady's still, he threw for 40 touchdowns this year. I don't know how you bet against Tom. And like at least you offered a little bit of context while still not answering the question. But you give something.
Yeah, I don't know. It just say, you know what? I think the Bucs will win. And guess what? If you're wrong, nobody cares. No one's going back to LeBron or Justin Herbert or all these other toe tapping, sitting on the fence who Glash used to be, but now Glash is all hardcore Bucs. He's got his Bucs cup. I hope that thing breaks tonight. I just want to say one thing. All these Buccaneers fans from New England. So I got one last chance at this, right?
Yeah.
I hope you all enjoy all this gear you've wasted your money on in 3 years. Go buy Brady jersey. I don't mind the Brady jersey or the Brady shirts, but this Buccaneers paraphernalia that you've just jumped on that bandwagon, that I think is foolish. So all these local sports hosts here up in Boston calling people frauds. If you don't root for the Buccaneers, you're not a real Patriots fan. That makes 0 sense. Nice hot take and get people talking, but it literally makes no sense. Whoever your favorite player is, we have Samir here, we have Madison, we got Frangelico, we got Derek. Great crew we got here. I'm sure they all have had favorite players. And Kaufman, maybe you have too, that have departed. And you probably followed that player, but did you actually then continue? Like, I'm the biggest Drew Bledsoe fan in the world. I stand by it. I don't care. I bought his Bills jersey. I didn't actively root for the Bills against the Patriots, but every other game I did. When he went to the Dallas Cowboys, I was all hyped up. The preseason Sports Illustrated was Cowboys, Patriots, Brady, Bledsoe. What a story. I was a Bledsoe fan in Dallas. The moment he got benched and Tony Romo took over, see you later, Dallas Cowboys stuff. Not that I had a ton of it, just Bledsoe. I was done. That's the way. That's called being a fan. This whole I'm sure DK Simfam, all you guys in the chat, your favorite players have probably moved from sport to sport or retired that were in other cities. You probably don't care about that team anymore.
Well, and on top of that, like, you obviously localized it there, meaning, Drew Bledsoe was, he was a Patriot. So it started, organically, favorite team and then favorite player for your favorite team and so on and so forth. Like, my favorite athlete ever.
Oh, wait, hold on. Let me guess. Oh, Adam Kaufman, basketball fan.
It's not that tough to guess when
I would
you
guess
consider my age and era and all that.
Oh, well, I was gonna say like Larry Bird, just because you're such a basketball guy. Michael Jordan.
My favorite athlete ever, Ken Griffey Jr.
Oh, that was gonna be my 17th guess.
But I was, and so I was kind of, I mean, never more than the Red Sox, but I was kind of, I guess, a Mariners fan in that I wanted to see him do well. But certainly after he left, after he decided he wanted out because he wanted to go home to Cincinnati, I never for one second was a Reds fan or a White Sox fan for the 5 seconds that he was there, or even cared all that much when he went back to Seattle in the back end. I wasn't like all of a sudden right on up into the Mariners again. Like, I don't think I ever had a Seattle Mariners hat. I did have a Griffey jersey, multiple. I even had a Griffey Reds jersey, but I was not a Reds fan. I was a Griffey fan.
And I'm a fan of that touchdown right there by my dude. And he's in your lineup too, Koff.
My captain, J.K. Dobbins.
And I get it. And by the way, DK Sim fam, call me what you want. I'm a passionate human being. It comes out here and there. I try to keep it mellow, but this bothers me. It hit me in the nerves. So exactly what Kaufman just said, and you know what's weird? Juxtaposition. I am a Reds fan, oddly enough. So I was all about that when it happened, but I'm with you. And that's the way most fans are. You're going to follow the player, but you don't pretend like this team is now your team. Like Joe Montana, I would love to know all those San Francisco fans. I'm sure they were just all Kansas City Chiefs fans. No, that's not how it works. You become a fan and you like, I want to see, to get my point here, I want to see Tom Brady win tonight because I think it will still be a good thing in the conversation of the lineage of his career and everything that happened with the Patriots. And I think we'll also light a fire under said Patriot organization. I just want to see him be victorious. If the Chiefs win tonight, I don't go to bed unhappy. I don't cry. It's Patrick Mahomes is starting his own little now big part of his career. He's been 2 straight Super Bowl victories would be awesome. But I think like there's everybody in this fan that's listening. They'll watch us back because they're all like, I got to see that Saints-Ravens game from earlier.
Got to.
You know you have a favorite player that has probably departed a team unless you're a fan of Kobe, Tim Duncan,
those
Dirk.
rare players that stay on one team their entire careers.
I really can't think of many that have been like Brett Favre.
Jeter.
Ended up leaving. Oh, Jeter, yes. Like, there you go. Like, there's a handful, well, 4. But, like, if you're fans of them, cool. But if you're not, and, like, your players have jumped around, you're more than likely at least had an interest in that team, but not, like, buying the gear. Like, you could buy your players' gear. But, again, now I'm starting to sound just as preachy as them.
Brendan Glasheen
Sum it up.
tweeting earlier. Actually, he tweeted this a couple weeks ago, but then he did a little bump. He retweeted himself. Said he's probably going to appear in the chat. Says, if you call yourself a Patriots fan, you best be cheering for Tom Brady and the Buccaneers today. It's all about coming together during these times, and then hits you with an end of discussion.
Okay. That's where I have not done a sim with him since then, and I had to personally text him and tweet him about this. That is a ridiculous comment. You should get. I will tell you, there's nobody that loves togetherness like I do. Goff. One day, Samir, me, you, Madison, Frangelico, Derek. I don't know where you guys all live, but we're gonna hug. We're gonna break bread, and we are gonna come together when everything is right. But do not tell somebody if you're a fan of one team, you have to now root for another team. That does not make sense. Never. It just doesn't. End of discussion.
On top of fight me. On top of that too, Rossi almost lost his water. 2 minutes left. Here in
That's
the
a throw.
second
That's a
quarter.
callback.
Yeah, 10-0. Baltimore is in front here. New Orleans with the ball. On top of that, and I'm going to choose my words carefully here, but we got enough of the hashtag team always here. The people that know what I have and have not said about Tom Brady over the last, almost a year at this point, but certainly during the postseason, who I've rooted for and who I have not. Have I even one time put my views upon you? There is not a single part of me that root for whoever you want to root for, much as I'm going to root for, I'm going to root for. And I might make a case as to why you should be interested in rooting my same way, because I believe I will have a compelling case for it. But if you don't, you don't. Root for whoever you want. Telling someone who they are supposed to root for, I will just never understand. I don't get that. What is it? Never mind your business. What do you care who I'm rooting for?
Well, because you're a popular pop culture icon, and we need to know.
It's the royal eye, not me personally. It's
sorry.
The royal eye. I don't care that if Flash were for some reason pro Chiefs today, fine. I don't care. I heard you talk about Boston sports hosts, and you could probably identify who said this, but I heard someone on the radio say just yesterday, if you are not rooting frantically, passionately for Tom Brady and the Buccaneers to win this Super Bowl, then you are a big baby with a giant stinky diaper.
Which is, by the way, stop telling everybody my business, said host. I told you that in privacy. The size 4 diapers don't feel like they used to, but we're still trying them out. That stuff is just it's good for that medium, and I get it.
It's talk radio.
Yes,
exactly.
But people have to really understand, as a true fan, let's just say you're a Saints fan, and Alvin Kamara is your guy. Or maybe more realistically, Michael Thomas, because he may not be back next year. They may have to trade him, and he may score a touchdown here for my roster, and hopefully Drew Brees throws it to him.
This is the end. Oh! Jared Cook, touchdown.
Son of my gun. Not the guy I was looking for, but Jared Cook, a beast in this one. This is his 3rd straight game with a touchdown. Keep an eye on Jared Cook here as we go forward in these sims, because this Saints team, it used to be fade Breeze all day, and now all of a sudden this guy is finding his way into the end zone again. But just quick, Michael Thomas, let's say he's a Raven next year. Are you buying a Baltimore Ravens shirt and cap, or are you going to buy maybe a jersey to support said player on that team? You can buy all that stuff. I don't care, but I just don't believe people actually become fans long-term specifically. So all these nice little sound bites are cute. And again, Tom Brady and the Patriots will always be relevant when Tom Brady's around. They're irrelevant in so many ways right now, but I just think that is a ridiculous take. I was trying to think of the Chiefs, I feel have the same roster that they've had last year. I can't even think of a player that came.
Yeah, there are no notable changes. I mean, they added Le'Veon Bell, but
okay, no,
today
I don't think so. It's he has been the most quiet star in the past 3 weeks. No one's even talking. You hear all about Sammy Watkins and Eric Fisher. Darrell Williams looks like he's a good play today. Yeah. But just to make that a good example. So if you are a diehard Steelers fan, are you rooting for the Chiefs so Le'Veon gets his ring? You very well could be. But if you're not, I don't think that makes you not a Steelers fan, even though he burned the house down on the way out. But, same similar situation.
10-7 game, $1.13 left here in the opening half. When we get to the second half, I want to talk more about the Super Bowl and get into the DFS stuff.
Get me off of this. Get me off of this.
Kenny and I did a lot of that, but I want Rossi's thoughts, obviously, as well. Especially since so many of you like to hashtag Fade Ducey. I think it's important that we find out where Rossi stands on a lot of these different things as he chases down $1 million right along with the rest of you today. Lamar.
Just hit the dude in the helmet.
Do you see that, though? Do you see what just popped up? I know we've been talking over this sim quite a bit, not acknowledging the game a ton. Lamar Jackson has only thrown the ball 3 times.
Yeah, it's not good. He's run. He's good yardage on the ground, but still not. You want that nice balance.
B. Keith says, I'm number 2 spot, the free roll. Stop the game.
Okay.
Samir, quick, power outage.
Everybody, we're done. Wrap it up.
Gotta go, guys.
I want to answer some of the questions Madison grabbed from Twitch.
Oh.
If you don't mind. I just saw Dark Dracul asked me what my thoughts were on the NFL awards last night. I got in for most of you and Kenny earlier. Did you guys talk about it? The awards?
Oh, no. I mean, not other than, Aaron Rodgers inevitably winning MVP and then sliding into the conversation that he got engaged. That was odd.
Wait, what?
Yeah, he just mentioned in passing, what a great year it's been. I got engaged. What?
I did not see. I didn't watch anything.
it was really
sneaky.
Yeah, I mean, everyone assumes I can't think of her name, Shalane, the actress that he's now been very quietly dating since he broke up with Danica Patrick. Yeah.
Toss Danica to the pits.
In fact, there were reports at the time that she is the reason that they broke up.
Hey, listen, do what you got to do. You got one shot at this life, so if you're not happy, move on. Try not to be a cheat, but hey, whatever. Don't throw stones in a glass house.
What?
Yeah, so
hey, good. No. Kenny didn't get engaged, Matt. We're talking about Aaron Rodgers.
Oh my God, no! Spread it now. This is our last chance. Congratulations to Kenny and his engagement. And his engagement. The bunk beds are gonna have, they're gonna have to split them. Maybe they'll be like an old couple with the two beds next to each other. That would be awesome. So congratulations to Kenny. That is such good news. But yeah, I thought Aaron Rodgers was a no-doubter for the MVP. Offensive Player of the Year going to Derrick Henry. I don't really understand how the MVP is one thing, the Offensive Player is another. But
sure,
you spread the awards. I like that. He deserved it. Defensive Player of the Year, Aaron Donald. A lot of people upset. Thought T.J. Watt got it. Saw the Twitter was all over that with numbers, but Donald's just so dominating. And Defensive Rookie, of course, Jason Young. So I not in Herbert. I like it. I didn't watch it, I'll be honest, but I saw all the awards, and congratulations to those wonderful players.
Josh Allen, the
fantasy
most valuable player.
DraftKings awarded that one I saw.
You gotcha.
I like it, and I'm very upset.
Dream Stream just prior to this.
Yeah, was it Jessie?
Jessie, yeah.
Okay, I thought I saw her interview. I didn't know who she was talking to because I mute everything out, and he kind of has just the kind of average Joe look right now. So sooner or later he'll become a beautified star and probably in GQ. It's only a matter of time. But no, I'm just mad I didn't draft Josh Allen. I'll be honest. A lot of envy.
10-7 game, final 20 seconds here, opening half. Jason Rossi, Adam Kaufman, producer Madison, Samir, our technical director, Derek Frangelico, our game ops squad. Woo! Thank you all for being here with us. Closing in on 300 likes here on the YouTube. Smash that like button. Yeah, tickle the like. And also give us a follow on Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings. Appreciate you.
Yeah, I hope everyone's having a hell of a Super Bowl Sunday. You can tell I'm jacked over here. I'm really cough. This is our last real football for what? 6
hours, and then tomorrow it's right back.
I said real football.
Oh, no, okay, not simulated.
No, we're not going anywhere, dude. We're going to be locked and loaded.
Yeah, no, Dream Stream is coming at you with 6 simulations 7 days a week, constantly, obviously. But to your point, we won't have a real football game for however many months.
7 months?
A while, yeah.
Right, because if we get preseason, we'll see obviously as things kind of develop, but yeah, I am so jacked. Like I said, that's what I think is exciting about this too. We're ending with two of the you can't make an argument these aren't two of the best teams. You could say, oh, I really wish the Bills were here. Sure. Packers. I can't really think. Was there any other team that's really the Steelers from 3 months ago? But these are we got a heavyweight fight tonight, and regardless of how the game goes, that's what excites me about it.
That's what annoys me about, and you've heard it, this is not an NFL thing, this is across sports. And it's not even about the leagues themselves, it's about the people. You've heard people out there saying oh, it's a pandemic, this isn't a real championship. Well,
what?
The NBA, pre-pandemic, the Lakers were the title favorites, and the Lakers won the championship. And you're going to tell me that the Chiefs and Buccaneers weren't title favorites coming into this NFL season, and would have been regardless. They were right up there, dismiss the Bucs a little bit if you want in favor of teams like the Packers or the Saints, but they were right there adding Tom Brady into the conversation. So this is, I've just never understood the pandemic faux championship just because, either with bubbles and a lack of travel in some sports, or obviously, here in this sport, you didn't have the home field advantage of having fans in the stands in most stadiums. I don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me. This is going to be a fun game.
Yeah, and just very quickly on that, at the end of the day, some teams probably didn't have the full boat you were expecting, but we made it this far. Of all the sports we've seen a championship thus far, since the pandemic, this one seems the most legit. They played a full season. No stopping. There was moments of pushing things back.
Postponements, yeah.
Yeah, but that, I don't see, you can have your argument about the NBA all you want. It was who's the best rec league team? Sure, if you want to go there, I'm not. And baseball, you can have another conversation with that. But this one, I personally, I'm not, argument ends here. It's the most legit sport championship yet, aside from the eating contest that'll be next.
baseball would be the most justifiable. And by the way, the Dodgers still won it. So, remove that. It's not like you had the Orioles or, a team like that go. I mean, you had the number one teams in their respective conference, leagues, American League, National League, the Rays and the Dodgers go and play the World Series, and the Dodgers won. As going into any year, the last few years, the Dodgers would have been title favorites and the Yankees would have been in the conversation. The Rays certainly get their respect as well. So, if anything, you could target baseball just because it was such a shorter season, but that would have only been if we had gotten, this weird champ, but you didn't. You got a chalk champ still, so it didn't matter.
Cough, you just unlocked the curse. Or the cure or whatever it's going to be. The Buccaneers are winning tonight. I just shut it down. Go do what you have to do with that information. Because so the Dodgers won, right?
Yeah.
Championship. Departed. I'm just saying. Mookie
Yeah.
Betts. I was trying. I'm like, Lakers, there's nobody. Not that it's ancient history, but Rajon Rondo was the Celtic, left Boston, wins for the arch nemesis. He was.
Yeah.
Now Tom Brady leaves. By the way, the world ended when he left. So thanks, Tom. And now he's going to win. So there it is. Do with that information as you will. Kaufman is a magician. He really is.
Any big, probably no big former Bruins on the Lightning, right? Is the Lightning one?
Don't go against the argument we got going here.
Don't ruin it.
Please don't. And each one of those players won a championship at Boston. Samir, you don't even have to write it. Pop on the mic. It is Super Bowl Sunday. There are no rules. Even though Koff's driving, I feel like we're emptying the tank here. It's going to have a heck of a rest of the day. But that is true. They all won championships here in Boston. And now, since they departed, there it is. Bucks by 1 million.
See, Matt says, so the Caps winning this year? Zdeno Chara, baby.
Yeah, it could. Maybe this is the end. I don't know. Mm-hmm. I don't like it. I can tell you all that. It was Tom Brady's fault. 2020 was Tom Brady's fault.
Yep.
Everyone can bring it to the bank. So now who's gonna
forehead? Kaufman is something.
Kaufman's the best. All right. I want to say two things, and then I'm gonna just shut up and let you drive. Like you doing a great job. Yesterday, there was a funny comment made to me on the side, but I think it's so true. You and Glash did such a good job with our guy J-Dubs jumping in. I thought you guys were awesome together. And the joke was like, could you having you two, you're like a special event. You're like the Super Bowl tonight, right? Like two of the best coming together.
Something like that.
Yeah, take the compliment. So
okay,
I thought about it. If it was like you, let's just say me, because I'm here. I don't want to make fun of anybody else. And J-Dub, look at the conversations that we cross and go through. I'm sure he's would have dug it. Don't get me wrong. He probably went to the mall a ton as a kid and asked his parents for a lot of money. But it was just you guys are just so great together. The three of you having his little insights, being a Madden streamer, being a part of EA's whole weekend too. I thought that was super cool. So good job to you guys and Madison and everybody behind the scenes.
I'm sure. Well, I know you popped into the chat at one point in time yesterday. I don't know if you saw this, but there were a few people in the chat that were kind of, they weren't saying it was bad or anything. They were very complimentary, but they were swinging the other way from what you're saying in this regard. They were saying, man, the two of you, being obviously Glash and I, have you guys have such a sort of sim feud going on that you play up all the time, that listening to you guys just get along and move things along with J-Dub and have a happy harmony broadcast, it's uncomfortable. We don't like it. You're supposed to be picking on one another.
So the DK Sim fam never knows what they want. Call the sim when the sim, don't call the sim. Pick on each other, don't pick on each other. Every time I'm on with Kenny, all people do is say, do the Kenny impression. I told them, and I've done this.
Kenny got engaged, by the way?
Yeah, dude, congratulations to Kenny, by the way. Make sure everyone swarms at Kenny Ducey with the congratulations of the engagement. That is so nice. Sweet kid. He put it in his poached chicken for his buffalo dip, I heard. Honey, can you pull it with the fork? What's this?
Oh my God.
Is this what it meant? What I think? He actually slipped the ring in by accident. It's a whole scene.
God. Why are you getting down on one knee? What are you doing? What's happening right now? What is happening right now?
So with that being said, doing the Kenny when he's not here is much funnier than doing it with him. And I'm not saying that I've done the Emerson with Emerson, and he just kind of it's funnier not behind their back. They all know I do it, but it's if I do a Kaufman, not that I do much, I just usually turn my chair and do this and start to tell you a little weave your tail. But it's like
that.
It's just not the same. I don't know. It doesn't have the same thing. And people make fun of me. If you do it to me, it's okay, funny, but it loses a little bit of its luster. You need a different person to play off of.
Ironically, that is exactly how my wife impersonates me too. The kicking back in the chair, like throwing one arm up, and like, man, all right, calm down. Football complete inside 15, Breeze up to 201 passing. Still a 10-10 game, but Saints looking to change that. Yeah, it was a lot of fun with J-Dub yesterday. Hopefully J-Dub comes on back and joins us again, obviously, and exposing our brand to his audience was a ton of fun as well, and a lot of people coming over and enjoying in the Sims. So that was great. That was great. In fact, I didn't say this to J-Dub because it happened after the fact. I should send him a tweet or something. I fell down kind of a J-Dub video. I'm all right. I got back up. I fell down kind of a J-Dub video rabbit hole after the Sim. I just wanted to, learn a little bit more about the types of non-Madden videos that he's putting out, because obviously he's a popular Madden Twitch streamer. But so I go to his YouTube page because the link was right there on his Twitter, and it, a whole bunch of videos, whether it's Smear would be into this, like sneaker unboxing videos, and just like, I mean, a guy who is a collector of a lot of different things for sure. And it was really, it was just, I don't know, that whole, it's so different than what we do here, obviously, in the Dream Stream. And I've just never really watched a lot of the like solo broadcast dude just sitting there and interacting with the chat, and long pauses between remarks because you're just reading the chat, deciding what you want to answer or respond to and not. And it's just such a totally different type of video, obviously. But man, people get into it. I mean, he's got a huge following, not unlike a lot of people that do the same types of content.
No, it's really cool, and it is really funny. I used to make fun of people that do the unboxing until I just got envious because they have like millions of views of like, I got a blanket from my work. I should have just filmed myself opening it. Like they sent like a thank you, which was super cool. Like I see like DK, you guys got like the gear and stuff. Like when you get that coffee, you should do like, even on Twitter, it'll be really funny. Just do like a opening your mail. Yes. All right, here it is. This is a
it's a bill.
35 cents. It's a oh, the mortgage.
Yeah. Turns out I got to pay the electric this month.
I'm telling you, but knowing like the way people consume content, it could be a hit.
Robbie Noble, by the way, I don't want this to get overlooked, says Rossi is the hashtag DK Sim fam. He is the heart of this. He cares, and I see this.
I appreciate that. I am, if anything, I'm like the fat like gut. I'm just kind of there. People don't always, you don't always want it, but then sometimes if you like, you feel okay about yourself, you're like, yeah, I appreciate who I am. So I'm the heart, absolutely not. Robbie, I appreciate your positivity. You probably say that to people all the time, but I am definitely not. I might be the clogged valve.
Oh no, stop that.
Oh jeez.
Oh jeez. 3.5 to go, third quarter. It is 13-10 after a Will Lutz field goal. So we were talking with Kenny a lot on the last Sim about lineup construction, and someone had asked a question to both of us, hey, who's your captain tonight? And I gave a really roundabout answer and was accused of kind of ducking the question. And I want to revisit that because I spent a good chunk of in-between Sims, the 15 minutes or whatever we had, just sort of looking at salaries and making dummy builds and all that. But I tend, I've said this a zillion times, but for anyone that hasn't heard it, I'm not a multi-entry guy. I tend to, even if I'm doing multi-contests, I like to commit myself to one lineup and just root for it against whomever else I'm playing, obviously. And I'm not one of those like roots for a billion different outcomes people. Good for you if you are. It's just not my thing. And so I am admittedly having a hell of a time trying to build my lineup for tonight. Whether it's, because I don't know whether I want to captain a stud and then look around and find some value for the flex, or if I just want to get as many studs as I can in there in the flex and then go with a super cheap captain like a Rojo or a Robinson or a Watkins, who, guys like that. I don't know what my move is going to be. How are you feeling about this?
So I have like 15 lineups, and I've been, over analyzing them for when I think DK opened this up like the day after the championship weekend. So I threw a couple in. You kind of see my style with things, especially in these Sims. If you're not going to go super chalk at the top because the expense, I have Sammy Watkins, a good bunch of him a good bunch of him lists. That's a new term. In my captain, Godwin, not Goodwin. I have Antonio Brown in a bunch. I even have one with Hardman in there just because if he hits, like say he gets like that crazy play that always happens in a Super Bowl of recent memory, like a flea flicker and they go deep and there he is, or a return or something that he plays a role. That's where I look. Cameron Brate has become in my last 2 lineups. He's the captain of both of them because I think he can play a factor. It's just I'm really cheap, so I can fit in because it's hard, Koff. If you're going to captain a Mahomes, a Brady, an Evans, a Hill, a Kelsey to fit all those other players in there, it's actually impossible. That's why this is another intriguing way. And I think whoever's going to take home one of these big money, it could be like Robinson is your captain, or like I'm just looking way down, like Le'Veon Bell. I don't think play like Gronk, but even Gronk has gone up, I believe, in recent years. No, he's super cheap. Yeah, and the captain, he's 45.
The captain, right?
Okay, hold on, got to build another lineup. But like even Scotty Miller at 5, Gronk is an absolute steal potentially. But that's the fit him in, or like call me crazy. Is defense going to show up tonight? Are we going to have a game like we're watching right now? So. See, again, I can't say too much, and I can't tell you what to do with your money or your DK dollars. But I always look at things as Tom Brady doesn't score touchdowns in the first quarter. I know it's a different team,
True.
And usually the defense starts off pretty good in Super Bowls. There's been a few obsessions with that rule, but I think it's I think there's a chance you might see a lower scoring start that you usually do. So I don't know. I don't think a defense is worth captaining. I'm just throwing out I'm just looking at the lower pricing, but maybe you throw a kicker in, Koff. Could we get crazy? Does Buckner kick like 5 50-yarders?
So to me, it doesn't at all. It doesn't appeal to me to have a DST in a lineup tonight. But a kicker, I mean, not both, not a stack them kickers kind of situation.
Oh, could you?
But a kicker, I could absolutely justify that. I don't know if I'm going to do it, but I've been thinking about it. Absolutely.
Why not? Like kickers are they're like defenses.
It just depends on it. It goes back to what you were just saying. How many lineups do you want to build? There are so many combinations with these two rosters that you could absolutely justify. But how many do you want to build?
Do I want to build? Ideally, like 3, because you can really monitor that. It's like fantasy football to me in some ways. Like I can manage 3 teams, but I already have like 6. And now that we looked at those Gronk numbers again, I'm probably going to build another one. But I look at it, this is the end. I'm not going to be able to do this with football. I'll be able to do it with NBA and NHL, and baseball's around the corner if they get their, together. So
sure.
I look at it like this is one last shot. Everyone's watching together. Mm-hmm. It's honestly, it's going to be so cool for that one aspect. Like we're all been separated, Koff, and I want to come over there and just hold your hand and watch a movie together one day.
Oh God.
You supply the popcorn.
Right here. I will. And
is that your heart?
And the beverages.
Oh, thank you. I take
It'll be wonderful.
A low sweetened Diet Coke. No, I'm a big water guy, as you know. But the point is that
available to you.
This is the one day I feel like we're all, since this whole thing started, since DK Simpson, we all came together. This is the one thing we're all going to be watching like together, like the greater part of America, the world. I don't know. Like we're all going to be focused on this one event. I think that's super cool that like we can actually feel like this is something we're all in this together. We've had celebrations similarly, but not directly doing the same sort of activity. So just another reason to get all hyped up about 3 hours from now.
13-10 Saints in front. We have got some Luke Murphy in the chat says, Rossi, Super Bowl Sunday. So can I say what I want? You were the first commentator I listened to on these sims, and man, you are spectacular. You bring amazing spirit to every sim, and I appreciate you.
Okay. The alpha in me is supposed to say, thank you. I know. But the beta in me,
I know.
The beta in me, which I probably really am, is like, you're too kind. It's not true. I do try to bring as much energy, but not any more than anybody you see on camera or behind the scenes. It's a hardworking crew. You know what today is, Koff? Today is like the celebration of football. That's what I'm gathering here from the Sim fam. I saw them all earlier.
It is the Tournament of Champions for DraftKings.
So there it is. And you know what?
We will crown a king of daily fantasy sports later on today, or queen,
or potentially both. Who the heck knows? It's gonna be wild. Stay tuned. No, I think this is a great day. It really is such a fun day. And if you're anywhere like most of the people that you're seeing on camera today, we're also getting crushed with snow again. So
oh yeah,
I'm just keeping my spirits high because I have to shovel at some point.
Yeah. Oh, can't wait. Can't wait. My wife and I were talking about that earlier. So when we I guess we're shoveling post game because I don't see how it's happening beforehand.
Goff, I've already said, I don't know when I'm fitting it in. I gotta make snacks. Like, I don't want you to have to do it with dealing with the kids, and then I don't know. So yeah, I feel like it's gonna be a Monday morning shovel out.
Andy says, hey, Koff, I did a favorite Sims host ranking, and some of your co-hosts got really angry. I didn't mean any harm, LOL. Just thought it'd be cool giving feedback on you guys. So, Andy, and wherever, Rossi and I or anyone else place, obviously, I hope and pray that whatever commentators you're referring to were just having fun with you, and that nobody actually was taking any commentator rankings seriously. I think that we all have thick enough skin to be able to handle that. I hope.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I think I may have started a vicious trend one day because I did like 5 in a row with like similar people. So we did. I was like, give us your top 5 like guys you like to listen to, because people were.
Yeah.
I think they were. I won't say who I was with. We were getting poo-pooed on a little bit, and so I was like, hey, it's all good. You don't have to like me, but like, who are your top 5? Like, who do you look forward to seeing? Like when you.
Sure.
And so that's kind of. I don't know if that's where it all started, but I would say to Andy, always speak your mind on here. If you don't like what you hear, that's okay. Change, and instead of always, and Andy, I know you've been in here for a while, you're a good dude, and so are most of you. Instead of being like, you stink, be like, hey, talk about this, or ask a question. Like, that's how I look at it. Like, I think I once said, Koff, I don't like to poo-poo other people's yum-yum, if you know what I'm saying. If I don't like something, I'm not going to tell you.
I was going to say, I don't know what that means at all.
Well, I'll send you a long diagram of what exactly it means.
Not want to poo-poo someone's yum-yum. Jared Kilgore, my guy, says, Rossi, you have grown on me.
Okay, sorry.
Like facial hair. No, I think that's meant to be a compliment.
Oh, you're welcome.
Like, maybe he didn't love you at first, but now he does.
That's usually how it works.
Like a fungus, right?
Yeah, you didn't want me there, but then you're there, you're like, yeah, it's cool.
Frangelico, our game up says, hashtag poo-poo your yum-yum.
What I mean by that is, if you enjoy something, I'm never one to say that stinks. The perfect example, now that he's here, I brought this up before, was Samir. I didn't get Bad Bunny. I didn't listen to Bad Bunny. I didn't like Bad Bunny per se. Samir was telling me that Bad Bunny is his favorite artist. So then you know what I said? I said, let me sit down and listen. Let me actually listen to this artist. Do I particularly going to go back and listen all the time? No, but then I'm like, I can respect that. I respect it. I'm not like, Samir, Bad Bunny stinks, and you're dumb. Like, I don't like people that do that. Like, obviously, growing up a wrestling fan, like, I got a lot of that. Or even certain players. Like, I don't like to tell people you stink for what you think. Like, these people that are saying you have to be all of a sudden a Buccaneers fan. No, I don't. But thank you.
Lisa says, this Super Bowl feels like a matchup that could be decided by a coin toss. Great matchup on both sides of the ball. Suspense is killing me. So, Lisa, I'm right there with you. I mean, I believe, as most do, I think, that the Chiefs are going to win this game. That being said, will I be the least bit surprised if the Bucs win? Of course not. And so, drilling it down, I really don't know which way this thing is going to go. I really don't. And I like that. I like the suspense there.
Yeah, it's really hard to predict. Like, not we care about lines, but like, it's so close there. Like, I personally, like, all day, like, I'm going to family and friends, like, pick a score. What do you think? We're just doing something with like a couple of like buddies and stuff. And I'm like, I really right now, Koff, I could not tell you who I'm leaning towards the Chiefs. My heart kind of wants the Bucs or the Bradys. And
well, it did better.
Yeah, fraud over here. It's me. Yeah, I don't know. Like, and nobody could tell me, like, I think you may have ever said this, like, no one can convince you it's going to go one way, right? Like, I can't come on here and be like, it's going to be the Chiefs, and here's why. It's like, well, okay, but like, there's a lot of stuff here, and I think it's just going to I really do hope we have a game that lasts us till the end, like we got last year. With I thought, like, the 10 minutes ago when the Chiefs came back, like, I hope we get something similar, at least for the entertainment sake.
About 5 minutes left in regulation. 2nd and goal from the 1 here. See if the Ravens can take a lead. It is 13-10. Nollins in front. Jason says, I'd say individually you're all great. There are some pairs that are more fun and interacting to watch. Either way, thank you, all of you, on screen and behind the scenes, for giving us something fun. No question about it, as we got a touchdown run here. Leaping on in.
Mark Ingram, son of a gun.
Sorry, he's my captain, though.
Goff is #1 in the contest. He's actually ranked 0. He's doing so well. I'm actually in 15th. But I think that's about to change.
So, you know, a lot of you, like, very kind, as Madison says, everyone's so mushy today, and I love it. There were a lot of great comments in the chat, and believe it or not, I'm zeroing in on the ones about the others here, because they're just so good. Someone says Tom Carroll. Kareem says Tom Carroll is my dark horse in the commentator race. Great guy. Absolutely. Steve says Rossi for DraftKings President of the Day.
No,
Carter
for
says
the day of the day.
For the day, just for the day. Yeah, no, I don't think, you know, Jason Robinson, Matt Kalish, and, you know, Paul Lieberman, I don't think these guys have to worry about you stealing their jobs. President for the day. Maybe, I don't know. I'll send a text. Carter says Train Island, my favorite. He reminds me of Jerry Seinfeld. He's so dry and so funny, cracks me up. I laugh for an hour every time I'm here. Belly gut laughs. I will say some of my favorite, I don't know about favorite moments, but favorite lines, like things spoken during these sims, have absolutely come from Christian.
That's great.
Christian says some just ridiculous things that I like. They just wouldn't even pop into my head. Like I will never forget. There was one day that I took a swig from my water bottle here, one of those nice DK water bottles that has the twist off cap, but it's got the magnet. You can put it on the side, and I didn't realize that it stuck to the side, so I'm always just holding it. He's like, oh, does that attach? I was like, no, I don't think mine does. Maybe I got a different water bottle. He's like, did you try? And I did, and sure enough, magnetized. It attaches right to it, and I've done it that way ever since. But he says, he's like, what are you supposed to just sit here and hold your bottle cap like a poor person?
That you don't get anywhere else. Come on, you don't get that anywhere else.
You don't find that anywhere else. I mean, that was chef's kiss. That was rock solid.
I'll tell you the thing I love about Christian, like all of a sudden, like this is turning into that. But just very quickly is whenever he so let's just say, you know, Traquan Smith catches the ball, like Traquan Smith out of the SEC North team and he'll go into like this random college rant because he has these little gems of knowledge about all these players somewhere in his brain that he wrote about, with his time with SB and everything. And I'm just like, dude, it's you can't interrupt it because he doesn't allow you. And second, because you just that's why his name's Train Island, if you didn't know. But it's so funny to me. Like he has these little things and he'll go so deep. He's like, and that's also where you get the craft beer called Woodchuck Rails. And Woodchuck Rails is only put in this little, and I'm like, dude, your brain is insane to me. And I love Christian. I love it. Like everybody's so smart and has their own little way. So love all of us, by the way, or individually respect us, but you don't have to like, everything you hear. And I think the combos are what really gets the best.
Eric says, Cough Rossi, can I get a shout out? Haven't been here in a while. Glad to be here now. Eric, thanks for being with us, man. Appreciate you.
Do I shout? Like, do I scream? Is that what a shout out is?
Yeah, shout him out.
Eric!
Eric!
He's my semi-doozy right there.
First time playing Fortnite says, Rossi, inch for inch, the best commentator according to Darth Dracul.
Well, inch for inch, I'm only, 3 foot, 8 or whatever. So, I got a lot less to work with.
Coming up on the 2-minute warning here. 17-13, Baltimore lead, but Nolan's threatening from the 36. 1st and 10 for Breeze and company. That ball completed inside the 25.
There you go. Could this be Drew Brees' last comeback during his playing career window in Simland? We're going to still see him in Simland until time comes, but this is the last day of actual football action.
Joker says, Koff has 6 captains. Nice gig. It's true. I am the only one in the free roll that has a $100,000 salary cap.
He's revealing his secrets. The magician Koff. He played a cheat code.
Jimmy B, I'm just seeing this. Don't you talk up Tom Carroll. You don't want him to get a big head.
Oh. Yeah, we were trying to determine. He definitely has a bigger head than me. I think he has the biggest head in SimFam. Lamarcus got a big one, but...
I asked him once the size of his noggin with regard to like a fitted cap, and I think he said it was like 7 5/8 or something like that.
Maybe
I might even be overshooting it. Maybe it was like 7 3/8. Either way, yeah, Sputnik. I mean, he's got a pumpkin.
Oh, that's great. All right, I need to see Mike Thomas get in the end zone here, Koff. I want to end this day happy as a son. Well, in the sim, happy as a son of a gun, because I got snacks to make, shoveling not to do. Very important afternoon. Get it to him. He's crossing. Got him. Get it. Yes. Yes. Touchdown, baby. Woo. That's what we're looking for, right?
Mike Thomas puts the Saints ahead. About to be a 3-point game with 1:52 left and plenty of time for Lamar Jackson to take his team downfield. We just saw it in the last contest. Josh Allen with the dramatic comeback win for the Bills in the final minute. What can the Birds do here?
As you'll hear in the Super Bowl, if you see a score like this tonight with either quarterback going back on the field, but did they leave too much time? This is way too much time. This is like an eternity for both of those teams.
Oh, yeah. They got 3 timeouts and obviously can stop the clock in other ways as well.
Let's do it. Let's see. All right. For Angelico Derrick, they must have not updated the stats because they didn't automatically put me in first. So.
Oh, come on, guys.
Must be a bug in the system. Now I'm
Just
currently.
Dave Kaufman says it was 7 5/8. Koffs, you're correct. I remember because I commented on who the bleep knows their hat size.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I don't buy fitted caps when I buy hats.
Well, now they're, you get like the stretch fit or the one size fits all.
Or as I like to call it, one size fits most.
True.
Obviously, I was kidding, by the way, about our ops team. They're great. They did update the stats. I just, unfortunately, am in 22nd, and I have no shot. First place by like a country mile. Dobbins is the captain.
Unrelated to this sim, but I'm hoping this is not an omen for me for later, but my afternoon NBA lineups are not going well right now.
Should have entered. I didn't have time. Sundays are my day with
passing.
family, and I missed it. So the one time you stink, I could have really taken advantage of you and get my coffee money, even though I don't drink coffee. I don't know what else to call it. Could have. Should have. But didn't. Now let's see. Lamar. You got a team here perfect. He's been running all over the place. See if we can get some of these receivers involved.
Hold on, says Koff, what size is the cheesehead? Good question. I'm pretty sure that is one size fits all. Lamar off and running, not unlike Josh
Look
Allen.
at this.
All the way beyond midfield with a 46 on the other side. He has got 147 on the ground.
Here we go. Let's see. Can he? So he has room. You said 147. No, he does. It's close. Right?
We have got our guy Fievel is in front. Prior to the last update, anyway, he is in front in our Simpan Funds League.
Yeah, he's got Lamar Jackson. He's good. Look at Lamar.
Yeah. But if someone has Lamar in the captain spot, that could.
True that.
I'll take it.
He does not. And yeah, it's only a 2-point win.
Yeah.
Oh, and look at it, just happened.
Yep. Dougie Fresh, Whitehorse, and Poppy Herb just jumped in front.
Oh boy.
Percentage points though, 0.02.
Yeah, this is what the sweat was named after, I believe, Koff. Moments like this.
This is what it's all about.
Honestly, like my heart was pounding once I was in a classic or something on a Sunday, and I was in this position where I was down by the 0.2, and I was like, oh man, if something just breaks, and then like 5 things happen because there's like 8 games going on, but like all like right before 4 o'clock for a 1 o'clock slate. It's fun to be in it, more fun to win.
Yeah, 5-0. I'm out now.
Not officially. Could go to Dobbins here and Teddy.
Jared says, my second favorite hat ever, a fetid Red Sox hat, was ripped off my head by a Yankees fan and stolen during Game 1 of the 99 ALCS at the old Yankee Stadium. But at least you have a memory.
Right-sized Koff. There it is.
First and 10, that ball completed, but
20 seconds.
Might want to use a timeout.
Yeah, they're going to just line up for a field goal. Just what the Dream Stream needed is a little more football. Hope that doesn't mess up their schedule. Well, you never know. It could be a block, or could we see another crazy fake? Don't forget, this game right now is being basically determined by that fake field goal earlier.
right? Alana, Jared's husband, says, Jared, what's your favorite hat?
Oh, hashtag stack them kickers here, Koff. We could get our 4th field goal of the day that would match the 4 touchdowns. Come on, baby.
2nd and 6 from the 25, 11 ticks left. Will the Ravens line up for a field goal to tie this game? You got to think so. Be a 42-yarder, though. Not easy. Justin Tucker's pretty good.
Yeah, he's going to boot this thing from a mile away. Don't let us down here, Justin. Or is him hitting it and letting us down? I don't really know the schedule. I know this 4 o'clock, there's stuff coming.
I think we have a little time to play with. Yeah, kicks up, it's away, it's
Got
good.
it! Got
8
it!
seconds left.
Super Bowl Sunday, tying the game!
Couple of good sims here on a Super Bowl Sunday to get you started for the big game. Jimmy B says, what time's the eating contest start? 4:30.
Yep,
Less than an hour, 4:30 Eastern.
Locked in for that, by the way. I'm a huge eating contest guy. It's kind of disturbing, but I am all in. I watch them all. Like, I watch, like, the bizarre ones. Like, everyone knows the hot dog eating contest, of course. And we did the candy one here on the Dream Stream on Halloween. But, like, I seek out on their YouTube channel sometimes. I'll watch some of these. It's bizarre, some of the stuff they eat, Koff. I watched a fried butter eating contest. Just, what is that? What is fried? Well, don't have to explain, but, like, is that a thing? Like, do you go to, like, at fairs, you get fried butter?
I don't. I'll tell you that.
I'm like, oof. But yeah, I'm all in. This is gonna be a lot of fun. If people are interested or intrigued, the foods they're gonna be eating, the time they have, I think it's gonna be a kick butt event.
Kicking Club. I had the over on Koff calling the game and overtime. Yeah, I am on a run, man. I am on a run of overtime games.
So maybe I should be happy we weren't together recently.
8 seconds left. See what Breeze can do here. Just a handoff. They're playing for OT.
Right now, just in case some people are asking, you watch it right on this same stream you're watching us. The food will be getting scarfed in less than 60. Kickoff will be going on in less than 3 hours. I couldn't do math quick enough. 180.
Do not go anywhere. Absolutely.
Nowhere to go. Must be high. Says, I'm very disappointed, Rossi. I put early money on you. I'll get in one of those sooner or later. I'll eat some crazy food.
Cook. A catch that gets Breeze into the bonus, 3-11 as we reach the end of regulation. And so to overtime we go. For those that do not know the way this works, and I imagine you do by now, we'll see who gets the ball first, but whichever team that is, ultimately touchdown wins the game. Field goal gives the other opportunity, the other team an opportunity to tie or take a lead and ultimately win. If we are still tied, be it obviously after no scores on each team's first possession or field goals on each team's first possession, we will play until there is a winner. Sudden death. There are no ties in Simland, as much as Dreamstream people may want one today, 20 minutes out from our next programming.
There you go. Oh, please hold on 1 second, Cop. Yeah, I got overtime. I'll be up in a little bit. Thank you. All right, we're good. Got to get a permission from my mom over here. Just let her know.
Ah, the meatloaf.
Hot meatloaf.
What she's doing back there?
It's not my real mom. It's my son's mom, but yes. Yeah, JJ, I got overtime, dude. Sorry. I have to play with your mom longer. I'm not going
Saints
up
with
there.
the ball to start things off. All right, Drew, this is your moment, pal. A couple of teams that fell short, unfortunately.
They're all getting loose. They're all loose. Yeah, so here we go. So Drew Brees, game in his hands now, Koff. He could do something real magical. He said he already got the bonus. Kamara's been rather quiet. Michael Thomas had the touchdown last time. Where will he go?
Second and 6 from the 30. Drew Brees, 23rd completion. Marked down as a new milestone. Okay.
Hey, congratulations, Drew. Let's get him on here. Is he available? What's he doing?
I mean, Josh Allen made time for us. The least Drew Brees could do is come on.
He's gonna retire.
Talk a little post game, right?
Yeah, seriously.
2nd and 6. That ball sent off to the left, and it is completed to Jared Cook again. Cook's having himself a nice day.
Really is. He has really made himself available to Drew Brees in these short intermediate passes, just under the bonus. One more of those will get him there. 7 grabs. Got the touchdown.
Back in front, by the way, by about 1 point as things stand right now with a nice-looking build. Dobbins in the captain spot. Jackson, Brees, Thomas, Cook, and Ingram. It is reassuring to know, though, in truth, like jokes aside, I can look at this lineup and say I would not have built this lineup. I never played J.K. Dobbins, so I definitely would not have had him in the captain spot, let alone in my lineup.
I did play him today. 13 non-captain. Snead has been the guy who's kind of killed me. Just 5 points. So, and by the way, no drama, Robbie Noble. It's my wife. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. And somebody asked earlier, they said, am I 37? No, I'm not. Now back to the game. Close.
20 all. Oh, Brees takes a sack.
I wanted to note earlier, there's been a lot of blitzing going on from this Baltimore defense, and they've been picking up pretty well since we saw those early sacks early in the game. I think we were talking about, J-Dub at the time, and now to get to him, put the pressure on. So a big 2nd and 16.
Brees, 2nd and 16 from the 37. That is completed, and Manny Sanders this time.
It's tough with that 7 at the end. You're like, where's it going? By the way, did I read that correct? 25, not just completion, but consecutive? I think that's
Man's on a roll.
He really is. He's hot. Drew Brees lost his X factor over time, but
Fivel looking for the win, says he's never won one of these. Rooting for you, buddy. 3rd and 4. Brees on the drop back. Pressures Cup. Throws it and
should have been intercepted there. Is that Patrick Queen in coverage? Gotta make that catch. Would have been that could have sealed it, but again, it was the 3rd down, Koff. So 4th now. Looks like the Saints will punt, or did they try to get aggressive? They don't.
From midfield, punts away. So any points here from the Ravens win the game. They'll start at the 33 after a pretty ugly punt.
Yeah. Not the best. We've seen a lot of great punts since we've gone to Madden 21, the update in December, but not here.
That's not it.
Nope.
That's not it.
Fivel holding on.
Or as Glash continues to refer to this individual, Feeble.
Well, I'm glad you said his name first.
I don't think he's familiar with the cartoon mouse.
Oh, Fivel. Fivel goes west. There used to be a ride in Disney.
Lamar Jackson with the X Factor lit. Got that trust X Factor, and he's going to run.
There it
Throws
is.
out the stiff arm, and look at him go!
Gone!
We're near him! Lamar Jackson into the kickoff! Touchdown, Ravens! 67 on the ground.
Lamar, what a freaking score. Wow. On Super Bowl Sunday of all days, Koff. A walk-off. 1 billion yards. All the points. Love you, Lamar.
Matt says Rossi is speechless. I think what she didn't realize is that you were screaming that entire time and that it just killed your microphone.
Listen, that's how you end a sim, Koff. This is awesome. This was a great game. A lot of fun to be with the DK Sim fam on all of the holiest of Sundays when it comes to the football season, because it's a super Sunday.
Man.
But man,
200 on the ground for Lamar Jackson today.
And I hate to report that our guy Fivel didn't
Sorry.
hold on. Sorry, bro.
Fivel's going south. 333 for Brees in the air, 90 for Lamar. Even Will Lutz had a completion for 4. Lamar into the captain spot.
On
50 plus points. What a day. What a day. 2 touchdowns in the air for Brees, by the way. Lamar We'll give you his rushing and all the receiving numbers here in a moment. Breeze
50
went 30 of 34.
Yeah, he was great. He ended with 24 non-captain. Just unreal game for both. Like this game started off was kind of slow and then boom, kicked into high gear, getting the overtime. Lamar ripping off the big run. I'm lost for words, which is very hard for me to come by here, but I will just say this was super exciting. 222 yards. That's got to be a good sign. 222, is that, or is it a derivative of 666? Oh no. No.
Bonzo says Rossi is having the time of his life.
Hey man, listen, you come here, it's Sunday. I haven't done a Sunday sim since God knows when. You got football, it's the Super Bowl. I'm with Kaufman, Madison, Samir, Frangelico, Derek. Come on, my Sunday's made. It's all gravy from here.
It was probably last Sunday that you were here. Cook 11 for 96, a touchdown. Thomas 5 for 71, a touchdown. Sanders 6 for 80. So is it Cook? Is it Lamar? Who is your Krusty Koff player of the game?
You don't walk off and don't get the award. Like Cook was a great story, but it's Lamar Jackson. The guy was an absolute monster. So he is going to get the Super Bowl Sunday version of the crustiest of all Krusty Koff awards.
He was terrific. Lamar Jackson, 50 plus in the captain spot. The flex, he went for 35. Jared Cook had himself a day, just not quite as good, about 27 points in the flex. How about your Babysitter Billy, not my kid award? Where's that going?
I'm looking all the top lineups. There's a big name I'm not seeing here, Koff. His name is Alvin Kamara. He was owned almost 60%, stunk today. Well, he didn't stink, but he wasn't great. All the top 5 performers scored or had some bit of a good game. Even Dobbins did all right, but he was owned a little bit less or didn't do as all right. But I'm going to give that one to Alvin Kamara. Get him out of here, not my kid. Don't talk to me. Don't cry, man.
Very good. Well, here's what's going on. There's a lot happening still over the course of this day. This isn't even your last Madden simulation here today. Here's what's up. At 4 o'clock in about 12 minutes, if we're to be precise, Major League Eating preview show. Jesse Cofield will guide you through that, lead you up to the big MLE Snackdown at 4:30 Eastern. Again, a huge free-to-play prize pool that you want to be part of. And then right from that into the Sweat at 5, Jesse and Emerson will get you ready for the Super Bowl. If you haven't heard, that's today in Tampa, Florida, featuring the defending champion Chiefs and, of course, Tom Brady going for ring number 7, which just insanely would be more than any other NFL franchise has, let alone any singular player. That is just a mind-boggling statistic if he can pull it off. At 6:30, we will have Leaderboard Live. Brendan Glasheen and Jeff Ulrich will take you through the Super Bowl, be along for the ride, and spend some company with you. The last Leaderboard Live of the season. And then one more Madden Sim today comes your way right after the Super Bowl, or at least 10 o'clock Eastern, whichever comes first. We will see. That will be a Tampa Bay, Kansas City resim of the Super Bowl. We had the sim yesterday to get you ready. Well, this will be a post real life Super Bowl review sim, a replay of the Super Bowl action with Matt LaMarca joining Glash for that one, and another big free-to-play prize pool that you can jump into among the other thousands and win some cash. Again, why the heck wouldn't you? Because again, there is nothing on, nothing expected from you. Just make the lineup. No charge. Just do it. Why wouldn't
you? Get in there.
We want to thank Mads. We want to thank Samir. We want to thank, of course, Derek and Frangelico, our great Game Ops crew. Rossi, man, you're a treat. Enjoy that game tonight. I know you're stoked.
You too. And everybody, DK Sim fam, be well, be good. If you are going to order from a local place if you can. Not telling what to do with your money, but just help them out if you can. Koff, this is an absolute blast. Everybody enjoy the game. Get excited. It's the last real football game we're getting for quite a while. Let's go out with a good one. Let's go out with some excitement. Let's bring some happiness into our worlds.
We're going to get out of here. I'll see you again on the Dream Stream tomorrow. Looking forward to it. In the meantime, much more on the way tonight, as we mentioned, but it begins right now with Pat Mayo.
Let's get into it. Brad Evans, Jeff Radcliffe, they are both here right now. Bradley, are you excited?
Oh, my God, yes. Look, I'm ecstatic because I think this game is going to be a high-scoring affair now. Truth be told, a little foreshadow, I am on the under. But you got the old guard with Tom Brady, I think who was around during the Mesozoic era, and also the new guard with Patrick Mahomes, and just a lot of electricity. You know, we're going to have some fans in the stands, 25,000 people going to be in attendance. It's going to seem a little weird, a little awkward, as we're going to have a natural roar of the crowd instead of the artificial stuff that's been pumped into a lot of the stadiums. But, yeah, I think Sunday, by the time this game kicks off, I'm going to be a half a bottle of tequila in. I'm going to have some chicken wings, some nachos swimming around in the belly. I'm going to plop down on the couch and watch an exciting game that's going to take roughly 6 hours to complete.
I think you need to go to @thepme on Twitter and check out the DFS menu and construct yourself a lineup for Super Bowl snacks out of that. Radcliffe, I read your breakdown of the game, and I'm with you. That scares me. I mean, that's good news for me that my opinion just isn't so out of left field that I don't kind of agree with you on this one. But everyone's kind of like points. Do you think that the Chiefs could score 40 points and this still hit the under?
No, I don't. I think that the Bucs are going to keep it a lot closer than that. I don't think there's any way we can count Tom Brady out of any matchup. And I echo Brad's sentiment. In a lot of ways for me, it's not only the old guard, new guard. It is a true changing of the guard that we're seeing in the NFL right now. The Statue X pocket passer. I mean, hey, Brady took over for the quintessential in Drew Bledsoe, and he's really been that in his career. Now, today, the modern quarterback is a mobile quarterback who can also throw, which is Patrick Mahomes. Fascinating there, but on the defensive side of the ball, you have Shaq Barrett, you have Jason Pierre-Paul, you have the interior with Vita Vea and Ndamukong Suh coming after a hobbled Mahomes. I don't believe the toe is 100% if you need surgery in the offseason, Patrick. With an offensive line that is now starting just 2 of its original starters, they're missing 3 guys on that offensive line. So no, I don't think they get to 40. But I think the Buccaneers keep it much closer, and they may be in this thing to win it as well when it comes down to the line. Because remember, they came back big time in that first matchup back in Week 12.
Well, we've been seeing the juice jump around on DraftKings Sportsbook, but it's really remained at 3 for the past 2 weeks. So the official line as of the time that we're doing the show, Kansas City favored by 3 in this game. The over-under right now is at 56. That's down from 56.5. You have to lay 115 to bet the -3. It's -106 to bet the +3, or you can just bet on Tampa Bay to win on Tom Brady, and that is +140. I made my prediction earlier in the week, Jeff. It was 42-17 for the Kansas City Chiefs. I think listen, and maybe I'm just writing the Bucs off here in terms of the sort of, the win that they had against Green Bay was incredibly impressive. And the point that you really bring up about the offensive line on Kansas City is something that I completely just stupidly overlooked against Green Bay. When Bakhtiari went out, all of a sudden, they're just generating massive pressure with Vita Vea back and an offensive lineman, the best offensive lineman they have down. Yeah, Rodgers going to be running for his life. I just feel like this Chiefs team all season long played possum. They did enough. They didn't play their best and went 14-2. I just feel like they're a cut above everyone else, and it's not close.
For me, I hear you there. They certainly do have that aspect to it. It feels like at any point they can shift gears and then just take over the game. But this Bucs team is an impressive team, and I don't think we can undersell that. Ever since that debacle in Week 9 against New Orleans Saints, where they looked dreadful, they've been really good. Brady himself, the noodle arm, he can't throw downfield. Yeah, you're wrong. He just didn't have anybody to throw downfield to. It's not Drew Brees here. He's pushing the ball vertically, 10.4 yards downfield on average since Week 10. That's tops in the league. Now, of course, you have that aspect of Rashad Breeland and Charvarius Ward, who do defend well in the secondary, and Daniel Sorensen at safety, but then they can hit him in the underneath. Cameron Brate gives them another look there as well. So I think they're going to keep this a lot closer than a lot of people are believing here. And I see the tickets. I see the people are betting more on Kansas City here. I get that. But I don't know. Tom Brady showed us against the Packers, that you just can't count this guy out.
Do you have a lean, Brad? It feels to me like people are either betting Chiefs -3 or Bucs money line. I feel like those are the two bets that people are going with. There's very few +3 tickets out there.
Yeah, look, there are some sites out there that I've seen that have the old Captain Hook Yar in play at the 3.5. Very few. It's made a cameo here and there these last several days. I actually, fired off on a ticket when it was at 3.5 very early on in the process. So I am locked it on Tampa at that +3.5 line. But yeah, I'm with you. Look, if it's at 3, which it is right now at DraftKings Sportsbook, I think you're right. You're either going all in on Kansas City to cover, which is heavily juiced up last I checked, or you're just going to fire off on the money line and have Tampa Bay win straight up. My lean right now, honestly, I'm with Jeff to a certain extent on this with the offensive line issues. of this Kansas City Chiefs team and all the unknowns and the Barber Gate and all that good stuff. I just think that, Tampa's going to keep this thing close, man. There's a lot of continuity there this week. A lot of these guys can be able to sleep in their own beds for much of the week. There's not as much hoopla around this game. Sure, all the pomp and circumstance and all that jazz. But again, because of the convenience factor here for Tampa Bay, I think that does play a little bit of a factor, just the comfort that they're in the environment that they know best there at Raymond James Stadium. So I got a 28-26 Tampa. So I'm going to take them straight up. I'm going to fade the Mayo on this one. And yes, again, as I said earlier on in the broadcast, I'm on the under.
You are. I can't believe you're betting an under on anything, which just absolutely boggles my mind. You're the king of the over.
I'm drunk already, Mayo. I'm drunk already.
Jeff, you had to pick a side. -3, +3. Which side are you going?
Oh, man. If I had to, because I'm not going to. I'm only going to put my money in when it's right. If I had to, I will take Tampa on that, but I think the line is actually perfect at 3. I've been hoping that, you get the casual money flooding in at the end of the week here to possibly see some movement there or the over-under. It hasn't happened yet. We still have a little bit of time before Sunday, but yeah, I'll take Tampa. I just don't love it. I do think there's a good shot that they win this game, though, because, you're counting them out. And, Brad mentioned it. Hey, Tom Brady's been home alone. He's channeling his inner Macaulay Culkin with nobody in the house for the last, week and a half. And somehow is it out there? Are we blaming Belichick and Brady for the Barber thing? Is that already happening? Is this the cheating scenario? That's crazy. The fact of the matter that Patrick Mahomes was the next dude up in the chair, that all hell would have broken loose if he would be on the COVID list right now.
Yeah, they would be pushing the Super Bowl a week is essentially what would end up
yeah,
happening.
100%. No doubt.
You got to have your guys in this game when it comes down to it. Jeff, I think you're probably the best. I want to switch to the Super Bowl MVP odds very quickly. I mean, this is not a great market. All the value is, there's very little value in it to begin with, but it seems like all the value is really sucked out into it as well. But the way that I wanted to play it was with the kind of game script that I've told myself. I think that Kansas City wins, and I think they win by a bunch here. That, in a game like this where you have to make Brady throw, let's say, 45, 50 times if they're playing from behind this entire game, that leaves the potential for some bad throws to happen, especially if Brady is pressing it downfield. We've seen enough defensive players over the past 20 years win MVP that in the secondary for the Chiefs, if Brady's going to be taking shots downfield, which I would expect him to do in this scenario, trying to play catch up. Is there a DB on the Chiefs who could luck his way into 2 picks and potentially a return touchdown? And we can get him at like 150-1.
Yeah, I don't have the odds for Bashaud Breeland in front of me right now, but Breeland picked off Brady earlier in the season back in week 12. He faced him last year as well when Brady was still on the Patriots, picked him off in that game as well. Breeland had 1 catch allowed. Now, it was a touchdown to Mike Evans on 6 targets, though, in that Week 12 contest. So if there is a guy, he's been playing, he's sneaky under the radar. Like, is he an elite corner? No, but he is a pretty solid option, and he seems to have Brady's number. So, yeah, if there's an under-the-radar play to make, then it is Bashaud Breeland for me.
Bashaud Breeland right now on DraftKings Sportsbook is 150-1, Brad.
There you go.
Yeah, why not? The defensive players have won MVPs the past very fondly. I remember my 1985 Chicago Bears and Richard Dent coming off the edge, had a monstrous game against the aforementioned New England Patriots, and he ended up taking the hardware home. Look, it's quarterback or bust. If there's one guy that is outside of that position, I still think is a decent value. And Mayo, I know you got the odds in front of you. I think it's 13-1. Travis Kelce to win MVP. We know the shortcomings of this Tampa defense. It's defending the tight end. They're one of the lowest in the league in terms of DVOA versus a tight end on the season. They ranked inside the top 7 in most receptions, most yards in the regular season allowed at the tight end position. And I don't know what it is with Travis Kelce. I don't know if he's got like excessive flatulence or something, but he's wide open every single play. There's nobody around him. Nobody wants to be near him. They're just like, nah, man, we're just going to leave that cat there, and he'll catch the ball. I don't know if it's just his route running acumen. I know plays into that. I know his just ability to, break off the line. It's just so, tremendously astute. But, he has been uncoverable here in the postseason, really over the second half of the season. So, he could go out there and have like a 10-catch, 120-yard, 2-touchdown kind of game more than likely voters going to be like, well, the guy throwing the ball, he deserves all the credit, and they're going to vote for Mahomes. But, if they come to their senses and realize that Kelsey was really the difference maker in this game because he's that damn good, maybe, at 13-1, that could hit. So I think there's a fair amount of value there. But I do like roll the dice on Bashaud Breeland. Why the hell not? Be bold. Go for it.
Yeah, it's not a huge investment you have to put down at 150-1, really, on anything. Yeah, right. and maybe Kelsey
on it.
Maybe Travis Kelsey suffers from like Vladdy Divac syndrome, where he just doesn't shower before the game, and then just no one wants to be near him in the post. I don't know, but Jeff, I'm looking at these odds right now that Clyde Edwards-Helaire is 28-1, but Darrell Williams is 40-1. Isn't Darrell Williams just a better bet in this game anyway than Clyde Edwards-Helaire?
Yeah. Well, we've been talking about this all week. I think that widely people have this one wrong. They're assuming, hey, it's Clyde Edwards-Helaire because it was Clyde Edwards-Helaire last time and it was Clyde Edwards-Helaire earlier in the season. But we haven't paid attention to the last 2 games. It's been Darrell Williams. I mentioned this on another broadcast this week, but another Williams down the stretch for Kansas City, big factor. I think Darrell Williams is kind of sneaky here in terms of his player props too. That my spidey senses are tingling, and I know that the player props want you to take unders on him, and I am not taking the cheese on that one. 40-1 is pretty appealing, especially if they get him the ball in the red zone. That couldn't be out. That's not out of the question, right? If this ends up being one of those games where it's not the script we think, it's not super pass heavy, and all of a sudden it's running back scoring touchdowns, the winning running back is likely going to win that award. So if it isn't Leonard Fournette on the other side, it could be Williams. I don't mind that at 40-1.
How we doing, everybody? Jesse Cofield here from the DraftKings studio as we get you ready for the next big eating event, the DraftKings MLE Big Game Snackdown. Some of the best competitors in the MLE will have 8 minutes for an all-you-can-eat event in a steeplechase format. Foods will include an 8-layer dip, pepperoni pizza, boneless wings, chili, a sub sandwich, cheese balls, pigs in a blanket, and jalapeno poppers. One of our eaters will be crowned the winner, but you can win too. You still have time to enter the free 100K Major League Eating Big Game Snackdown pool. Head over to the DK Sportsbook now, answer 10 questions about the event, and take a shot at your share of 100K in prizes. As I mentioned, guys, some of the best professional eaters in the world will be taking part in today's DraftKings Major League Eating Big Game Snackdown. So let's find out a little bit more about the competitors. We start with the MLE's 6th ranked eater, Nick Weary. The 31-year-old is from Tampa, so maybe he'll have a little home food advantage here. He's relatively new to the scene, but has been known to eat 11 pounds of strawberry shortcake in 8 minutes. Yeah, 11 pounds. So we think he may have the chops to succeed. Here's Emerson Latzia catching up with Nick, who shared some pretty big news with us.
Winning this event would mean what to you? Because again, you're stacked up against the best.
Winning this event would mean a lot. It'd be my first professional win. And recently, actually, there's been some new developments going on in life that would make this really exciting, babe. Yeah. So it's I definitely would like to place high in this event. One, invite Vicky in real quick.
Hey, what's up, girlfriend? Good to see you again.
Just a minute. It's gonna be super hard for me to sit out this event. It's gonna be a tough event, but it's gonna be really hard for me to watch on the sidelines.
Yeah.
Nick's trying to tell you.
Yeah, she's gonna be sitting out. The reason she is sitting out this event because it means a lot to win. Because we actually just learned we're expecting. This family will be expanding.
Oh my God!
That is why Mickey is sitting out.
Congratulations, Mickey. What are you doing? You could be eating for 2.
I know, right? No, now he's the one who literally has to eat for 2 because there's no hard and fast science on this, but I'm going to go ahead and guess that competitive eating is not safe for the baby that we're creating. So I'm going to go ahead and take a break from competitive eating. Can't wait to see how I bounce back after delivery and everything. But Nick's the one who's going to have to be eating for multiples.
Yeah. So this W would it would mean more than ever because there's not much more motivating than obviously winning for her and then winning for our little one. So that's kind of the goal is to set a precedent. This is as crazy as 2020 was, we're moving into 2021 with some pretty awesome developments here. So
I can't be there to win it, so he has to do it. As my
Yeah,
proxy.
that's true. He was saying earlier how nervous he gets going up against you because you're just so good. You're like one of the goats, greatest to ever do it.
So I strategically took her out.
Yeah, exactly. It's really his fault.
Excellent.
So.
What a strategy. What a strategy. Mickey, how much more emotional will it be watching him compete now? Kind of like knowing why you're not up there and seeing him chase that first win.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be rooting for him. I'd be watching the event either way because it's gonna be an awesome contest. But definitely, I've got like a dog in this fight, and I have vested interest in seeing him win. It's just gonna be super exciting all around. I mean, if I can't compete, it's gonna be the next best thing. Getting to watch in person, and and also that's another thing. I told him, like, not only am I happy that he's competing, he almost has to. So whether that's this contest, upcoming contest. Whereas some girlfriends might say, I want you here at my side or whatever. I want him. If one of us has to miss out on an event, that's, for a good reason, but there's no need for both of us to miss out. So I want him at the contest.
I think that's what love is.
Yeah.
Is it true that you guys are naming your child after Joey Chestnut?
No, absolutely not. No,
there were a few names that we had to take off the short list. Yeah, Nathan was probably one of them.
Yeah, Nathan, Joey.
There were a couple that just didn't make the cut.
Those are the vetoes right off the bat on the left side of the whiteboard.
Well, hey, while you two are here, though, can I get some Super Bowl picks from you?
Oh man, that's
like, who do you got?
I'm actually a Green Bay Packers fan.
Oh,
so watching
I'm sorry
that
to bring this up.
No. Watching that dumpster fire last Sunday was a little bit rough. But I'm probably going to take the Chiefs strictly because if they can get anything resembling pressure on Tom Brady, they probably win that game because Brady was only pressured twice in the whole game and he threw 3 picks. So you get pressure on Tom Brady, you probably win that game. But it's hard to bet against Brady in February, or in the playoffs. But I would take the Chiefs in a kind of shootout.
Now that we're, in Florida, for me, I'd like to see just Tampa erupt, when the Bucs take it home. So I don't know.
We'll see.
Mickey, has the weird craving started kicking in yet for food?
No, I don't think so. I think for a while I was averse to my go-to like kale salad, but that's subsided. No, I have to say it hasn't been like the movies. Like I love pickles anyway and ice cream, so
Right.
not together. But yeah, no.
She's craving like 250 chicken wings or 48 hot dogs.
I was going to say, like, what are you going to do now when you have those cravings? Like, you have to have self-control, Mickey.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah, it's gonna be tough.
Unless the child's like, feed me more dill pickles, please. Well, congratulations, you two. What an absolute pleasant surprise. This is amazing. Like, we're so happy for you. And no pressure now, Nick.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. No pressure now. I'll just be shaking on that boat. My only hope is that maybe everyone gets a little bit seasick on the boat, and then I can kind of take advantage of that. But no, we'll see. I'm really, really psyched for umpteen reasons, definitely to compete coming up in the big game Sunday.
Yeah, man. 2021 is already off to a killer start for you guys. So appreciate it, and congrats once again.
Thank you.
Congrats to Nick and Mickey. Okay, so for obvious reasons, the world's #1 ranked female eater, Mickey Sudo, will not be taking part in the Snackdown. Congrats again. But that means the #2 ranked female, Michelle Lesko, has the chance to make her mark on the competitive eating world. Recently, Michelle sat down with, who else? Emerson Latzia, to discuss her MLE career.
We are now joined by Michelle Lesko of Major League Eating. She is the 9th ranked competitive eater overall, the #2 female. So I understand you are a school teacher from Tucson, Arizona. How on earth did you parlay that into competitive eating?
Well, they were fully unrelated. They're 2 separate paths I took at the same time, like genetics. No, it's worked really well though, because most of the competitive eating happens during the summer. So I have summers off and I get to go travel throughout the whole summer, New Orleans, New York, all over the place. So it's worked really well.
Yeah. What grade do you teach?
8th grade math.
8th grade math. Okay. Do you ever have to start using your knowledge of math when it comes to competitive eating?
Oh, all the time. And I'll do vice versa. I'll take stats from the contest and I'll throw it into my math problems. I'm like, all right, what's the rate Joey's eating hot dogs right now?
That's amazing. Like, okay, kids, I ate a bajillion hot dogs and we're going to divide that by 2. Like, what do they say? Like, are they all aware of like what you do?
Yeah, so I tell them all at the beginning of the year just as one of those random facts about your teacher things, but it always surprises me because like random times throughout the year, and as recently as yesterday, one of my students in the Zoom chat, she's like, "Wait, Miss, you're famous?" And I'm like, "Yeah, but why are you saying that? Like, what did you find out?" And she's like, "Hey, I just saw this thing," or they'll say they found like a YouTube video or saw my Guinness video or something like that. It's funny.
So instead of bringing you like an apple, they bring you like 20 apples, or do they bring you just a bunch of other food like on first day of school?
Yeah, I say, don't bring me apples, bring me stacks of hot dogs because I need a train.
That's amazing. Do any of them challenge you, like back when, obviously, when there wasn't a pandemic, you were at school, any of them challenge you to like crushing snack packs or like Go-Gurts or anything like that?
Yeah, I mean, it happens all the time, and I have to just be careful because it's always like you don't want to put them in a choking hazard risk.
Oh,
So
yeah,
it's
that's
like,
kind of important.
you need to get a sign off on from your parents. Let's make sure with the admin, like, and let's eat something that you can't possibly choke on.
Yeah.
But we were actually set to do like a little. They wanted me to challenge one of the other male teachers from 8th grade because he always like told them in class, "Oh, I could do that," and they're like, "Okay,
Oh.
you got to go beat him." And it was all set up, and then COVID hit, so we didn't get to do
Oh,
it.
no. All right, we're gonna have to like take that live or something when you guys do that when we get back to normal, because I want to see you just embarrass this dude. Like, what is he doing talking smack to you?
Yeah, it's funny. And he told me off to the side, he's like, "Yeah, no, I'm not gonna beat you."
Oh, what a coward. Hey, how'd you get your nickname, by the way? Cardboard Shell? Is that right?
Well, the best explanation from that comes from Crazy Legs Conti, who's a fellow competitive eater. He says, when I order takeout, all that's left is the cardboard shell that it came in. The real story is less exciting. It has to do with the Jack Handy quote that I randomly
Oh my God, Jack Handy from Saturday Night Live?
Yeah.
Oh my God, random thoughts with Jack Handy. That's great.
Yeah.
Kids these days would have no idea. Like
No
that
clue.
was so like that was the classic glory days of SNL.
Yep. This is the best.
You hold 3 Guinness World Records: fastest time to eat a bowl of pasta, fastest time to eat a hot dog with no hands, and then most mayonnaise like consumed in 3 minutes. Which one of those are you most proud of?
I guess most proud of would be the pasta one because we did it as part of a fundraiser. It was this restaurant that does a thing every year where for every bowl of pasta they sell that week, they donate a pound of pasta to the food bank.
I
So
love that.
it was meant to be kind of like the media attention so that they get in the news and more people know to go in and buy pasta that week. So that was cool because they ended up donating more pasta than ever that year after
That's
the
sweet.
media attention. So that was cool. It was also my first one, so that's kind of awesome. But the mayonnaise
Okay.
one has definitely got the most traction.
Yeah.
And it was about as pleasant as you would expect.
And I love mayonnaise, but holy, like, wow, like it's something that
you
much
know,
more.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah. So is it in the future now, you just like hold the mayonnaise, like when
Oh
you go
yeah,
out and order
it took
some
me a long
sandwich?
time to even have a sandwich with mayonnaise on it. It was bad. Also, they were warm mayonnaise jars because they had to
Ugh.
peel the label off, and they decided the best way to do that would be to soak it in hot water for some reason. It was real bad.
Okay, so when you first meet Gideon OG, your first thought probably isn't professional eater, probably something more like a basketball player. And you wouldn't be completely wrong because this 6'9" OG did play ball for Clayton State in college, but now he's turned his sights on the world of competitive eating. Emerson Latzia sat down with the MLE's 7th ranked eater as he prepares to throw down in the big game Snackdown.
What is up, everybody? Gideon OG, the number 7 ranked competitive eater in Major League Eating, joining me now. It's an absolute pleasure. How are you doing today?
I'm doing very, very fine. Good to be on here with you, sir.
Yeah, man. Thanks for hanging out with us here at DraftKings. So I know you've earned some notoriety here, like in the world of competitive eating, because of your size. I went back and looked at a bunch of videos on YouTube. You're like 10 feet taller than everybody else. You're listed as 6'9". What kind of advantage does that give you, if any advantage at all?
I No, well, because a lot of the time the table is set up to match my other team, my fellow competitors, but I say mostly a disadvantage, but I'm not making excuses. Whenever they see me out there, they know I'm out there to compete. So that's what really matters. Yeah.
Wait, you're saying there's a disadvantage to being that tall? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, to an extent, I feel, yeah, because I have to stoop down to an extent to the tables. I feel,
man.
but not really. Well, I'm not making excuses for it, but well, I guess but capacity-wise, I think it's going to be an advantage long term as I keep getting better at this sport. Because I have a taller frame to fill up with a lot of food, I guess.
Yeah, it takes like a while to get down there, man.
Oh yeah, So.
Well, you can make all the excuses here you want. This is a very safe space.
No, I'm not making excuses. I'm about that life. There's nobody that's gonna be on that stage I've not been before, so I ain't scared of the light. You know, I love it. So, you guys missed the last party because I wasn't there. You would have had a real party with the OG being there. So, yeah,
I love it.
All of them, and I've always put up my best. I always do bad, beat all of them, but my Stoney, right? Because my Stoney has not been on the road very often. But even Joey, depending on what contest, you know. But I've done very good. I've done good for myself in the competitive eating scene.
Yeah, you have. I mean, that's why I mentioned you're the number 7 ranked competitive eater in the world here. How did you get into this? How do you get into the world of competitive eating? I need to know.
I've always been a big eater. I came to America in 2008, and that's about the time Joey ate the 70 hot dogs. I didn't really know anything about competitive eating, but it was just I actually got a scholarship to come here and play basketball. But I was first thing that came to mind, I was like, whoa, I could do that because I know I could throw down food. So I've always been looking forward to the day I throw out my boots and I'm no more basketball. And boom, that's exactly what happened. They had an event right there down the road from me in Atlanta. Went to it, did very good, and I've been here since. Yeah.
So you're playing college basketball at Clayton State. You see Joey Chestnut wolfing down all of these hot dogs. Did you ever do anything like in college, like with some of your buddies or teammates? You're like, yo, time me. Let's see how much I can eat in like a certain amount of time.
Oh yeah. Well, it happens that I told them it was my senior year, played my final game. Well, getting ready to play my final game, and I told my coaches and all of them, that, okay, what are you gonna do afterwards? I told them I'm gonna go, not knowing how to even get in the competitive eating scene. I didn't know a lot about it, but I know I could eat a lot. I told them, and I went to do my research right after playing college basketball. I was looking for the next competitive thing, and I saw that they had an event here in Atlanta. I was like, you know what? Let me see if I can email somebody, call someone to see if I could get into it, because I thought it was a lot more complicated than what it is. I went on the website and I thought I could just sign up being a regular person, and I did. And I went there, and I did actually would have won the event automatically. It wouldn't have even been close. But I met a veteran over there that said, oh, do that. He gave me an advice on how to pace myself, which I now later found out he beat me by like half a hot dog, and that pissed me off. And that really pissed me off because I didn't know I was going to be that close to him. I thought he was going to do a whole lot more like than I was going to do. So that pissed me off. And I found out he was going to be at another event in Tampa about a week later. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to go to, sorry, not in Tampa, West Palm Beach, Florida. I said, I'm going to go there and I'm going to kick his butt. Because it was personal to me because his name was Crazy Legs. So that was the chase I was following in the very beginning of it, because I came in to compete. And so I've been here since, and I've sensed that, yeah, I've beat him a bunch of times since then. So he's not my competition to an extent. Now I'm looking at the big dogs now, the Joey Chestnut, the Darian Eats, the Matt Stoney, the Mickey Sudo. So, yeah.
Where does your nickname come from, The Truth? Because I can't help but think about Paul Pierce and, with your background in basketball as well.
I am the truth, man. The truth never lies. I think I'm the real deal. You know what I'm saying? I own that name on the road. But I think I've been true to this. It just speaks very much about my personality. I go out there to compete, and I came in my very first year smacking very, very good guys. So, you know what I'm saying? I am the truth that's yet to be realized, because I need to win Nathan's. I need to win the DraftKings contest coming up, to really confirm my truthness. you know. But I am the truth. I've proven it so far.
All right, listen up, people. You still have time to enter the free 100K Major League Eating Big Game Snackdown pool. Head over to the DK Sportsbook now, answer 10 questions about the event, and take a shot at your share of 100K in prizes. All right, guys, at the end of the day, anyone entering an MLE competition is gunning for number one. And there's no doubt that Joey Chestnut is at the top of the heap in the MLE. But the last time we saw Joey, he struggled in the Halloween Candy Bowl, finishing behind Matt Stoney. So this event is Chestnut's opportunity to get back on top. Here's Emerson Latzia with the man who holds 46 world records in eating, Joey Chestnut.
Well, if it isn't our good friend Joey Chestnut, the top-ranked competitive eater in the world. We've talked to him multiple times, my dude, before some of these big events. What is new in the world of Joey Chestnut?
Oh, new? It's a lot of the same. Just trying to stay healthy. Not right now without contests. It's so easy for me to lose focus and eat a bunch of the food that I love. So I'm a little bit heavy right now, but I'm feeling healthy. I'm excited to start eating again, and I'm just getting through this pandemic like everybody.
Yeah, you said a bunch of food that I love, so I want to know what does the number one eater in the world? What is the food that you love when you're not competing?
This winter, I learned how to make prime rib, so I made it 3 times in December, and it's pretty good. And,
okay,
I love eating and cooking, so the prime rib was definitely my highlight of this holiday season.
Yeah, I mean, last night, speaking of the holiday season, last time we spoke to you was before the Halloween Candy Bowl. And in a shocking finish here, Joey, you actually came up short, which is rare. All right, you proved that you were human. What made that event so difficult for you, dude?
It was, I started off really fairly well. I was eating the M&Ms, and I got down pretty quick. Or no, it started with the candy corn, and I got those down pretty quick. And then as soon as I got to the Kit Kats, they got stuck in my chest, and I wouldn't go as far as say choke, but they weren't going down. And so I tried to drink a little water, and I was like, oh, the water's not going down. And I could still breathe, so it wasn't choking. But every time I tried to drink water, a little bit popped up. I was like, oh. So then I had to stand up really straight, let everything settle down, and it's just it's I don't know what happened. I have an idea what it was. I think it's just when I get into the rhythm of one certain food, it's hard to change for another food, and I'm just gonna have to get better at that because this next event's gonna be similar. We're gonna have different types of food, and I have to make my body just adjust to that different food quickly.
Yeah, do you like sharing this bigger stage with the Super Bowl? I mean, the spotlight is going to be on you guys. It's just how pumped are you for this event in particular?
Oh, I'm excited. It's it's been a long time since we've done an eating contest in a Super Bowl city and around the Super Bowl. And people who love football love eating, and people who love eating love competitive eating. So it's a lot of there's a lot of crossover, and there's gonna be a lot of happy people in the area. And I can't wait to get in Tampa and hopefully do some celebrating after the contest and watch the Super Bowl.
Mashing a lot of prime rib, but when it comes to like a Super Bowl snack, like what's your favorite Super Bowl food? What's like your go-to?
Pizza and beer. I'm pretty. I love chicken wings. Oh, but pizza, it's just easy. You just grab a slice and go, and it's you don't even have a plate. It's just disappearing quick. And I love pizza for Super Bowl or any kind of like sporting event. That's one of the easiest. I mean, chicken wings are great, but they do make a mess, and you can't really eat them if you're in a friend's house. You don't want to make a mess in a friend's house. But as far as watching a sporting event with friends, I think pizza and beer, it's hard to beat it.
Well, it's good news for you that pizza is included in this like 8-minute all-you-can-eat event, like steeplechase format here. Out of the following foods, maybe it is pizza, but which one is the hardest to eat? You got an 8-layer dip. There is the pepperoni pizza. There's the boneless wings. There's chili, a sub sandwich. There's cheese balls, pigs in a blanket, and jalapeno poppers.
Well, yeah, there's like 3 of them that I hold world records in already. There's pizza that I hold the record in. I've beaten everybody in that. I've beaten everybody in chili. I hold the record in jalapeno poppers. I'm looking at it, the one that looks the toughest is the cheese balls, and it's tough in a couple things. I've never done it in contests, so I haven't really figured out a technique for it. But also they're really crispy, and they're crunchy, and crunchy things are hard to swallow quickly. It's gonna be hard for everybody, but I think I'm gonna do one fist of squeezing and crunching, the other just drinking, try to soft them down and get them wet. That's it. But yeah, I think the cheese balls are probably going to be the hardest thing. The thing I'm least familiar with. I've done hot dogs like crazy, so I feel like pigs in a blanket won't be that much different. I should be able to get those down pretty quick. But we're gonna find out.
Yeah,
there's definitely gonna be some surprises.
What kind of advantage do you think it gives you that you already hold the world record in 3 of these, though?
I think it definitely helps. It just psychologically, I know that I have a technique already for each one of those, and probably even a 4th one. There's the bean dip. I feel like I have a pretty good technique for that. There's the submarine sandwich, which could be a little bit hard, but I feel like these are foods that I actually eat. I didn't want to tell this to people before the candy contest, but I don't eat candy very often. In fact, for years I thought I had a chocolate allergy because I just get pimples like a mother. So I never eat. I just stayed away from chocolate. And, so these are foods that I actually eat and I crave. So it's going to be a lot easier to get into a rhythm for each one of them.
Maybe it was a good thing you couldn't get those Kit Kats down then. You know, keeping the clear skin, man.
I wish I could. They were just stuck in my chest. It happens. But it doesn't happen usually in contests. But I hope I can. I just gotta keep going. I gotta push through it and move on to the next one.
Hey, boneless wings are just chicken nuggets. Change my mind.
Yeah, these are just boneless. Are they just chicken nuggets?
Yeah, I'm saying boneless wings are chicken nuggets. Do you agree or disagree?
Not quite. I mean, boneless wings, they're chunks of meat. Chicken nuggets are usually like all ground up meat and then shaped. Okay. They're a little different. And boneless wings are already covered in sauce. Chicken nuggets, they're served dry and you use dips.
Okay, because to me, it's like when someone says, "Hey, can I copy your homework?" and they're like, "Sure, just change it up a little bit so it doesn't look like you copied." And then you don't change a single thing, and that's boneless wings and chicken nuggets to me. I just had to actually ask you because you're the expert.
They're similar. I can see why people would call them. I'm sure there's restaurants out there selling chicken nuggets as boneless wings.
Yeah,
and
frauds. They're frauds.
I think they should be called out. But I do think there's a little difference. The texture of the meat is clearly different.
All right, guys, here's a look at our schedule for the rest of the DraftKings 250K Tailgate weekend. As you can see, I'll be back right here with Emerson at 5 p.m. for the big game edition of The Sweat as our DraftKings analysts break down the DFS and betting angles for the NFL title game. We'll also be joined by Ross Tucker of the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. But right now, you guys, the moment that we've all been waiting for, it's time for the DraftKings Major League Eating Big Game Snackdown. Let's head down to the Yacht Starship in Tampa to kick it off.
This is the DraftKings Big Game Snackdown. Major League Eating live from Tampa Bay. Welcome aboard, folks. We are coming to you from the 180-foot Yacht Starship, a boat just big enough to hold 6 of the top 10 Major League eaters in the world. And you can see them right there. You got Joey Chestnut, of course, ranked number 1. There's Mickey and Nick. Mickey not competing right now. We got Darren Breeden on the list. Gideon Oji, the tallest man in the sport. And there he is. 2 goats competing in Tampa today, and that's one of them, Joey Chestnut. And the beautiful, bejeweled, bespoke, and curated trophy from DraftKings. Let's take a look at what they're eating. They're all these great football feasting favorites, starting with a 15-inch pizza, whole pepperoni pizza. Really beautiful. A bowl of chili, that's 32 ounces of chili. 25, Nathan's famous pigs in a blanket. 32 ounces of 8-layer dip, first ever 8-layer dip, topped with bacon by the orders and certified by MLE. 100 cheese balls, 25 boneless buffalo wings, a 12-inch submarine sandwich, and we wrap it off with a kicker. 25 jalapeno poppers. Hey guys, welcome to the DraftKings Big Game Snackdown. I'm Richard Shea with Major League Eating, joined by George Shea, also of Major League Eating. How thrilling to be here in the host city of Tampa Bay today.
It's amazing, and it is glorious, Richard. The sun is shining, not like New York City, MLE HQ, where it is snowing.
Well, the last time we did a contest together, it was with DraftKings in Las Vegas. Joey Chestnut, top-ranked in the world, was there. Joey fell in hard times that day, did not win.
He did not. I think he will do much better today. However, Richard, this contest is custom made for Jeffrey Esper, ranked number 2 in the world. It's heavy, it's dense. He is going to push through. I expect him to be very close to Joey.
Well, you know, we're here with DraftKings, so we've got some betting odds from Johnny Avello. And it's going to be an interesting contest. Joey is negative 200. I believe Esper is plus 200. You've got Michelle Lesko, the 9th-ranked eater in the world, at plus 4,000. Darren Breeden, keep an eye on him at plus 425. Darren Breeden has beaten Joey. He has beaten Jeff.
I think, Richard, that a little bit the delta between Joey and Jeff might be a little wide. I'll be interested to see.
And it's all about fun, too, today. We've got a prop bet. Will any of these eaters complete all the food? Will they finish it in 8 minutes? The yes is negative 139 on that. But before we get into the big eating, I should say download that DraftKings app. Download that app. There's a $100,000 free-to-play on this event. It's all part of the $250,000 tailgate celebration that DraftKings is doing. $5,000 on the line for our guys. And we're going to kick it off with a surprise event. When I was in college, we did a wine and cheese night, George. You remember that? We invited the Tri-Delts. The wine was Mad Dog 2020. The cheese came in a can. Talk to me about canned cheese, George.
Well, Richard, spray cheese in a can is one of the greatest innovations since cheese fondue. Today, we're going to take it a step further. We're going to have the first ever fully sanctioned spray cheese in a can chugging contest. Let's meet the chuggers. From Pocono Pines, PA, a man mountain at 6 feet 6 inches tall. Ranked number 15 in the world, George Chigger. And from Normal, Illinois, ranked number 10 in the world, the great Matt Hazard. And now, folks, the first ever spray cheese in a can chugging contest. Count it down with me from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
I sincerely hope they don't get any of that cheese on the trophy.
Richard, Matt Hazard, look, he's going double barrel. Matt Hazard, look at that. They're both using water, but Matt Hazard throwing caution to the wind. Double barrel on the cheese.
The great thing about this cheese, George, you don't need a knife. No formality, just pour it in.
Now, it seems to me now George Chigger's on his second can. Matt Hazard seems to be struggling. It looks like their baby's drinking milk, Richard. This is very close. Here. They have to turn the cans over and spray them to show that they're empty. This is very close. George Chigger now using water very judiciously, very effectively. This is neck and neck.
Literally neck and neck. You can see their necks.
We're coming down to the wire. George Chigger shaking out the cheese in his mouth. They're dead tied, Richard. George Chigger double checking. George Chigger! George Chigger just beat him!
By a hair, George! By a hair!
Oh, my
Unbelievable.
Glory.
And we are underway on the Yacht Starship right here in the heart of Tampa Bay. We'll be back right after this.
At DraftKings, we believe life's more fun with skin in the game, especially Super Bowl 55. So don't just watch, play DraftKings free Super Bowl prediction challenge. Everyone gets an instant prize up to $25,000 just for playing. Answer questions like who will score last? And if you win the challenge, you can take home a cool $1 million. Download the DraftKings Daily Fantasy app now, enter the free Super Bowl prediction challenge, and make it rain.
There's a place for us, where thrill seekers drink from the fountain of I'm gonna get mine. A land of games and game changers. Propelling the future of sports so your competitive gene can run rogue. Your next play, your call. Our next play, whatever we can dream up. DraftKings, make it rain.
Jim Cramer here, taking a trip from Wall Street to the DraftKings Sportsbook for this week's first and trend. Super Bowl line movement started early last week when the Chiefs opened as a 3.5-point favorite over the Bucs. Now the spread hasn't moved much, but there's been a slight shift toward Tampa Bay, even though most bettors prefer KC. Now this was the divide we saw for most of the regular season, where the public loved the Chiefs. Sharp bettors seem to be going against them. This trend flipped in the 2 playoff games with the momentum behind the Browns and Bills, but Super Bowl spread betting has returned to normal. The total has moved slightly as well, coming down a bit from the opening line of 57.5. Tom Brady, especially of course Patrick Mahomes, always tend to draw over bets in their games. But just like with the spread, it seems as though the sharp bettors are moving the line away from the public. Some of this could be due to injuries. We talked about Eric Fisher getting hurt for the Chiefs, big deal. But in general, the sharps tend to like unders in the big game. The two most bet on props to this point are each of the quarterbacks to win MVP. Mahomes took home an MVP trophy last year. Brady obviously has a few of his own. So it's easy to understand why these two bets obviously have great popular interest. Tyreek Hill, Travis Kelce are grabbing a few of their own. I like Kelce here. But the overall betting trend point to an expectation of a shootout with two of the greatest ever leading the way.
At DraftKings, we believe life's more fun with skin in the game, especially Super Bowl 55. So don't just watch, play DraftKings free Super Bowl prediction challenge. Everyone gets an instant prize up to $25,000 just for playing. Answer questions like who will score last? And if you win the challenge, you can take home a cool $1 million. Download the DraftKings Daily Fantasy app now, enter the free Super Bowl prediction challenge, and make it rain.
Welcome back to the DraftKings Big Game Snackdown with Major League Eating. You still have time to download that app and get involved in the $100,000 free-to-play courtesy of DraftKings. We are on a yacht in the heart of the host city, and now, for the host with the most, I'm going to toss it over to the OG, the original George Shea.
Ladies and gentlemen, citizens of the world, welcome to the Big Game Snackdown from DraftKings, where the greatest eaters in the world have gathered. Let's meet them now. He is the 8th Archangel, Gideon the Exalted. He stands 6 feet 9 inches tall, 7 feet from tip of wing to tip of wing. The undisputed kale-eating champion of the world, ranked number 7 in the world, Gideon OG. She is the Empress of 4 kingdoms, of earth, of fire, of water, of air. And she comes from a time when humans, like words, lived in the sky, before we were pulled down to the earth by gravity. Ladies and gentlemen, the number 2 ranked female in the world, from Tucson, Arizona, Michelle Lesko. Is a diet coach and physical fitness instructor who treats himself each day to 1 carbohydrate. Ranked number 7 in the world, from Tampa Bay, Florida, hometown boy, ladies and gentlemen, Nick Worry. Through meditation, he learned that his spirit animal is a bologna sandwich. Ranked number 3 in the world, from Orange, Virginia, my friends, I give you Daron Breedon. 50 pork roll sandwiches, 83 slices of pizza, 95 tamales, 225 Hostess donuts. The numbers don't lie, and that is why he is the number 2 ranked eater in the world, from Oxford, Massachusetts, a teacher by trade, Jeffrey Esper. an honor for all those now living to behold this man. He is the citadel at the center of the nation, the fortress at the highest point in the land. And he can see both oceans, and he can see the truth. And he will endure forever, until his bones are cracked and splintered and scraped like chalk on pavement. He will fight on, until he is the last man standing on the dirt-covered surface of the earth. He will fight on. Look at his works, ye mighty, and despair. He has surpassed the very kings of Egypt, the #1 ranked eater in the world, the Nathan's famous 4th of July champion of the world, Yowie Chestnut!
Well, there they are, folks. Weapons of mass digestion have assembled at our stage. There they are. There they are. The weapons of mass digestion have assembled at our stage for the DraftKings Big Game Snackdown. $100,000 free to play. We'll be back in Tampa in just a moment.
There's a place for us where thrill seekers drink from the fountain of I'm gonna get mine. A land of games and game changers. Propelling the future of sports so your competitive gene can run rogue. Your next play, your call. Our next play, whatever we can dream up. DraftKings, make it rain.
The DraftKings legend, Johnny Avello, is back again. He's the DraftKings Director of Race and Sportsbook Operation, and he's here because this weekend, DraftKings is holding the Tournament of Champions in Tampa. It's the biggest DFS event of the year. $1 million on the line. What should we expect this weekend from that event, Johnny?
Well, you got 39 different individuals vying for that top prize of $1 million, and one will be crowned the king of fantasy. And what a game and a venue for these guys to attend, enjoy, and unleash those competitive juices.
I mean, you're the commissioner here of the DraftKings Championship Series, so how satisfying is it to see like the final come together, especially after such a challenging year?
It was a challenging year, but we ran 40 total events, 5 world championships, which actually produced 34 millionaires. I thought it was just totally outrageous. But let me add, when you work with a team of pros like we have at DraftKings, it comes relatively easy.
All right, well, what are the future plans for DraftKings Championship Series?
The future plans are pretty exciting. Not confirmed yet, but for 2021, we're exploring about 100 different ways to win big. We have already kicked off a couple of qualifiers that will land our first 2 seats into the 2021 Tournament of Champions.
All right, well, finally, I can't let you go without asking about the big game. DraftKings has an amazing free-to-play pool called the $55 million Prediction Challenge. How does this work?
Well, the Super Bowl in general gets me pretty excited, but this 4th quarter free pool that we're running on the DraftKings site is really what I'm looking most forward to this year. There's a series of 10 props pertaining to the 4th quarter that anyone who logs on to onto sportsbook.draftkings.com, try to answer those correctly, and we're putting up $1 million in prize money. And this can be played from any state, even if sports wagering isn't approved thus far where you live. What a way to finish a Super Bowl.
Incredible. Exciting stuff. You're always dropping the knowledge on us. Johnny Avello, it was good catching up with you, my friend.
Have a fun week.
At DraftKings, we believe life's more fun with skin in the game, especially Super Bowl 55. So don't just watch. Play DraftKings free Super Bowl prediction challenge. Everyone gets an instant prize up to $25,000 just for playing. Answer questions like who will score last? And if you win the challenge, you can take home a cool $1 million. Download the DraftKings Daily Fantasy app now, enter the free Super Bowl prediction challenge, and make it rain.
Well, ahoy, Polloy. We're back on the yacht Starship, and my, she is Yar. Very speedy and quick to the helm. Who is the speediest and fastest and best equipped eater today? We're going to find out. Johnny Avello of DraftKings did put the odds on there. Of course, Joey Chestnut is favorite at -200. Michelle Lesko +4,000. You know, interesting in there with Esper at +200. Of course, Breeden at +425. Never count out OG or Wary either. Lots of money on the line. Don't forget the prop bet. Let's go down to George Shea to kick off the DraftKings Big Game Snackdown.
My friends, it is go time. It is go time time. It is go, no, go, lock and load, love him and leave him, smoke him if you got him, see you want to see you on the other side. Time. It's time for the DraftKings Big Game Snackdown. Count it down with me from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
And we are underway. We are underway here in the heart of Tampa Bay. We have kicked things off a couple hours before the big game. As we said, Joey Chestnut crushing the pizza. The most popular pizza topping on this day, George, is pepperoni.
Richard, I saw Joey going after the pepperoni pizza, and I said to myself, that's the fastest time I'd ever seen anybody eating the pizza. And yet, Jeffrey is right there with him. He had the entire thing down there, dead even. Another into the chili, dead even. I told you, watch Jeffrey Esper. He likes these heavy, dense foods. Neck and neck with Joey Chestnut as Nick Wary also moving into the chili. Gideon OG into the chili. We are in to the second round with the chili. All of the eaters now on chili.
Well, chili, George, you see that pizza go so quickly. Americans eat 100 acres of pizza a day. Can you imagine if they could all eat as well as Joey?
Richard, forgive me. Joey's done with the chili, and he's on. He is on to the Nathan's Famous Pigs in a Blanket, which he is picking up. And he's just throwing them in the mouth, Richard. You know he has an abnormally wide esophagus. That is well established, and they're just dropping down.
George, he's eaten 75 full-size Nathan's Famous hot dogs. Just imagine what he could do with these pigs in a blanket.
Joey and Jeffrey are eating in the exact same fashion, but let me tell you, they are dead even again on the third round. And while he's finishing the pigs in a blanket, he is on to the 7-layer dip. That's Jeffrey.
Let me correct you, George.
And Joey's pausing for water. Jeffrey Esper now 1/3 of the way through the 7-layer dip. It's not 7 layers, it's 8 layers, and that's why it's so hard.
Well, Major League Eating did survey hundreds and hundreds of football fans across the country in the interest of moving American culinary scene forward. The culinary scene now much better off. The top layer is bacon. America spoke.
Clean that good.
It's an 8-layer dip.
Jeffrey is now about 14 ounces ahead of Joey here. Look, he's cleaning it. Look, he cleaned it with his hand. He is so conscientious, Richard. He cleaned that right up with his hand. And now Joey on to the cheese balls, Richard.
The cheese balls, of course, George, it's a good way to get a little bronzer. If you don't have time to go to the spa, you use that cheese dust as a foundation.
It is chaos with the cheese balls, Richard. I can see it is ripping up the roof of his mouth and his cheeks and his tongue. It's very, very difficult. He's pushing on, but he will not be able to whistle, I think, for a good week to 10 days. He could be as happy as a clam, but he can't
now
whistle.
Both on cheese balls as well. Darren and Nick both, and Gideon OG. This is a battle occurring right here.
Michelle now falling slightly behind the field. Joey Chestnut trying to finish up the cheese balls, which are a little chaotic.
Well, the elephant in the room, George, the boneless wings. Are there boneless chickens? Are there any birds without bones in their wings? I'm no ornithologist, but I looked into it, and the answer is no. Even hummingbirds have bones in their wings, but these are what we call boneless buffalo wings.
Well, for the scientific mindset, there is no such thing as a boneless wing. It's just that simple. Jeffrey Esper is ahead, Richard. He's well into the boneless wings now. He is about 7 boneless wings ahead of Joey Chestnut now. They still both have the jalapeno poppers and the sub. But now Jeffrey Esper is establishing a significant, measurable lead here. Joey Chestnut has to pick up the speed.
Well, you know, not last year, but in 2019, the last regular year that we had a full season, they matched up 11 times, and I believe that Esper was able to beat Joey 5 of those times.
Gideon Oji here, substantially tied with the rest of the top eaters, Richard. This is very close, and it goes beyond just Joey and Jeffrey. And right now, Darren Breeden is only about 7 to 8 boneless wings behind the top 3. That's very close.
Well, you know, it's going to really, I thought those cheese balls so far were the leveler. We're going on to that submarine sandwich, or what Micah Collins and Steak Belly might call a hoagie, what you call in Westchester a wedge, what you call in, I guess, a po' boy down in NOLA.
And Jeffrey Esper now pulling away from Joey Chestnut, even in this type of food, which is Joey's strength. But Joey sometimes comes back in the late moments of the contest. That is what's going to happen here if he's going to beat Jeffrey. Jeffrey is now pulling away from the #1 ranked eater in the world.
Well, they are well matched, these two.
You're going to have to just check the floor quick, Joey. I'm gonna get it for you.
We are on to the kicker, the jalapeno poppers for the man from Oxford, Massachusetts. Jeff Esper may just go home. Lifelong Pats fan. Bittersweet today watching his boy Tommy Terrific.
Okay.
But doing
Richard,
it for
this is
Greater
it.
Boston
Jeffrey
right
is now putting Joey away. Joey has not even touched the plate of jalapeno poppers, and Jeffrey is now near the end of his plate is clean. He's got one stray piece of pepperoni. He's got to go back for it.
Joey came out so fast, it's almost like reminiscent of that 28-3 game.
Joey is pausing for water, but nothing will slow down this man, Jeffrey Esper, and he now just has to finish what's in his mouth. He's just got to finish that, and he's done. Joey now into the poppers, but frankly, Richard, it's too late. He has won. Jeffrey Esper has won the day. Down goes Chestnut in this amazing contest. Joey now trying for second against the rest of these eaters.
Well, we're going to have them all finish. There is wagering on this, but without a doubt, if this unofficial result becomes official, this will be the most memorable contest in Esper's career.
Nick Wary now very close to Joey. He's about 3 to 4 jalapeno poppers behind Joey, if it may be closer than that. And look at Jeffrey Esper, a moment of extraordinary success for this man who has just put down Joey in the field.
If Nick Wary were to come back and edge out Joey, that's the question. Can
Nick Wary
he kick it
is
into
right
overdrive?
with Joey, but Joey's looking at him. Joey now knows he's got to do something, and he's doing it. Joey's coming faster now. Nick slowing a little.
Those
Joey
are
is 2
jalapenos.
poppers ahead, Richard, now 2 poppers.
Jalapeno stuffed with cream cheese and then batter fried, or what I call them crispy steamed, because my wife doesn't like me to eat fried food, so I eat crispy steamed chicken and whatnot.
Joey now down to his last 3 on the plate, Richard. That's just 1 palmful for him. He's going to clean up the plates. He's got now Nick Wary, who seems to have slowed there. He put on an incredible performance,
Joey
but seems to have
like
hit a
he's
bit
going
of
to
a
get
wall.
an unofficial second. Darren Breeden holding his own down there to the right of Joey. And Nick just struggling here through the final plate of jalapeno poppers.
Joey now just finishing what's in his mouth, taking the time. He knows Nick has got about 2 to 3 poppers left, so he's just finishing up. And Joey is done. Sam, would you verify that? Verified. Okay, Sarah,
Wow.
Sam is good on the debris.
What a day for
We have
Major League
Joey
Eating.
in second officially, Reg.
Joey in second. Unofficial results so far. We will get the official results. Of course, there's 100,000 pay to play on this.
Nick
Puck right up
Wary
for
is
the
now
Eaters, and of course,
finishing
the
up.
Bejeweled.
Sam is checking it out.
DraftKings football trophy. Unbelievable piece of hardware that everybody wants.
Nick has got this. He's just cleaning up. He knows he has the time, and he's done. Nick Wary is done. No, Nick Wary is done.
Yeah,
but we're done. Stop eating. Yeah.
Nick Wary now.
We're done? 8 minutes.
Unofficial
Put
3.
down your food, ladies and
that's
gentlemen.
time.
Put down your food.
And that is time. It's an 8-minute competition.
And that is the end of official regulation time, Richard. The unofficial results, forgive me for saying official earlier, is Jeffrey Esper, Joey, and then Nick. So we will see what the judges say. So we are now looking at Nick Wary, who's leaning over the table. An incredible performance, but he seems weary. I don't know if it's the heat or the weight of the food. Joey Chestnut also leaning down, feeling the weight of that food, and also Darren Breeden.
We kicked things off a couple hours before the official kickoff, and this was very exciting. We're going to be back in a moment right here near Riverwalk. I guess the eyes of the world are on this spot right now. We will have the official results of the DraftKings Big Game Snackdown when we come back to Tampa Bay.
At DraftKings, we believe life's more fun with skin in the game, especially Super Bowl 55. So don't just watch. Play DraftKings free Super Bowl prediction challenge. Everyone gets an instant prize up to $25,000 just for playing. Answer questions like who will score last? And if you win the challenge, you can take home a cool $1 million. Download the DraftKings Daily Fantasy app now, enter the free Super Bowl prediction challenge, and make it rain.
There's a place for us where thrill seekers drink from the fountain of I'm gonna get mine. A land of games and game changers. Propelling the future of sports so your competitive gene can run rogue. Your next play, your call. Our next play, whatever we can dream up. DraftKings, make it rain.
Jim Cramer here, taking a trip from Wall Street to the DraftKings Sportsbook for this week's first and trend. Super Bowl line movement started early last week when the Chiefs opened as a 3.5-point favorite over the Bucs. Now the spread hasn't moved much, but there's been a slight shift toward Tampa Bay, even though most bettors prefer KC. Now this was the divide we saw for most of the regular season, where the public loved the Chiefs. Sharp bettors seem to be going against them. This trend flipped in the two playoff games with the momentum behind the Browns and Bills, but Super Bowl spread betting has returned to normal. The total has moved slightly as well, coming down a bit from the opening line of 57.5. Tom Brady, especially of course Patrick Mahomes, always tend to draw over bets in their games. But just like with the spread, it seems as though the sharp bettors are moving the line away from the public. Some of this could be due to injuries. We talked about Eric Fisher getting hurt for the Chiefs, big deal. But in general, the sharps tend to like unders in the big game. The two most bet on props to this point are each of the quarterbacks to win MVP. Mahomes took home an MVP trophy last year. Brady obviously has a few of his own. So it's easy to understand why these two bets obviously have great popular interest. Tyreek Hill, Travis Kelce are grabbing a few of their own. I like Kelce here. But the overall betting trend point to an expectation of a shootout with two of the greatest ever leading the way.
At DraftKings, we believe life's more fun with skin in the game, especially Super Bowl 55. So don't just watch. Play DraftKings free Super Bowl prediction challenge. Everyone gets an instant prize up to $25,000 just for playing. Answer questions like who will score last? And if you win the challenge, you can take home a cool $1 million. Download the DraftKings Daily Fantasy app now, enter the free Super Bowl prediction challenge, and make it rain.
Okay.
Welcome back to the SS Gurgitation. We're sailing in the heart of Tampa Bay, a city as breezy and refreshing as a Diet Mountain Dew. Sunny skies and 73 degrees in history was certainly made on this boat.
543.
We're going to get some official results. Let's go down to George.
Richard, that was an incredible battle. You can see the battlefield now in front of you. It came down to it. We were right. With 5 minutes and 43 seconds, Jeffrey Esper finished everything, and he wins the day. Number one, Jeffrey Esper, the champion of the DraftKings Big Game Snackdown. But right behind him, 7 minutes and 32 seconds, champion of the world, ranked number one, Joey Chestnut. Joey, let me ask you before I talk to Jeffrey, how did you feel here today? You seemed a little bit weighted down by the food or the heat. What was it?
You know, I knew right away that Jeff was fast, and I was eating with a little bit of panic, so I was messy, and then my jaws got tired towards the middle. So it's the first contest of the year, and I'm gonna come back, and I'm gonna make sure that everything works better next time.
Well, let me tell you, he's beaten you on this type of event before. Do you worry about him coming and gaining even more when we head toward the summer season?
Yeah. these are weird kind of events where there's so many different kinds of food. I do excel when it's one food, and I can find one rhythm, and I can just keep going and make my body cooperate. But I need to find a way to win all the contests, not just the ones I naturally like.
Okay, well, congratulations. Number 2, 7 minutes and 32 seconds. Jeffrey, incredible performance. I saw Joey. I thought he was going out very fast. It turns out you were ahead of him significantly. What was your strategy?
So I practiced with these foods, and I kind of knew how fast I could do everything. So I felt really good and when I saw I had them edged a little bit, I knew I had it. So.
You seem to just have control from the very beginning. And tell me, have you been training? There haven't been many contests. What was it that put you in this position?
Yeah, I don't like to let myself get out of shape. So, yeah, I've been trying to keep in shape as good as I can. Not as contest season, but, 90%. I like to keep myself there, yeah.
All right, well, listen, congratulations, Jeffrey Esper, number 1 in the DraftKings Big Game Snackdown. Third was the great Nick Werry. We will have all of the results online. I'm going to throw it back to Rich.
Thank you, George, and congratulations to Jeff, Nick, and Joey for the top 3 spots there. We had that prop bet with DraftKings of would they all finish the food? Would any of them not finish the food? 3 of them actually missed that 8-minute mark. It was the fastest 8 minutes I've ever seen in sport. It was great, and it was a lot of fun out here in Tampa Bay. The fun continues with the DraftKings Dream Stream. Keeps going with The Sweat up next. Jesse and Emerson will join some leading analysts and break down the big game. Oh, and also the $55 million fourth quarter free-to-play pool. $55 million, dude. Download that DraftKings app. For Major League Eating and George Shea, I am Rich Shea. Thanks for watching and enjoy the game.
Yeah, but what you had to do for?
Oh. That was something else, huh?
Yes, wow, that was fantastic.
They consumed quite a bit of food.
They did.
It was, a challenge, I know, for them and also for us.
It was a challenge.
But, shout out to Jeffrey Esper, Massachusetts' own.
Woo!
Rocking the Red Sox
yeah, buddy.
There. We got some football to talk about now. Oh, my stomach. But it is good to see everyone. Welcome to a Super Bowl 55 edition of The Sweat, presented by the DraftKings Sportsbook, alongside my sister from another mister, Jesse Cofield. I am Emerson Latzia. It's not too late right now to try and win $1 million today.
We're going to tell you how you can get a piece of the $5.55 million DK contest. Plus, we're going inside a historic tournament of champions. But first, let's bring in DraftKings contributors Reed Fowler, Steve Buchanan, and special guest Ross Tucker from the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
All right, let's get the hot gossip, the 411, if you will, about the best bets and what your favorite DraftKings Sportsbook plays are for tonight. We'll give you a style of bet. You tell us your favorite one for this game. We'll start with the old standards: spread, total, money line. Which one of these is the best option for this game? Ross, you're up first.
Well, I guess it depends a little bit, Emerson, and who you like. I mean, if you like the Bucks, I think you should just take the money line. If you like the Chiefs, I think you lay the point just because of the juice involved. I will say this. Earlier in the week, I really liked the under. And I'm feeling very good about myself right now because I took the under when it was 56.5. Right now, it's been bet down to 55.5. So I get a full point of value. Feeling pretty good about myself right now. Let's see if Reed and Steve have already gotten a full point of value for the listeners and viewers.
Okay, Reed, go ahead.
Yeah, look, I mean, I've waited. So when Steve said it in our earlier shows, patience is a virtue, it actually is in this case. If you do like the over, like I do, 55.5 is nice. Like, it got close to this in week 12, and Kansas City had a ton of penalties. It just didn't look right. But like we've talked about ad nauseum throughout this entire week, is that both of these offenses, especially in that game in yards per play, they were in the top 1 or 2 of the season, respectively, in Kansas City and Tampa Bay. So I look at that game as sort of a template, 51, 52 around there. 55.5, I think Tampa Bay has to score at least 35 plus to win this game. So I like the over. And the spread, again, Kansas City, I'm with them at -3. I think they should be a little bit higher, at -4.5, around there. So getting 3, like Ross was saying, in my own mind, which is probably is a lot going on, or maybe just not a lot going on, I feel like I'm getting a point and a half of value there.
Steve, what do you think? Like spread, total, money line, which one you think is the best option?
You know, nothing starts off this show better than a former NFL player asking the varsity high school baseball all-star what he thinks about this game. But that's where we're starting this show off here. I mean, look, I've been talking about this all week long. I like the Buccaneers at +3. And look, it's a scary number to take because we all know about the offensive firepower that the Chiefs have. But if there's anything that we can say about the Chiefs is that they have been a horrific team against the spread, specifically dating back to that game against the Jets where they covered that -20 spread. Since that time, they've only covered 2 spreads in that span. They've been a bettor's nightmare. I think that's going to continue here once again. This is going to be a very, very close game. I don't see a blowout happening here. So with that in mind, I like the Buccaneers at +3.
Steve, an elite high school athlete. Elite high school.
I feel you there, Steve. We can do a whole show on that.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, let's not. Reed, there are a number of quarterback matchups, props, Brady versus Mahomes, and things like most completions, highest completion percentage, passer rating, passing yards, longest pass, and touchdowns. I mean, which one of these stands out to you?
I think passing yards, and Patrick Mahomes is someone that I'm very interested in. Look, the narrative is that Tom Brady is going to need more passing yards because they're going to be playing from behind. But that Tampa Bay secondary, with the injuries that they're facing, we've talked about it a lot in terms of the offensive line for Kansas City, but there are few better than Patrick Mahomes against the blitz, even with a strong front seven like Tampa Bay. Looking at Patrick Mahomes to throw in the upwards of the 350 to 375 yardage mark, especially in this game. Tampa Bay's run defense is elite. You're not going to want to run. Kansas City can't run, right? Like the running backs just haven't been efficient throughout the entire season. You're not going to change the game plan right now. So you can't run against Tampa Bay. You have a really high-powered offense and a better secondary in Tampa Bay. I like Patrick Mahomes against Brady, more passing yards.
Steve, which one of these catches your eye?
I like Mahomes to go over the 67.5 completion percentage, which is currently at -112. Had 75.5% completion percentage against the Buccaneers back in Week 12. And then you think about, well, you know, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have a pretty good pass rush. Well, in that game in Week 12, Mahomes was under pressure on 33% of his dropbacks, but still produced a 70% adjusted completion percentage. And then, of course, when that pocket's clean, baby, you know what Mahomes can do. 88.2% adjusted completion percentage when he had a clean pocket. We all know how bad this secondary has been for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Sean Murphy-Bunting, Carlton Davis, all guys that you can throw against, all guys that let up a ton of receptions. Over 67.5, that's right at his average for the season. But in this plus matchup, I think he can easily exceed that.
Ross, any of these quarterback matchups props stick out to you?
Yeah, they do. I'm going to go head-to-head with Reed. But first, Steve, just so you know, I was terrible at baseball, dude. Terrible. So you got that on me. I stopped playing in 9th grade right when I realized I needed glasses, by the way. So maybe I actually could have been good at baseball.
Wow.
But I had to get contacts and glasses. That's my story.
Yeah.
I'm sticking with it. My story for the quarterback passing yards, I'm going right at Reed Fowler.
Oh,
I am going under for Patrick Mahomes, 325.5. You know why? Number one, it's plus money, plus 101, but listen, a lot better than the over. Number two, all of the playoff games Patrick Mahomes has played in, you know how many times he's thrown for more than 325 yards? 0. Never. He's never done it. He's never thrown for more than 325 passing yards in a playoff game. And here's the deal. I can paint different stories for you guys, both in a winning effort for the Chiefs and a losing effort for the Chiefs, where he doesn't get there. The Chiefs just moved their right tackle to left tackle, right guard to right tackle, put a new right guard in. They just got worse at 3 spots. And not only that, those guys haven't even worked with each other. Not like Steve and Reed. We've been working together for years, okay? Those guys just started working with each other. They have they have not had a whole lot of time together. And JPP, Shaq Barrett, and Ndamukong Suh, Vita Vea, they're going to get after Patrick Mahomes. I'm taking the under at plus money. I'm going head-to-head with Reed Fowler.
Reed, did he change your mind?
100%, completely. I'm going on the other side. No. And Ross, look, let's not forget, too, he's selling himself short as well. This guy was, all dodgeball as well. You should see some pictures back in the early 90s of a Steve Buchanan.
It is
His
so
dad was
true.
all dodgeball as well.
Steve, you used to travel the world playing dodgeball. Like, kids grow up wanting to be that person.
Which honestly was like a very well-kept secret. Like, you just didn't really tell us about that. We had to sort of find out on our own.
Right.
Hey, listen, there's nothing I like more than boosting my ego, but we got the Super Bowl coming up. We can save this for another time.
Come on.
Okay.
We can impress Ross another time because there's a lot of stories I can give to impress him.
Honestly, this is just Emerson losing track of himself, which is very standard.
Steve, my dodgeball MVP. Let's talk Super Bowl MVP. You can pick the straight winner or pick from which position will win. You could even pick someone from the losing team. So which MVP bet works the best for you?
Now, look, obviously, people are going to gravitate towards the quarterbacks, and that's totally fine. It's a boring bet. Nobody's going to get excited about it, but it's fine because we're here to make money. We're not here to place exciting bets. But for me, I'm looking at someone like Tyreek Hill, who's 12-1 odds in this one. And, you know, running back, wide receivers, they don't win this award a ton, only 24% of the time, those two positions combined. But when you look at what Tyreek Hill can do, and we saw what he did against his secondary already, absolutely decimated them for 269 yards, 13 catches, 3 touchdowns. We think that's going to happen again in this game? Probably not. Let's temper our expectations a little bit there. But even if you get something like half of that production, that's probably enough to win the MVP. So if you're looking for those longer odds, Tyreek Hill with that speed, if he breaks coverage, it's over for them. He's going to take it to the house. So I like that one there. But no one's going to blame you for taking the quarterback because the quarterback position has won the MVP 54% of the Super Bowls played. So it's fine. It's boring, but it'll probably win you some money.
I mean, 54% of the Super Bowls play. That means 46% of Super Bowls a quarterback did not win it. Ross, who do you like for this one?
Math checks out.
Well, listen, Steve acts like Tyreek Hill is like taking a big stab. Like, oh, Tyreek Hill. Steve, I'm swinging for the fences, bro. I talked about this earlier in the week on the Even Money podcast. I already got people value there. I like Shaq Barrett and JPP. They were both 66-1 earlier in the week. Now they're 50-1 on DraftKings. I'm just handing out value on these podcasts like it's going out stuff. Just doling out the value. Look, this could very easily be very similar to Von Miller and the Broncos against Cam Newton and the Panthers, 5 or 6 years ago when Von Miller won the MVP. Shaq Barrett and JPP combined for five sacks against Aaron Rodgers and the Packers in the NFC Championship game. This could be similar. I already talked 2 minutes ago about the Chiefs' O-line issues. If I'm going to put in an MVP bet, I'm swinging for the fences. I'm going for a home run like Steve Buchanan in high school. I'm going 50-1 Shaq Barrett or JPP or both. Put $100 on both of them. I'm telling you, there's a decent chance one of those guys strip sack, maybe picks it up, touchdown, swing for the fences.
And Shaq Barrett's Super Bowl swag today, by the way, impeccable. Reed, who do you like for the MVP?
Ross, just like Steve Buchanan in high school swinging for a home run, it's a complete miss with Shaq Barrett and these guys. No, I like that. It's, you know, the defensive players, like you mentioned in Von Miller, it's been fantastic. If I'm going defense on the defensive side, we've seen the linebacker position win, and Von Miller his position was considered a linebacker, but we know what he really was, which was an edge rusher. They've won 7% of the MVPs, right? The one that I'm really going to, that I really like, is the safety position in Tyrann Mathieu. He's at plus 4,000. The pressure rating, we talk about this Tampa Bay defense, and it's strong. We talk about the Kansas State offensive line. It's hurt. But Tyrann Mathieu is a guy that's got 6 interceptions on the season, and Kansas City's pressure rating since Week 12, taking away Week 17 with the second stringers, they're top 5 in pressure rating. So if they can get to Tom Brady, which we've seen before, he throws up those moon balls. Tyrann Mathieu is playing more safety than slot corner. I really like that if he can return one for a touchdown and get you, 5 or 6 tackles.
All right, Reed, there's a whole section on the DK Sportsbook called Novelty Props. Now, this includes what the first play of the game will be. Will a lineman score a touchdown? Will a kicker hit the uprights? Will there be a trick play? What's your top pick?
My top pick, Jesse, any ruling on the field being overturned by a coach's challenge. If we look at the last, I believe, 19 or 20 years when the instant replay has been implemented of those Super Bowls, 26 plays have been challenged by coaches and 15 have been overturned. That's 57%. And when you kind of break this down, it makes a ton of sense, right? These coaches, like, they want to keep their timeouts, and both of these coaches are very cerebral. They're very smart in terms of how they're going to attack this game, especially in the second half. I think one of these challenges, and because they're able to kind of see it before it happens, if they're going to challenge it at plus money, Ross was talking about plus money. This is at plus 120 last time I checked. It might be down a little bit, maybe at plus 115. I still think it's a good one. Give me that one.
Steve, tell me about your favorite novelty prop.
You know what? I just love this time of year. We got Reed Fowler looking up challenge plays and how the outcome was and all that. I like something a little bit simpler, but you know, it's going to get the juices flowing. How about players to complete a pass attempt at over 2.5 at plus 165? The Chiefs have done this numerous times this season. They've had 5 players make a pass attempt on the season here. Travis Kelce, Sammy Watkins, Tommy Townsend, Chad Henne, Patrick Mahomes. We know the Buccaneers, they haven't done it this season, but we know Tommy Boy is like that before. We've seen him do it with his man Julian Edelman and such, so they could drop something like that. But a little bit of trickery. All eyes are on the Super Bowl. They're going to do anything they can to win this game. Plus 165 for 3 players to throw a pass, complete a pass in this game. Even, God forbid, we get a quick injury. Maybe someone's going to go to the tent. Chad Henne comes in or something. Whatever. Who cares? One pass, get off the field. I don't want to see you again. But if that happens, we win the bet. So there's a lot of avenues that we can get this one. So I like that one at 165.
Ross, which novelty prop sticks out to you?
Yeah, mine's kind of lame, actually. I mean, it's in the novelty prop category. I'm looking at it right now, but I will admit, Reed, don't call me Ricky Fowler, and Steve's novelty props were way, way better than mine. I'm going to go with under 14.5, largest lead in the game. I just don't see either team pulling away. I think it's a close, competitive game. I think it's a one-score game pretty much throughout. Maybe some team gets up by 10 or 14, but I don't see anybody getting up by more than 14 in this game. So I'll take under 14.5, largest lead in the game.
Good stuff, dudes. You 3 are not done yet. We need you back for your favorite bets of the night. But next, we're going to have Jeff, we're going to have Pierce, and Rosalie. They are here to put it on the board. But first, the DraftKings Tournament of Champions is also taking place in Tampa Bay with a showdown contest that will crown someone the best DFS player in the world. 39 players will battle each other for the $1 million top prize in this super sweet, crystally looking championship ring.
Those are diamonds, not crystals.
Okay, sounds great. So how did our qualifiers make it to Tampa? I need your help picking out a ring for my wife.
Take a look.
Today, it felt like it actually went kind of bad.
I started watching with about 5 minutes to go in the Lakers game, just hoping to hold on.
I didn't really have a lot of faith in the lineup. It wasn't doing well. First quarter came and went. The second quarter came and went.
It was coming down to the wire. I was up like 20 points, which is a lot of points to be in the lead with only a few holes left. And then all of a sudden, my guys started to blow up a little bit.
You're literally counting every pitch.
You know, I wasn't really sure where it was going to go, but by the third quarter, I started to see myself inching up and up and up.
I thought I was going to get beat at the end the way I pulled it out last year, but the Lakers didn't even foul at the end. What were they doing?
I was running around the house though, you know, just like I didn't want to watch. It's like covering my eyes. It ended up working out.
That was a pretty big sweat, I would say. It started all fall apart at the end.
So going into the last game, I had Markelle Fultz. I estimate I needed about 40 points from Fultz, and I think up to that point in the season, he only had 41 time. Early on, he was smashing. He got 56 points, which was his season high and obviously his career high.
Funny thing is, I own a pizza shop, and I was actually work on Sunday, usually open and close, and I knew by about hole 15 that it was basically 100% locked unless Reed was going to start eagling. It was surreal. I don't know. You're topping an $11 pizza and you have $1 million.
I think I won by 1.5 points. So the sweat was real. I still don't really believe that it happened.
May have taken a couple years off the end of my life, but that's okay.
You watch the game, you sweat it out. You're like, oh, I see this lineup rising. It's going to rise, but then it rises. Woo, woo!
Like brother and sister.
All right, well, unless you're in Tampa right now, you've probably already missed out on qualifying for the Tournament of Champions, and by probably, I mean definitely. But never fear, the DraftKings Championship Series Season 2 is on the way with tons more chances to qualify for next year's final. We have the Fantasy Hockey and Fantasy Basketball World Championships coming up soon, and there are a ton of qualifiers scheduled for hockey, including 3 this week on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. Check out the DK lobby for these qualifiers, and keep your eyes open for basketball qualifiers later this month.
Okay, but let's focus on today. You guys are obviously watching the show right now, a special big game edition of The Sweat. We are your lovely hosts, Emerson Lotzi and Jesse Cofield.
And we have a trio of talent here with us. DraftKings contributors Jeff Ulrich, Pierce Dietrich, and the fantasy girl, Rosalie Michaels. Guys, it's time for everyone's favorite segment. Put it on the board.
Let's go.
We give you a player. You tell us how many points they will score in the big game on your whiteboard, and Jeff will probably draw something. So
Okay, I look forward to this. So let's start with the GOAT himself, everybody. We're talking numero 12, Dose. So Tom Brady.
12 Dose?
Well, yeah, Dose is the Spanish version of 12. 26.7 points he had against the Chiefs back in Week 12. Have your whiteboards up. Show me what you are projecting for the man who already has 6 Super Bowl trophies. He's playing on the biggest stage in the game for the 10th time. Let's take a gander. So 26.2, I don't know.
That's Rosalie.
That's Rosalie, I can't tell. Okay, there we go. Jeff did draw something.
Jeff, you're so close. 26.69.
Okay, and 29. All right, so Pierce, that would be, I think you have the chunkiest prediction here. So why so high here?
You look at what Baker Mayfield had a 62% completion rate. Josh Allen had a 69% completion rate. Brady's a better quarterback, better line, better weapons. He beat the number 2 pass DVOA in the playoffs. He beat the number 3 pass DVOA in the playoffs. He beat the number 15 pass DVOA in the playoffs. The Chiefs are just number 16. This is the Super Bowl. It's Brady. You just play him.
Rosalie, talk to me.
Yeah, all those things that Pierce said are correct, but when you look at what he's done in the playoffs, he's not gone over 55.5% in his completions. So that's not very GOAT-like, but it's Tom Brady. It's the Super Bowl. It's, they're playing as the home team in Tampa. Even in that game where they lost to the Chiefs earlier in the season, he still put up 26.7 fantasy points. So does he get a lot done? Yes, but he's going to have a hard time going against Spagnuolo. Spagnuolo is kind of Brady's Achilles heel. We saw what he did to him in that Super Bowl against the Giants for the undefeated team and really shut them down with a very, very good supporting cast for Brady there as well. So, and we saw also what Spagnuolo did to San Francisco and Jimmy Garoppolo, TB12 Jr., right, last year during that game. So I think it's not going to be easy for him, but you still have a bit of faith in him. So I don't think it's a huge game, but it's a decent game.
Jeff, 26.69 is what you had down.
And the picture, I mean, the eyes are a little wonky. It's a little scary.
That is Brady. Wow.
I mean, does that look like a picture of a quarterback who's going to score 30 fantasy points? I don't think so.
No.
I think it's going to be, like Rosalie said, a little bit more muted game. So I'm on the same side. I mean, didn't have a great completion percentage against KC the first time out. He's going to throw the ball. That's what Tampa does. They throw a ton. It's not like he's going to have a bad game. You should definitely play both quarterbacks in your showdown lineups. Because who else are you going to play on Tampa, realistically? Like, okay, Evans, Godwin, they spread it out. You got to play Brady. I just don't think it's going to be like the 30-point game. I think it's going to be a little bit lower than we've seen his average over the last 5 or 6 games. But he's still kind of a must-play in my book.
All right, guys, next up, Ronald Jones. This guy had under 2 fantasy points in the Bucs win against the Packers. That is not good. Jones fully played second fiddle to Leonard Fournette, who had 17 touches. So is that going to happen again today? Playoff Lenny got a lot of momentum here, but we're talking about Ronald Jones. How many fantasy points do we think he's going to have? Let's get a reveal in 3, 2, 1. Reveal it. Rosalie says 4.1. Jeff says 7.77, and got to figure out what that was. And Pierce says 6. So Jeff, you have the highest number. Talk to us about that.
What is it? You guys know what that is.
It's a slot machine?
It's a slot machine.
I thought it was a microwave.
Yeah.
not gonna lie.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, I thought it was a toaster, but
Look, if you're projecting Ronald Jones today, it's a pretty easy projection. I mean, the dude's averaged like 10 touches, but they've all been carries, right? So if you've got him for like over 10 points, either you think he's getting a touchdown or he's going to break off like an 80-yard run or something. So I think that's where all of us are coming in. We don't really feel like he's probably going to get the red zone touches because Bruce Arians is basically put the ring on Leonard Fournette at this point. He's not a great PPR back. I got him for under 10. For me, he's got to fall in the end zone to get over that.
Okay. Pierce, you were next closest. You had 6.
Yeah, the prop line's 37.5. That's not pretty good. We know he's going to split carries, and it looks like Tampa is going to throw the ball. That's what everyone does against Kansas City. I think the perfect example is you look at the Browns. They wanted to run. The game script was fine, and Nick Chubb still only got 13 carries. If Nick Chubb can only get 13 carries, it's just not going to work out for Ronald Jones.
Okay, fair enough. Rosalie, let's get your take here. You had him having the least amount.
Yeah, and I think I'm being a little generous at that. Just because, I mean, when he is getting the ball, it's not effective. It's not pretty. You know, last week against a Green Bay beatable rush defense, he had 1.6 yards per carry average. That's terrible. And he's not involved in the pass game, so we don't have to worry about him there. And when you look at the fact that Tampa Bay also is one of the least rushing teams, 28th in the league is what they are in terms of rush percentage. So I just don't think the opportunity is going to be there and the efficiency hasn't been there.
Let's talk about a dude who has been playing out of his mind. Tyreek Hill. This guy reeled in 9 of 11 targets for 172 yards during that win against the Bills in the AFC Championship game. Good for 29.2 fantasy points. How many do you think he will have today? He's the 3rd highest priced player in the captain spot. He'll cost you 15.6, and then in the flex, 10.4. Let's see the boards, lady and gentlemen. 3, 2, okay.
38.2. Let's go.
Hot tamale, 29 and 25. Rosalie, almost 40 points from Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, you know what? It's the cheetah. He's had 3 receptions of 50-plus yards this season. And that's not enough for him, quite honestly. And when you look at what we all know that he destroyed this defense last time. I love Todd Bowles. I know that he's going to adjust for that. But who do they have that's really going to be able to keep up with Tyreek? And with those tackles out for Kansas City, Mahomes is going to have to get the ball off fast. It's going to go to Kelsey, but it's going to go to Tyreek too. Tyreek can get open fast, and even when he's not open, you know, he can make stuff happen. You can't catch him. So I think this is going to be a monster game for him. I think he gets the MVP and has a number of touchdowns, multiple touchdowns out of Tyreek too.
That would be his 2nd highest fantasy output of the season. Last time he had anywhere close to that was 60.9 points, week 12 against Tampa Bay. That was an unbelievable performance. Jeff, what'd you go with again?
I had 29.
Okay.
And,
what was your picture?
Oh, yeah, the picture.
Is it a cheetah?
I'm not quite sure what that is, but I'm not going to comment on it.
Oh,
okay.
it's like
All right,
speed.
never mind.
It's like
I see it now.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
You get it.
I get it.
It runs so fast that
Yeah.
it just becomes visible.
Got
Anyways, 29 points. I mean, again, I think he's going to have a big game. I think it's going to be more of just a volume game, though, for Tyreek Hill, because I do think Tampa is going to at least try to limit him downfield a bit. I'm not saying it's going to be successful, but I think that Tyreek is just going to be more of a menace from the perspective of he's going to catch a ton of short passes. He's probably, I got him projected for like 9.5, 10 catches here. So I think he's going to really pay off in that perspective. You might not see like the 70-yard touchdown. You might still see it because it's always on the table. But again, if I had to guess, I'm suggesting it's more of like a 10 reception, 100-yard game or something like that with the touchdown. So that's where I got him.
All right, cool. Pierce, what was your guess?
25. So my projection is probably more of a floor. But you look at that regular season matchup, the Buccaneers were without Jamel Dean. You had cornerbacks falling down, blown coverage, missed tackles, a lot of yards after the catch. Still, with that being said, I don't think my projection's too much off from Jeff's. Almost 100 yards receiving, almost 9 catches, a touchdown. He could definitely have that big game that Rosalie's projecting, but I'm going to be a little conservative and just have a really good game like normal.
All right, guys, little tight on time, so we're skipping Cam Brate, but he is officially active. All right, so this one isn't a point projection, but a question. Who are you putting in the captain spot in the showdown contest for this game? Put it on your boards and reveal it to us.
Yeah, by the way, too, Sammy Watkins and Antonio Brown are
Officially
also
active.
Officially active.
Officially active.
So that's big.
That's big.
If
That
you
is
want to
big.
make one of them your captain, it's completely up to you. I'm not telling you what to do.
Yeah, maybe. Well, let's find out. 3, 2, 1. Reveal. Godwin, Mecole Hardman, Tyreek. Yeah, Reek. Rosalie, tell us about that.
Well, I mean, I just told you in
40,
the essence of time.
almost 40
I
points.
just told you all the reasons why I love Tyreek in this game. It's going to be a huge one for him. MVP.
Jeff, did you say Mecole Hardman? Tell us about that.
I did. You got to get both
Wow.
quarterbacks in, man.
Yep.
And like the way to do it is go value in the captain spot. Sammy Watkins banged up. Demarcus Robinson in practice this week, opening up targets for Mecole Hardman. So yes, I think he's actually going to be a pivotal figure in this game.
Pierce, I forgot who you put. So who is it? Godwin.
Chris Godwin.
Yeah,
I
got
don't
it.
think we have to
We
go.
don't need Pierce's pick anyway.
The guy that you want to target here at the Kansas City defense is the slot cornerback in L'Jarius Sneed. So, that's going to be the slot receiver in. I guess I'm not on. I am on.
You are.
You're on. I see you,
Godwin
dude.
is a guy. He had a good game against him in the first matchup, and the way that the Chiefs have allowed points has been through slot receivers in the playoffs.
Okay.
Thank you, amigos. Coming up, we are going to turn our attention to betting trends in a few minutes. And speaking of betting, how about Adam Kaufman catching up with the man, the myth, DOS legend, Mattress Mac, about his big, chunky Super Bowl bet.
It is a great pleasure to be joined here by Jim Mackingvale. Of course, I think you know him by now. Mattress Mac, the furniture store owner in Houston, Texas, who has gone to the DK Sportsbook and placed a big wager, almost $3.5 million on the Bucs to cover 3.5 points against the Chiefs in the big game coming up on Sunday. Mattress Mac, how are you, buddy?
I'm great, Adam. Great to be on the show with you.
Well, obviously, I mean, I don't really know where to start. It's like I want to say congratulations for, bringing such notoriety to the DK Sportsbook. Also, maybe thank you. But obviously, what goes in, into the mindset of placing such a huge wager on this game?
First of all, I have to thank DraftKings for being so accommodating. DraftKings made that huge wager fun, easy, and convenient for me. So thanks to the DraftKings team. What people don't realize is there's very little capacity out there in the legal sports betting market in the United States for a wager that size. So DraftKings was super accommodating. I can't thank y'all enough. All I had to do was fly to Colorado. They helped me do the wager in the middle of the night, and then I hopped back on the plane and flew back home. So DraftKings was super, and what goes through my mind? Trying to cover my promotion.
Well, I want to get to the promotion. That's, the huge story here. But first, I got to start with that plane ride that you just alluded to, because I saw the video that was out on social media of you literally, flying from Texas to Colorado there to place that bet. And I'm watching and I'm thinking, did he even get off the plane, or did just, you get into the airspace, you land and place the bet and then back on your way?
Yeah, we left at 10 o'clock at night, and the flight was pretty bumpy coming to Colorado. The winds were about 60 miles an hour, so the plane's going like this, which makes it more exciting. We landed, and it was 34 degrees and about 60-mile-an-hour wind in Colorado Springs, Colorado Springs is one of my favorite places. That's why I wanted to go there. So I went into the terminal there and spent about 30 minutes and got it all done. Hopped back, the plane got refueled, and we came back to Texas. So I got home at 4 o'clock like an NBA player would. I went to sleep 4 hours, got back up, and came back to work. I got to pay back that money I bet with DK.
Well, I don't want to say this is old hat for you. Placing a $3.5 million bet is not old hat for anybody, but you have been down this road before, going back to the World Series a couple of years ago, placing a large wager on the Houston Astros to win the series. Unfortunately, obviously that one didn't come to fruition, but when you're placing a bet like this, what's going through your mind?
Not a lot. I bet on the Astros to win the World Series in 2019. I think cumulative about 17 million. So that was a lot. and what's going through my mind, the various scenarios, the odds and that sort of thing. And really a huge factor is how to get the money to the legal sports wagering entity, and then how accommodating will they be on a big wager. And you talk to them about what the price is going to be, then they keep the price the same when you get there a day or so later. And DK was very accommodating with that. So again, my hat's off to DK. The big thing is, I run these promotions and we got to hedge it off, and DK helped me do that. And plus doing sports wagering with the customers love it. It's not a wager. They're not going to lose anything because they're going to get a mattress irregardless, but it makes it more fun and more exciting. And brick and mortar retailing nowadays needs things that are exciting and relevant. Nothing's more exciting and more relevant in this country than the Super Bowl, especially after the rough year we've all had.
Pending.
We are inching closer and closer to kickoff of the big game. But before we get there, we're rocking and rolling here on The Sweat, presented by the DraftKings Sportsbook.
But we are not alone, thank God. Saying hello to DraftKings contributors Julian Edlow, Garion Thorne, and Kenny Ducey. Kenny looks very nice, and it's time to find out you're very welcome, which betting trends are catching your eye on the DK Sportsbook. So Julian, start us out here, my friend.
I would love to start us out. Tom Brady, nobody's had more Super Bowl success than Tom Brady. However, let's look at how he starts these Super Bowls off. He has played, this will be his 10th Super Bowl. He has played in 9. In those 9 first quarters combined, Tom Brady has scored 3 total points in the Super Bowl. Those 3 actually came in his 8th Super Bowl against the Eagles, which the Patriots actually lost. So the only time he has scored a point in the first quarter, he lost the game. 8 other Super Bowls, completely scoreless. He's with a new team, new system. It doesn't mean things will be the same, but it is interesting to look that not only the Bucs, but the Chiefs both have first quarter team totals set at 6.5. The game total for the first quarter is set at 10.5. So obviously that does not quite add up. I don't necessarily know what you want to do with the information. We're talking about trends here. It doesn't mean that it points to a play, but it does certainly point to Tom Brady coming out, feeling these games out, and letting the game come to him. Now, of course, he's going against Patrick Mahomes, who doesn't have quite the same body of work, but the early indication in games we've seen from Mahomes, if there's 2 quarterbacks you want to lead a comeback for you, it's Brady based on all-time resume and Patrick Mahomes based on what have you done for me lately. Look at the entire Super Bowl run last season. So I just think this first quarter, whether you bet a trend or not, is going to be extremely interesting, and this is a very difficult Super Bowl to pick. If you're asking me to pick it, I'm going to say bet whoever goes down early on the live line.
Kenny, what do you think of that?
I'm really happy that Julian mentioned, maybe teams trailing in this one, because I'm looking at the pace, I'm looking at the line, and one trend to note here is that the total in this game opened at 57.5. A lot of people expecting high scoring. Obviously, look at the names, Patrick Mahomes, Tom Brady, look at what they did in Week 12. But this line now, it was pretty frozen at 56. It's now down to 55.5 before kick. So there's some late money moving in on the under. And I think that that's with pretty good reason. When you consider the fact that both teams, when they've been trailing this year, the Chiefs, 25th in the league in pace when they've been trailing, and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers 15th. Both of them also, almost outside the top 10. The Buccaneers are 9th. The Kansas City Chiefs are 13th in total pace. And when you look at the second half, right, both these teams move the ball incredibly slowly, ranking in the bottom half of the league. So you might think that, well, that's just because they're always winning in the second half. Well, first of all, that's absolutely false about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But second of all, when they've been trailing, they've also been pretty slow and methodical with their drives. So I actually think that we could see some pretty slow-moving football from both offenses when you consider the fact that this total is now tanking down to 55.5, could even be 55 before kick. I think it's maybe worth noting. Maybe you chase the steam here on the under and bet on a low-scoring game here, because I certainly think that could be in play. So I like what Jules was saying.
Okay, so Kenny, that sounds like that's your trend.
It was, yeah. I wanted to kind of weave them in.
I like it.
Like it's perfect harmony with Julian. But
that was beautiful.
Thank you for
I have been eyeing this total all week long, and I don't think we need to talk anymore about the total. But it certainly is noteworthy that it's dropped now 2 points, and that's a pretty significant live move when you consider the fact that you look with the Bucs or the Chiefs. there's not really been much line movement to speak of. So when Julian mentions also the fact that you could live bet the underdogs, I think that that's a great play as well. The Chiefs, remember last year, were an amazing live underdog.
Yeah, Gary, and what do you think of that betting trend?
I think Kenny's wearing a jacket, so he thinks he can just talk over my time.
It's a nice jacket, I'm not going to lie.
You can go for the rest of the segment, Gary, and just go ahead.
I would say to just like the general sense of the unders, and Julian was talking about the first quarter under, team specific for the Buccaneers. Kenny's talking about the under in general. The one concern I would have is just the way the Chiefs tend to play defense. And I think it's genius for how they're able to score and how they understand how their team functions. They do take a lot of risks. They play tight coverage. They play man coverage. They're okay giving up big chunk plays and just hoping they get 1 or 2 turnovers, because that's really all they need with Patrick Mahomes to separate themselves. So that's kind of the one thing I would say about taking the under in any capacity is just the Buccaneers, maybe it looks terrible for 6 or 7 consecutive plays, but there are 80-yard chunks to be had against the Chiefs with how aggressive they play.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Real quick, just one last thought on this before we're done. If I'm going to bet an under in this game, and I gave the first quarter trends, I don't know if I'm necessarily going to bet that. I don't want to be betting an under when either Brady or Mahomes is definitely going to have the ball in their hands to end this game. Like, give me a first half under, give me a slow start, feel each other out. But we know late when these teams need it. I don't want to be rooting against points when Brady or Mahomes has the ball.
Jules, I know you're heading out after this. You're a really busy man. So
I found out that I was paired with Kenny here and figued I would dip out.
Honestly, you guys are so mean to Kenny, can I just say?
Well, I mean, Kenny, I don't even get a trend apparently, so I feel like I'm in the loss here.
Gary, and why don't you hit us with that trend real quick?
I was just gonna say, right now the Chiefs coming into this game, they're 2-8 their last 10 ATS, but they're 4-1 ATS their past 5 playoff games. This is the most NBA type NFL team I've ever seen. This is the Durant Warriors. They've been literally playing with their food the entire season. They were going to blow out the Browns before Mahomes went down. They blew out the Bills. I really just think this line isn't properly respecting how good the Chiefs at 10 out of 10 actually are. And I think that's what you get tonight.
I was going to say, I really agree with that, Gary. And I think that that's a good point when you consider the fact that last year, like, the Chiefs covered an 11-point spread in the AFC Championship game. Like, this is what they do when the playoffs start. They turn it on. So I'm right with you, brother.
Julian, can you give me your Make It Rain pick? So like a bet or a DFS play that's just going to make it rain cash today on Super Sunday?
Everybody's all over the Chiefs, and with some good reason. But let me say this. The Chiefs' offensive line has fallen apart a little bit, and the big one we've barely seen. It was only at the end of the AFC Championship. It's Eric Fisher going down with that Achilles injury, a former #1 overall pick, protecting Patrick Mahomes. Now we're going to get Jason Pierre-Paul going up against a backup tackle named Mike Remmers, the backup left tackle. Mike Remmers stinks. Mike Remmers played in a Super Bowl for the Carolina Panthers against the Denver Broncos. He gave up the 2 plays that changed that game. He gave up a pressure sack on Cam Newton that Denver returned for a touchdown early in the game, and then he gave up the sack that Cam Newton put the ball on the ground, famously didn't dive on the ground for the fumble. Denver gets the ball and wins the game. This is who JPP is going to be going against in a Super Bowl. I get it. You can make the argument Mahomes is going to throw out of it, move around in the pocket. Sure. But Cam Newton, nobody could move as well as Cam Newton, and that was during an MVP season that these plays were being made. JPP, over a half a sack, plus 110.
All right. Good stuff.
Kenny, is the chat saying it's your engagement day? Did you get
engaged
today?
Kenny?
I did not. I don't know where that came from. But I would like to send a special
what a
apology.
heartbreaker. You got to say yes for the good story.
I would like to send a special apology to the Remmers family, who Julian absolutely disrespected. So we love you, Remmers family. Thanks for watching.
I don't. Dude's a bum. Give me my money. Go JPP.
Well, yeah, we just had to check because we would have felt really bad.
Is that why you're here?
No, Kenny's not engaged.
These are manufactured details about my personal life.
Hopefully Kenny's girlfriend isn't watching this. Hopefully she's not watching this.
Kenny, it's snowing outside. How would that even be possible? How would that have worked?
Do you think you can only get engaged outside, Kenny?
You can only get engaged once you've won National League MVP or National Football League MVP.
I'm just saying, Kenny, engagements, they can happen indoors.
They can also happen on the field in Tampa Bay, and I believe you can actually take that at plus 600 to happen. So maybe I should go fly down there.
That's great. That's great.
I love that. All
Kenny,
right.
let her have the top bunk tonight.
Okay, 2 more top bets is on the way. But first, we're getting.
I'm Pat Mayo giving you my favorite bets for the big game on this upcoming Sunday from DraftKingsSportsbook.com. Now, if you know with me, I'm a losing better. So you might just want to play the opposite of these picks and you'll be good to go. But I do feel pretty good about the ones that I have it narrowed down to get some skin in the game this week on DraftKings Sportsbook. First up, Chiefs. Let's go Chiefs. My winning score was 42-17 for the Chiefs. Can't wait to be embarrassed by that prediction as of like Sunday evening. That's what I'm going with. So I do like the Chiefs -3 against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We want a long shot. Well, there are 2 of them here that we can throw in just as a mini plays to have some fun with the game, because if the score goes that way, that means that Kansas City has jumped up to a lead. Maybe Mahomes does the scoring, but maybe Williams does the scoring. Maybe there's an end around. Maybe there's a special teams touchdown. I'm not sure. But if that is what I'm predicting for the score, then I got to sort of play into that a little bit as it pertains to my picks on it. So if that means Tom Brady is dropping back to pass, I don't know, 42, 43, 50 times in this game. I do like the over on Brady pass attempts here because of the score. That means he's going to have to take some aggressive shots downfield. He can't just throw the ball out of bounds, take a sack, or just throw it into the ground and move on to the next play. He's going to have to get aggressive, and if he comes up a little bit noodle-armed, it could be pick city for the Kansas City Chiefs. So Rashad Breeland plus 575 anytime interception. He should be on Mike Evans in this game, and we might as well just sprinkle a little dose on Rashad Breeland, Super Bowl MVP. What is that going to take? Well, it's probably going to take 2 interceptions and returning one to the house for a touchdown. Fortunately, it's 150-1, so, you know, if you hit it, it's going to be great news. So that would be the way that I'm trying to play it. I don't have a particular lean on, just because the Chiefs win doesn't mean Mahomes is going to win the MVP. Kelsey could have 3 touchdowns. Williams could rush in 3 touchdowns. Clyde Edwards-Helaire could rush in 3 touchdowns. That's not as big of a lock as people tend to think it is, that, oh, well, if the Chiefs win, of course that Patrick Mahomes is going to win MVP. Not so fast on that one. I'd still just rather take if you think that the Chiefs are going to win and that's why you're betting on Patrick Mahomes to be the MVP, it's basically the same juice to bet the -3. So just bet the -3, and then you don't have to worry about anyone else stealing Patrick Mahomes' Super Bowl MVP. You just have to bank on the Chiefs winning that game. The other ones that I'm looking at right now, second quarter lead change plus 175. I like that. I also like the over of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, 6.5 in the second quarter. Both teams are prolific second quarter teams in terms of scoring. Don't know why, but they just are, and they've been even better during the playoffs than they were in the regular season. And even in the Super Bowl, we've seen even prolific offenses stumble out of the gate just a little bit. Over sacks in this game is looking really good, especially from the Bucs side, with the Chiefs obviously missing Eric Fisher, but missing 3 of their opening day starters on the offensive line, and a hobbled Mahomes just might have to sit there and eat a few sacks as we go along in this game. But even on both sides of the ball, over 4.5 sacks for the contest, I do like a lot. And one of my biggest ones, Ronald Jones over 8.5 rushing attempts. Is Ronald Jones good? Well, he hasn't been very good. Leonard Fournette's the one getting all the pub these days, but in games where, you know, Ronald Jones actually plays, he's not just some scrub sitting on the sidelines because he's injured. You go back and look at his rushing attempts time over time, it's always over 8.5. Even the last 2 weeks in the playoffs. Didn't do anything with them, mind you, but that doesn't matter if we're just betting rushing attempts. I do think that the Bucs will try to establish the run early and often to keep Mahomes off the field, and you can run on the Kansas City Chiefs. You just have to, the one problem is, based on the score that I predicted this game, I'm hoping a lot of that comes late to try to tack on some extra points towards the end of the game. But if this game can stay within 10, the Bucs are going to continue to run the ball as much as they can, then run play action and take shots down the field off of that. So over 8.5 carries, rushing attempts for Ronald Jones. I like it a lot. He's at double digits the past 2 games in the playoffs, and he's been on the bad side of that split with Fournette. So I can see him hitting that over pretty early in this game if he's going to do it. I'm Pat Mayo. You can watch my full big game content over on Mayo Media Network's YouTube channel or on the Pat Mayo Experience audio feed. So go subscribe to that right now. Good luck this week. Enjoy the game.
All right, welcome back to the Sweat, everybody. It is presented by the DraftKings Sportsbook. We are nearing kickoff.
Kind of.
We are nearing glory.
Woo-hoo.
And you could be too. These here gentlemen are here to help. DraftKings contributors Reed Fowler and Steve Buchanan and Ross Tucker from the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
All right, guys, it's part 2 of Best Bets.
Smooth.
So much focus on the QBs in this game. So the running backs are a little underrepresented. That's not the case on the DK Sportsbook, though, as you can bet on rushing yard overs for individual players, rushing attempt overs, and different matchups. So are there any running back specific bets that you like here, Ross?
Yeah, I'm going with Darrell Williams. Over 12.5 receiving yards. Here's why. Look, I know Clyde Edwards-Helaire is the receiving back, blah, blah. I don't care, okay? Andy Reid knows, especially early in the game, he has to slow down that Bucs pass rush that we talked about earlier in the show because of his revamped offensive line. You're going to see a bunch of screens by the Chiefs early in the game. At least one of those goes to Darrell Williams. 12.5 receiving yards. He might get that on 1 catch. He'll certainly get that on 2 catches. Love Darrell Williams over 12.5 receiving yards because of how much Andy Reid will utilize the screen game, especially early.
All right, Steve, where are you going on this one?
You know, Ross had me in the first segment. I'm like, you know
Not
what? I
gonna
kinda
lie.
like this guy. I like
Had
this
me in
guy.
the first half.
Oh boy, he's losing me quick. He's already losing me here. I mean, look, for me, I'm on Clyde Edwards-Helaire in this one, and the over 7.5 carries at -143 is way too low. 143 for all you millennials out there. I love you too. That's what 143 is. But here's where I am with Clyde Edwards-Helaire. He's practiced fully all week long, so we expect to see that full workload for him. He played 49% of the snaps against the Buffalo Bills in what was probably a limited showing. When he's healthy and fully active, he's taken over 10 carries in 10 of the 14 games that he's played, including 11 against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. This is a tough run defense. I'm not expecting him to rack up the yards, but I don't care about the yards. I care about Patrick Mahomes going, here you go, buddy. Here's the ball. I need him to do that 8 times in this game, and you win the bet. 143, a little bit juiced up, but I think 7.5 is just way too low.
All right, Reed, talk to me.
Yeah, don't worry, Ross. This is Bukes. This is his shtick, right? He says, oh, I love you, then I hate you, and I love you again. Unless your name is Kenny Ducey. Then it's all about the hate.
That kid's the worst. What a disaster of a segment that just was. So glad he's off.
Kenny, we love you. Don't worry about
No,
Steve.
we don't.
It's a rite of passage. Yeah,
We
know
do not
do.
like Kenny.
Going back to the best bet here for the running backs. Leonard Fournette, I know you got to lay 125. You got to lay the juice on this number, though. 48.5 over on the rushing. Look, we talk about how good this Tampa Bay run defense is. On the Kansas City side, it's not as great, their run defense, as their pass defense is. And so if you want to keep those chains moving, if you want to try and keep Patrick Mahomes and his offense on the sideline, you're going to have to give it to Leonard Fournette. We've seen Tampa Bay hand the ball off early and often to Fournette. And just when you take a look at what he's done, right, especially leading up to the playoffs, he's playing on 70% or 70+% of the snaps and is averaging a little over 4 yards after contact. He did in that Green Bay game. So take a look at that 48.5. I think he's going to be utilized quite a bit in this. Doesn't mean Ronald Jones isn't going to get his, but I like Uncle Leo to go over that 48.5.
Well, an interesting one that should be resolved quickly is the first player to make a reception for each team. Travis Kelce, the KC favorite at +200. Chris Godwin, +250 as the Tampa Bay favorite. Who do you like for this one, Steven?
Oh my God! I mean, talk about a totally random bet that you could take. This is one of them. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but if you're enticed to take this bet, you animal, let's go a little bit longer odds here. How about either Clyde Edwards-Helaire, there he is again, or Leonard Fournette, both at +600. Maybe a quick screen to get this going. Maybe both sides trying to get some early pressure, trying to establish that pass rush early. So either Brady or Patrick Mahomes has to just do a quick dump off to one of his running backs. I think that's something that we're going to look at here, especially if the Chiefs end up with the ball first. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers pass rush, as I said, was above league average. Would not be shocked to see them try to get some pressure on Patrick Mahomes early. So you get that Clyde Edwards-Helaire, a quick screen there or whatever, maybe Darrell Williams, as Ross said, his buddy, whatever. But I mean, all those there, you're getting some nice odds on some of those guys. You can take an easy one like Tyreek Hill or Travis Kelce. But for me, if I'm going to be taking one of these crazy bets, the plethora of bets you have over the DraftKings Sportsbook, at least get some longer odds on there.
Reed, what do you think?
I thought he was going to say Lev Bell +7,000.
Yeah.
I thought that's where you're going, Steve, and I got very scared. Very, very scared. I guess I'm too much of a square here. And basic in mind, Mike Evans, I think at plus 600. Like, look, Steve, he's right. This is completely random. But if you take a look at how I'm thinking the game starts here, Kansas City likes to defer, right? They like to get that double dip, get the ball in the second half. And Arians and these boys, they probably want to get out early, and they're aggressive. And so they probably want to receive the ball. If that's the case, you got to get Mike Evans established early. I like that at plus 600. Give it to my big guy there, Mike Evans.
Okay, Ross, you're up.
Emerson, I kind of like a lot of the logic Reed just said. I'm just going the other way. I'm going to go with Tyreek Hill because we all know what he did to the Bucs in Week 12. I think they're going to throw him the ball in the first play. Whether it's deep or just a quick look pass, I think they want to scare the crap out of the Bucs defensive backs again because they're all already scared of how fast he is. I like Tyreek Hill to get the first catch.
All right, how about defensive props? Reed, let's talk about that. You can bet on tackles, sacks, interceptions. First interception, first sack. Which defensive props stand out to you?
Yeah, it's the first sack. I mean, again, completely random, but you're trying to get some leverage here. And we talk about JPP and Shaq Barrett, and I love those guys in terms of the Tampa Bay side. But there's a prop that you can take first sack, for Kansas City, for Tampa Bay. I'm going to the Kansas City side and Chris Jones. This guy is an absolute animal up the middle. Well, what Clark and these boys are doing on the edges and what the linebackers are doing with Spagnuolo's defense is they're bringing a ton of pressure. We talk about Brady when he's under pressure, especially when 6 or 7 come. He's just not a great quarterback in completion percentage, yards per pass. All of those stats go down. And Chris Jones up the middle, that's where we see Brady. He loves to climb the pocket, and Chris Jones is just a beast, and he's a mismatch for anyone. So I like Chris Jones, Kansas City, first offensive sack.
Ross, where are you going on this one?
Yeah, for me, it's Shaq Barrett over half a sack. I mean, I'd be surprised if he doesn't get one. He's going against Andrew Wiley, who's got like 50 snaps at tackle this year. We know Barrett's a stud. I think he gets one. He might even get 2 or 3. I talked about him earlier as a long shot MVP candidate. Give me the over half a sack for Shaq Barrett.
All right, Steve, take us home.
Now, there's another section here you can look at. I love to torture myself. How about some kicking props, baby? Oh, yeah, just what everybody wants. How about player to score the most points between the two kickers, Harrison Butker and Ryan Suckup? Let's go with Butker on this one. Look, the Chiefs, they have no problem going to him, especially for those long shots. Reed's cracking up, man. It's the Super Bowl, Who cares? Trying to have some fun here with your family. He's sitting there, doesn't want to do kicker props, whatever. But Butker has gone over 50 yards, field goals made 5 times this season. The Chiefs have no problem using him for those scenarios. Ryan Suckup, not really, he's not all that accurate when he's going long there. Butker, way above him in that realm there. So I'll take that. Let's get some kicker props going in this place.
There's also, guys, a prop that is very near and dear to our hearts here on The Sweat. The over-under of the amount of fantasy points that will be scored. Patrick Mahomes has the highest total at 28.5. So which one of these do you like, Ross?
I like over 7.5 for McCole Hardman for the Chiefs. I mean, first of all, the guy has seemingly one big play a game, so you could get it right there. But more importantly, they love to feed McCole Hardman down near the goal line. He's their guy a lot. They throw that quick look pass out to him with Kelsey blocking in front of him, or they have him come on the jet sweep and Mahomes just shovels it to him. For whatever reason, they like Hardman down near the goal line. He gets a touchdown. You got the over 7.5 just about there, depending on how many yards it is. Over 7.5, McCole Hardman.
Steve, where are you going on this one?
Yeah, I'm going to take Chris Godwin and go over 16.5. I think that's where this offense is going to run through for the Buccaneers. Like I mentioned in earlier shows, Mike Evans, I think, is drawing some of the worst coverage in this game against Breland. He does have a 6-inch height advantage on him, which will obviously come into play. Maybe we'll see that more in the red zone, but I think Godwin is going to be peppered with targets in this one. I think that's who Brady will be looking towards the most. So over 16.5 definitely feels like a number that can be obtainable.
Okay, Reed, who's your guy?
Yeah, I'm going all in. Patrick Mahomes, baby. I know Ross doesn't like him, but I'm going to stick with my guy number 15. I got him for over that 28.5 DK fantasy points. He put up 35 and change against this team in Week 12. And granted, I know it's a different time. I know that Tampa Bay is getting a lot healthier, and Kansas City's offensive line is not. So that does scare me a little bit. But again, this is a strong run defense in Tampa Bay. And when you're, quote-unquote, forcing Kansas City to pass, I still think Patrick Mahomes under pressure, and it remains to be seen without these key offensive linemen. how he is under pressure. But for the most part of the season, he was still a top 10 quarterback. So I like him to go over that 20.5 and even over 30 points.
All right, Ross Tucker, before you take off, hook us up with your Make It Rain pick. Can be a bet or DFS play. Which play will make it rain cash today on Super Bowl Sunday?
Yeah, my favorite one all week has been the Sammy Watkins under 3.5 receptions. I don't get it. I mean, the guy hasn't played in a while. 3.5's a lot. I mean, he's got to catch 4 balls to hit the over on that. He hasn't been 100%. They like throwing it to, we know the other guys, Hill and Kelsey, even Pringle and Hardman that we talked about. I don't think Sammy Watkins is catching 4 passes. Take the under 3.5 for Sammy Watkins receptions and make it rain.
Oh, wow. You can stay.
Chills.
You can stay. We love that
Chills.
about you.
Chills.
Also, well done with the product placement behind you and the
The
DraftKings
hats,
hats
just
on the
amazing.
football. I will make sure the important people see that.
Yep. You. Okay.
We appreciate you, Ross. Enjoy the game. Stephen Reed, hang out because we still need you. We will hit all the fields after I catch up with Hall of Famer Jerome Bettis.
Ooh.
What's up, everyone? Emerson Lancia here with DraftKings, and one of the biggest names in football, Hall of Fame running back Jerome Bettis. We are here to preview the big game and the Beat Bettis contest presented by Modelo, the official beer of fans with a fighting spirit. So Tom Brady's won the big game 6 times, and Patrick Mahomes is looking to add another ring to his collection. What stands out to you about this high-powered matchup?
Well, for me, it's the offense is obviously you talk about high-powered offenses, high-powered game. When you look at them, they're totally different types of offenses. When you look at Tampa, they are a stretch the field, throw it deep down the field, and Tom Brady has now gotten into a groove, a rhythm. He understands now how to attack these different defenses. So Tom Brady is going to be electric in this football game. He's going to, throw some touchdowns. There's going to be some 20, 30-yard passes down the football field. Now, with that being said, when you look at the Kansas City side, they have those weapons as well. But this is a totally different type of offense. They like to go down the field, but they're not the same type of going down the football field. Obviously, they have a sensational receiver and Tyreek Hill, but they like to utilize the middle of the field. They like to run routes that go from one side of the field to the other side of the field. So it takes some time, but they're going to score some points as well. So when you look at Patrick Mahomes, he has, he's like the king of accuracy. He can get the ball to you in those spaces. When you look at Tom Brady, he's the king of experience, right? Nobody has been in this moment as many times as he has. So I think it's a battle of accuracy over experience, 2 dynamic offenses, and they're going to be able to throw the football down the field. So it's going to be a lot of scoring in my estimation. And it's going to be if you get up out of your seat, you're going to be upset because you missed something. It's going to be that fantastic of a football game.
For sure. I totally agree with you there, Jerome. And if anyone knows what it's like to play and win the big game, it's you. You also know what it's like to lead the running game. Which team, in your opinion, has the better shot to win the battle on the ground?
Now that's it seems as though it's one-sided because, and let me say why. When you look at the matchup, you look at these 2 teams. There's one team, the Tampa Bay Bucks. They are really designed to run the football. They've got a big offensive line. They've got 2 really good running backs in Jones and Leonard Fournette, and they want to go downhill at you. And they've done it with success all year long. And when you look at the Kansas City offense, it's much different in terms of them running the football. Now, they've got really good running backs and Clyde Edwards-Helaire, and Le'Veon Bell and Williams. But see, here's the difference. This is not a downhill smash mouth running attack. They run the football because you have to figure out your numbers. And they play a numbers game. If they're 7, in the box, they want to run the football. If there's 8 in the box, they want to throw the football. And so most teams are going to go 7 in the box because of the dynamic passing game. Travis Kelce back there lurking in the middle of the field. So they want to now say, you know what, you're going to have to beat us running the football. And so that's when Andy Reid is never been a guy that wants to pound the football. So running the football is not necessarily their forte. They can do it if they have to do it, but I would give the advantage to the Bucs in terms of running the football.
Hall of Famer Jerome Bettis, thank you very much. That'll do it for the breakdown with Bettis, presented by Modelo, the official beer of fans with a fighting spirit. When the game starts tonight, everybody, our DraftKings Tailgate weekend will continue to roll on as Leaderboard Live will keep you updated on the biggest contest on DraftKings, including the NFL $5.55 million Super Bowl 55 millionaire contest with a top prize of $1 million. So while you're sitting back and watching the big game and all of Jesse Cofield's commercials and stuffing your face with food, follow along with Leaderboard Live on a second screen on YouTube or Twitch as Brendan Glasheen and Jeff Ulrich put a DraftKings spin on the biggest football game of the year.
Wow, that was painful to watch you try to read. Emerson and Jesse back with you. Also back, DraftKings contributors Jeff Ulrich, Pierce Dietrich, and the fantasy girl, Rosalie Michaels. And it's time for all the feels. As a refresher, we show you an emoji. You tell us which player will make you feel this way tonight. Okay. Emerson's he's gonna pick the first emoji.
So here we go. We'll just go with the shocked face, right? I need you guys to tell me who is going to make you feel this way. Jeff, you want to start us off, please?
Absolutely. Now, first of all, let's not make fun of Emerson's weakness. Now we're playing to his strengths and my strengths with the pictures. So that's why.
These are my favorite books,
in this segment
right
too,
here.
Folks.
Yeah.
I need books with pictures.
The person who's going to make that face is going to be Tyler Johnson of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, because Tyler Johnson is going to catch a touchdown today. And it's going to come from out of nowhere, but this dude does get used in the red zone a little bit. I think everyone's expecting the touchdown there everyone's talking about Cameron Brate and Gronk. I think Tyler Johnson's going to be a sneaky third or fourth option down there in the red zone. We've seen him there before. I think Antonio Brown, obviously not 100%. So I'm going to say Tyler Johnson. That's the face I'm going to make when he catches the touchdown.
Wow.
I love your face, man. Rosalie, who's going to be having you dropping the shocked face emoji?
It's going to be Bruce Arians if Tampa Bay wins this game today. You guys know that I'm a huge BA fan, being from Arizona and having him be coach here. So if he wins today, I will be like, because I do expect the Chiefs to win this game. And I know it's hard to go against Brady. It's hard to go against this narrative that has stuck. It's kind of crept up on us of this first home team Super Bowl. So I think it's going to be BA because the more that I get closer to the game, I've been on the Chiefs, but I think it might be the Bucs pulling the upset now.
All right, Pierce.
Let's go from BA to AB. We're going to find out in the first quarter that the injury is serious and he's nothing more than a decoy. And so if you put him in your lineups, you're just sitting dead. So that's my concern. That's my shock look when you find out that he's not healthy. It's a serious injury. He's not playing.
All right. Our Queen Cofield will now shuffle up the cards, and we will once again pick a completely random emoji.
Ooh, I got one. Who's going to make you feel like this?
Oh, like...
Someone maybe you...
I don't know. It's like a wine.
I guess we'll allow you to interpret. Pierce, who's going to make you feel like this?
When Byron Pringle gets a touchdown in the first quarter and I realize every single one of my lineups are dead, and so I just go and bury myself in a plate of nachos.
Oh, fair enough. That's honestly, that checks out. This looks like you just had a nacho and you're like,
I can't get it
oh my gosh. Rosalie, who's going to make you feel this way?
No, that is definitely not my nacho face. I'm a huge nacho fan, lots of jalapenos. But I think that the person that's going to make me feel that way is Patrick Mahomes. I'm worried about him in the backfield because of his turf toe injury, because of those two, linemen being out. So every time that we see JPP back there, I'm going to go, no, don't get hurt, please don't get hurt. That I'm a little worried about Mahomes. Like I said, I feel like it's going to be fine. He's going to get the ball out, but every time that those Tampa Bay defensive linemen get into the backfield, and they're going to, I'm going to be crying for Patrick Mahomes, and I just hope he stays healthy here.
Jeff, who's going to make you feel this way?
I mean, first of all, I'm incapable of feeling that way. No one's able to penetrate this, force field of emotion, Jesse.
Right,
so I'm going to turn it around here. Sammy Watkins is going to be making a lot of people feel that way today because he's probably going to do something silly, like drop a wide open touchdown or a wide open long bomb, like he always does because he's Sammy Watkins. So it's not going to affect me because, like I said, I just, it'll just go right off my back. But that's not true. But I think Sammy Watkins is going to make some people sad if you roster him today.
Okay. I got to figure out something else here.
Yeah,
here we go.
One. Okay.
Cool.
Ooh.
This is really cool.
Like
If
maybe
you
I
type in
told you
bro,
so,
this
or
comes up too.
Yeah.
All right, Pierce. Who's going to have a super cool
turns
performance?
into a shootout from the very beginning. I think everybody's going to be feeling happy. You're not going to worry about missing a play because, until the end of the game, everybody's live. You're going to have an opportunity to have a winning lineup. So I think that's if this thing shoots out early, that's going to be a pretty happy feeling.
Rosalie.
It's going to be Kelsey. Kelsey is just too cool for words.
Yeah.
He's on fire right now. He's got so much opportunity, and he's just really, nobody can stop him. He's just a juggernaut to the end zone. And have you seen his style? He's got swagger down.
I mean, Jeff, if there was an emoji, like, this is you, like, right here. Whoa, what in the hell is happening?
Wow.
Emotions.
Too cool, yeah.
Yeah.
A little too emotional.
We lost him.
And we flat out lost him.
All right,
Make it
that
rain picks.
stinks, but that's okay. Now it is time for us to get those Make It Rain picks. All right, guys, this is where you give us your play that's absolutely going to make it rain cash for you today. Usually a DFS play, but tonight you can choose a bet you like or DFS play, as always. Pierce, give us your pick.
It's Tyreek Hill. I mentioned earlier in the program that 25 points is his floor, but as Rosalie mentioned, he can get up to almost 40 fantasy points. He's been torching top-notch secondaries this entire playoffs. The only person that can limit him is Andy Reid, and there is no reason that Andy Reid is not going to scheme for Tyreek Hill in the playoffs. He could get 200 yards, multiple touchdowns. This is his day.
Rosalie, your Make It Rain pick.
I'm actually going with a sportsbook pick here. I'm taking the Honey Badger, Tyrann Mathieu, to get an interception. He is plus 300 on this. Now let's remember, he's going against his former coach, Bruce Arians, who drafted him, and he's had the most interceptions on the Chiefs this season with 6. I heard Reed talking about him earlier, and I'm on this as well, because when Tom Brady gets pressured, he's going to be pressured a lot today. Spagnuolo loves to blitz the quarterback. We saw it the past 2 weeks with Josh Allen having issues, with Baker Mayfield having issues. So I think they're going to get to him a lot, and that's going to give Honey Badger the opportunity to get that interception.
All right, good stuff, guys. I guess Jeff was too cool for all of us.
Rest easy, Jeff.
I'm here.
It's been
oh
real.
my gosh, Jeff!
Oh my gosh!
He's back!
The rise of the Phoenix!
Jeff! Oh, man. All right.
The internet can't keep me down. I mean, come on.
Nothing can keep you down. All right, let's get your Make It Rain pick.
Tom? Mecole Hardman. Mecole Hardman's going to be a pivotal figure in this game. Sammy Watkins is terrible. Demarcus Robinson didn't practice. I've already gone all over this. I think Mecole Hardman plus 6,000 is a great Super Bowl MVP bet. He's going to make me look real cool today, I hope, too.
Wow, Jeff, we love to see it.
Buddy,
we love
man,
to see
welcome
it.
back, dude.
Yeah, make it rain. All right, Hot Takes is on the way right after the KFC Showdown.
It's sad, but it's true. It's the final KFC Sunday Night Showdown series of the season with the big game right around the corner, matching up the Buccaneers and defending champion Chiefs. He is Steve Buchanan. I'm Adam Kaufman. Bukes, we got two high-octane, high-powered offenses here. Not easy for a showdown to pick just one captain, but you gotta. Who is it?
Yeah, this is a really difficult one to nail down who you want to be a captain because, like you mentioned, so many good options that you can choose from. But Tyreek Hill at 15,600 is the one I'm looking at here. Let's take a look back in history when these teams last played during the regular season. That's the game that Hill went for 13 catches, 269 yards, which was an average of 20.7 yards per reception. And spoiler alert, that secondary hasn't exactly improved since we last saw that. I don't think Hill's going to do that type of performance again, but we know the upside that he has. Him in the captain spot, he catches one long one, it's over, and all those fantasy points will be in your captain spot.
So if you are going to pay all the way up for Tyreek Hill as your KFC captain, naturally you need some value to support him in that lineup. Who are you going with?
Yeah, so tough for value because all the big name players are priced up in this one, but Chris Godwin at 8,800 is definitely somebody I'll be looking at as well. When he faced the Chiefs, 8 catches for 97 yards. I think this is going to be a tough game for Mike Evans, so Tom Brady might be looking elsewhere, trying to find some softer coverage. That's what Chris Godwin is going to get in this one. He's averaging 9.3 targets in the playoffs thus far. I would not be surprised if that trend doesn't continue. And like I said, if Mike Evans is being blanketed in coverage, the ball's going to go to Chris Godwin in this one.
All right, Bukes, thanks a lot. Do not forget to feed your whole crew with KFC's $20 fill-up. Choose between original recipe, extra crispy chicken, or crispy tenders, and get all the home-style sides you need. Drive-thrus are open, or get contactless delivery at kfc.com.
Welcome back to The Sweat, presented by the DraftKings Sportsbook. I'm Jesse Cofield. He's Emerson Latzia. They're DraftKings contributors Gary and Thorne and Kenny Ducey. And Emerson, what time is it?
It's time to make it rain. So, gentlemen, this is where you're going to give us that play that's absolutely going to make it rain cash for you today. I think we've read this a bunch of times already in the show, but in case anyone's joining us late, usually a DFS play, but tonight you can definitely choose like a bet you like. Gary, why don't you go first?
I'm going to stick with DFS play. And I actually wrote up this showdown slate for the DK Sportsbook and for the DK Playbook. Look, a lot of talk about Tyreek Hill. I get it. He had that record-setting historical performance against the Buccaneers during the regular season. But with the way the pricing lines up on this particular slate, there's almost no way you're going to get Patrick Mahomes, Tyreek Hill, and Travis Kelce into the same lineup, especially if you're going to captain one of those three guys. And I think when push comes to shove, a lot of people are going to pick Tyreek Hill to stack with Patrick Mahomes. And even if you're getting Travis Kelce at like a 5% decrease, a 5% depression from where he usually is in terms of ownership, I am willing to take that. It's lunacy if we don't think the Buccaneers are going to adapt their defense after such a performance by Tyreek Hill. And I understand there's only so much you can do. I understand he's going to still get a huge target share. But when we're talking about ceiling, I would argue that Kelce has the higher DFS ceiling. If you look at 25 DraftKings point performances so far this season, it's Kelce who has 8 games of over 25 to Hill's 6 games of over 25. Kelce has gone over 22 DraftKings points in 9 of his last 10 games. He's averaging 27.7 DraftKings points since week 8. Again, if we're looking at like 35 to 45% ownership for Kelce just because it's not a stack that works from a salary sense, I'm more than willing to fade Tyreek Hill and put Travis Kelce into my captain spot.
All right, Kenny, how about you make it rain for us?
So here's the thing. Garian had absolutely nothing wrong with that take. He is 100% correct. Travis Kelce, I think, is going to go down as the best fantasy play in this game. Has the highest upside of anybody. I think he could separate himself from the rest of the field better than anyone else can. He has a super high floor. What Jeff just said on the last segment, don't listen to Jeff because he's a hater, okay? He hates Sammy Watkins. I don't know why. Maybe Sammy Watkins is in cahoots to stop Nick Foles' career from happening. I don't know what's going on, okay? But here's the thing about Sammy Watkins. When he plays for the Kansas City Chiefs, this guy is on the field. They like him. They trust him. He is a big part of this team. The last time we saw him, 76% of the snaps in Week 10. The guy always gets around 75% of the snaps. Look at last year's Super Bowl. He had the biggest catch of the game. He had 5 catches, 98 yards. He had a touchdown the week before in a huge game against Tennessee that the Chiefs had a fight on their hands. They ended up winning by 11. Sammy Watkins, when he plays, remember, also over 82% of the snaps in every game last postseason, right? This is the guy that they want to throw to. There's no injury concerns. He was a game-time decision 2 weeks ago in the AFC Championship game. You're telling me a guy who was a game-time decision 2 weeks ago is going to be hampered by an injury in the biggest game of the year? Absolutely not. This guy's going to be on the field for over 70% of the snaps. I am Andy Reid. You can trust me. And Sammy Watkins is going to make it rain for you because he's going to let you get Travis Kelce in there. He's going to let you get Tyreek Hill in there. He's going to let you get Patrick Mahomes in there. And still, you have about 10,000 plus to work with. That's a great stack. You want to take Sammy Watkins and put him in your captain's spot so you can fit the big three in. You get the highest ceiling with Travis Kelce. Tremendous value tonight. Sammy Watkins, you got to have him in your lineup.
Fantastic work, you two. Enjoy the game tonight. We appreciate you. But right now, we got a nice little video from some of our competitors in the Tournament of Champions tonight. There's 39 of them, $1 million on the line. What would it mean to win? I'll let them answer that.
What would it mean to you to be crowned the champion of this tournament?
It would be pretty incredible, to be honest.
Man, it would be life-changing. I mean, that's crazy.
Beyond the $1 million first prize, as I said before, I've been so poorly in these events. Just having a good win would be awesome.
It would be really, really apropos for 2020. Definitely something that I did not expect. It would be amazing.
Definitely would be a great feeling just to win that and then win the tournament champion and feel very blessed if I won.
It would be unreal. Like I said, I came in last in both of my leagues, so I'm not necessarily a fantasy genius by all means, but that would be awesome to get that crown.
I know there are a lot of folks that build models and have advanced analytics on this stuff, and so to have someone like myself who's a little more casual and kind of off the cuff on it, I think would be kind of neat.
I can't wait. I'm super excited because I want to meet the other people that are involved in this.
The Super Bowl's been on my bucket list, something I've always wanted to do, somewhere I've always wanted to go.
It would just be outstanding to win $2 million tournaments in 1 year. Maybe I'd fully retire then.
I just want to win one of these big events. I think everybody probably thinks the same thing, but it would be special.
Definitely an accomplishment, something that I could brag about to my friends. Not enough where they don't like me, but just enough where, I irk them a little bit.
Win another $1 million, another life-changing event.
A huge feat for anybody to do.
The Tournament of Champions will be just one of the contests we will be following tonight on Leaderboard Live when the game starts tonight. Brendan Glasheen and Jeff Ulrich will keep you updated on the Tournament of Champions as well as the NFL $5.55 million Super Bowl 55 millionaire contest with a top prize of $1 million. So while you're sitting back and watching the big game, follow along with Leaderboard Live on a second screen on YouTube or Twitch as we put a little DraftKings spin on the biggest football game of the year. And right after the game, stay with DraftKings as we replay the KC and Tampa Bay matchup in a Madden sim with Glash and Matt LaMarca.
Now, though, we're going to chase or fade some hot takes.
And we can chill.
Yes. So Steve and Reed, you guys are here to exchange hot takes with each other, debate each other, and I will toss it to you guys now so I can take a break.
Well, the good news is that we're not talking about our crypto portfolios because Reed would have nothing to speak about where I would. So at least we can talk about some hot takes and something that Reed can actually speak of. So we'll start with that, and I'll start with mine because it's an absolute banger. Like, we love talking about this one here. Scotty Miller tripling his player prop receiving yards in this game. It's currently set at 20.5. So triple, you get that half yard. Don't worry about that. We'll just call it an even 62, okay? 62 yards for Scotty Miller. And this is why I like him here, because when Tom Brady needs to go deep down the field, his primary target is usually Mike Evans. Spoiler alert, number 2 is Scotty Miller. He has 20 targets this season of at least 20 yards. Pro Football Focus has said that 9 of those were deemed catchable. Scotty Miller has caught 8 of those 9 for 312 yards, which averages out, Reed, quick math tells you 39 yards per reception, and the cherry on top of his 4 touchdowns this season, 3 of those came in that instance. So Scotty Miller, pretty good DFS play, pretty good sounding player prop guy to go. I mean, right now it's currently set at 20.5 over even money. I mean, please, I mean, even money, you want to double your money, forget about the coin toss. Here it is right here, even money. Scotty Miller over 60 receiving yards. That's the hot take for this one.
Yeah. Steve, I'd like this if AB was out. If he was out, I would like this a lot more. But look, I mean, Tom Brady has made a career with guys like this receiver, right? Like Scotty Miller is that guy, and he's not, and that's not even putting enough respect on Scotty Miller. He's extremely fast and athletic. So I just like what he's been able to do in this offense. But the 3x it, maybe 2x, Steve. But I think that 3x, I think you're going a little bit too much Dogecoin, thinking that it's going to moon and going with Scotty Miller 3x. But give me a break, 2x, fine. I'm going to go to my hot take here, and I like it. Scotty Miller, not as much as this one though, Steve. Tyrann Mathieu, good old Honey Badger. Okay, Rosalie mentioned that BA did draft him, and that's a good connection that they have. But this is about Tyrann Mathieu getting in 2 turnovers, being involved in 2 turnovers, whether it be he forces a fumble, recovers a fumble, and an interception, and returns one for a touchdown. You know, a lot of the time he played at that corner, that slot corner position earlier in the season, wasn't really working out, moved to that safety position. Since week 12, he's got 5 interceptions, and on the season, he's got 6 total, 1 fumble recovery as well. He scored a touchdown, I believe, a pick 6 this season as well. And we know, like I've mentioned it every single time that I'm on the camera here, what the pressure rating that Kansas City is providing against the opposing quarterback. So I like Tyrann Mathieu to get you involved in at least 2 turnovers here and return 1 for a touchdown.
Look, I mean, it's almost kickoff. I'm getting a little tired. Like, I'm not going to sit here and debate you on defensive player props for this one. But I will say that the Chiefs have allowed Patrick Mahomes to be under pressure on about 33% of his dropbacks. Now, obviously, Patrick Mahomes is not a big turnover-prone quarterback, but if that turf toe continues to linger a little bit, obviously this would be the matchup that you'd want to get him at.
Yeah, and look, we're talking about this defense. Like even when it's the low-scoring game, to your point, to Scotty Miller, right? Like we saw in that 13-3 game with New England and Los Angeles Rams that Julian Edelman got the Super Bowl MVP. So, like, when you're talking about MVPs too with the defensive side, if we're not asked the question, hey, look, outside of the quarterback and potentially wide receiver, who's going to win this MVP? You like the defensive side, I like that. But even in these other games where they're low scoring, it usually goes towards the offense. So I just wanted to kind of add to your Scotty Miller pick there that even if it's a low scoring game, it's probably going to go to one of these receivers in the Super Bowl MVP.
I will tell you one thing though, this is not going to be a low scoring game. There is zero chance that this is going to be a low scoring game. But if you're feeling froggy, if you do think it's going to be a low scoring game, they do have those alternative lines you can bet on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Some big money on those ones, so you can also take a look at that. Let's toss it back to these studs. And, you know, a star is going to be born tonight.
Wow.
So,
who is she?
Her 30-second spot.
Emmy Award-winning wife.
Thank you. Her 30-second spot has run already.
Yeah.
Right? You're good to go there.
Yeah.
You're going to have 15-second spot towards the end of the second quarter and then early third quarter, correct?
Yeah.
Great.
That's true. So, yeah.
How does it feel, Emerson? How does it feel?
How does it feel to be
great.
next to
My wife is winning the awards in the family. Like, I'm
next
cool.
to greatness.
Like, whatever.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Also, you guys, there was no mention of Scotty Miller saying he could beat, like, Tyreek Hill, right? Like, in a race. He's faster than him this week. Scotty Miller was. So just something to keep in mind with that.
Okay, but now
hang out. They got to do.
Yeah, we have like 2 minutes left, so let's get your Make It Rain picks. You know, you give us your play that's absolutely going to make it rain cash for you today. Usually a DFS play, but tonight you can choose a bet you like or stick with the DFS play. Reed, where are you going?
Yeah, I've been saying it all week. Patrick Mahomes on the DFS side. If you want to captain him, I don't mind at all. If you want to get contrarian, that's completely fine. Have Patrick Mahomes in your lineup. Has over 300 or 300 plus passing yards in 50% of his games this season. He's counted for 68% of the team's total touchdowns. That is absurd. So when you take a look at what he's been able to do, even the defense being strong, we still see Patrick Mahomes in this offense get going, get a lot of touchdowns. And Tampa Bay's run defense, it is very, very stout. So I like Patrick Mahomes to have a big game here. As a floor, I think he's going to get 30 points.
Steve, talk to me.
The extremely popular Unreasonable Odds podcast has its own odds boost on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Patrick Mahomes to throw 3 touchdowns and the Chiefs to win, boosted up to 130. How would that not be my favorite play? I kind of had a hand in making it, so a little biased, but I honestly think it does have a very legitimate chance of happening. Like I mentioned, plus 130 odds on that one. That's the play to make for this one. Sweat it for the entire game and then celebrate the win.
All right. Good stuff, guys. We love it. That's it. Leaderboard Live is going to be happening during the game, of course, in the big game rematch at Madden Sim after the Super Bowl. But that's going to do it for us.
I cannot wait. That'll be Glash and Jeff, by the way, for Leaderboard Live. Then Glash and Lamarca for the Madden Sim.
Yeah.
I'm going to go home and I'm going to eat some pizza.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'll probably ride the Peloton.
What? Oh, okay.
So
That's
anyhow,
weird. I mean, that's really weird. Before or after the pizza?
Before.
During. All right, sounds good. That's going to do it for me and Emerson. We'll see you later.
All right, welcome in DraftKings Leaderboard Live. Brendan Glasheen, Jeff Ulrich covering Super Bowl 55. Big contests, also the sports book. Jeff, let's dive right in. Brady to Gronkowski to close out the first quarter. Butker made a field goal from 49 yards out. What'd you make of the game script in the first quarter?
I make it out that this first quarter went pretty much exactly how you'd love it to go as a Tampa Bay Buccaneer fan. Constant pressure on Patrick Mahomes. No catches by Tyreek Hill or Travis Kelce. Having Mahomes scrambling being the main weapon that the Chiefs were getting downfield. And no, I mean, they almost also let there was two really close Kansas City touchdowns as well but they were able to defend them. So I think right now with the Chiefs the Bucs being able to march downfield like that, use a little bit of run game, get Ronald Jones and Fournette involved. This has the makings to be a really close game because it doesn't look like obviously Kansas City is going to be able to just stop the Bucs at will. And on the other side, they've already taken a bit of a lead with 1 quarter to go. So it's a really good start for the Bucs. This game, it looks like they got a really good game plan to get some pressure in different ways on defense. We'll see if Kansas City can counteract it. Obviously, they're going to try.
Right now, Tampa has the edge in time of possession by about 3 full minutes. Looking at the $5.55 million Super Bowl 55 millionaire, $1 million to first place. Rob Gronkowski's salary was a talking point the last couple of weeks for this showdown. Just $3,000 to roster in the flex, $4,500 in the captain spot, owned there in just 3.8% of lineups. Gronk 40% owned. I feel like that's a pretty reasonable number. That was a salary that you had to cash in on.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you had to, but obviously it looks really good now. I think the reason why you didn't necessarily have to was, Brate has been involved. He's actually been the busier pass catcher of the two. We did see Cameron Brate go for a nice screen pass as well. So I do think that both Tampa Bay tight ends, were really nice values. And using one of them was probably a good idea, especially against the Kansas City defense that is really good and wants to shut down the edges of the field against the wide receivers, but do allow a lot of pass catches to tight ends. And it's burned them here in the first quarter. So absolutely, it was a good play. Like I said, it did kind of come down to between Gronk and Brady, but obviously Gronk with the history with Brady, the people who just rolled with that. And almost 40% of users in the big DraftKings 5.5 million maker did roll with Gronk, 39% owned in the flex and 3.8% owned in the captain. So he was a popular play.
That duo, Gronk and Brady, extend their postseason touchdown record when they are together. They last hooked up in the playoffs 2 years ago when the Patriots were in the Super Bowl against the Rams that season. So right now looking at a two-way tie, first place in the $5.55 million Super Bowl 55 millionaire, Gronk in the captain spot, Mahomes, Brady, Antonio Brown, 2 catches, 21 yards. Both defenses, similar build in the $1.5 million play action contest, $100K to first place. Looking at the DraftKings Tournament of Champions, $1 million to first. Goners in first with captain Leonard Fournette. Kelce in the flex, just 1 catch, 6 yards. Brady, Godwin, Brate, and Gronkowski. Looking at that Tournament of Champions here, of course, there's only 40 entries. So who might be someone that we're looking forward to see? I mean, the ownerships that pop out, Kelce and Mahomes are 82.5%. It also feels like Kansas City's got to get the ball in Tyreek Hill's hands more.
Yeah, I mean, they absolutely do. The trailing just punted it away again. So, ownership-wise, I'm not shocked at anything. I mean, Kelce was really high up there. This game has been talked to death, too. So whenever we focus like that on, for a long period of time over a game, the solid plays are going to get a little bit more attention. People are going to pay a little bit more focus, and nothing's going to go under the radar. So, Mahomes being 72%. I might say Tom Brady being 57%, only 57% is a little bit surprising. This is a player who's coming in, averaging like 29, almost 30 fantasy points over his last 5 or 6 games. And again, the Tampa Bay Bucs are a little bit of a hard team to target for fantasy, just from the fact that they have like 5 or 6 different guys who can really like produce for you. So the scoring gets spread, but Brady obviously has been their most consistent producer. So I'm a little bit surprised more people didn't try and jam in both quarterbacks. I would have expected Brady maybe to get over 60%, But other than that, no, nothing too surprising. Gronk is up there, but like you mentioned, Brandon, he's really cheap. So I think there's credit there. We'll see Antonio Brown. He did look okay in that first drive, only 17.4% owned. So that's something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, it's a good call there on Gronk. I mean, he did make the top 5 in terms of ownership for the 5.5 Super Bowl 55 millionaire. Mahomes, Kelsey, Hill, Brady, and Gronk, respectively. Gronkowski at $3,000 in the flex. Also, we learned via the sports book, Gronk as the first touchdown scorer was plus 1,800. So congrats to those that took advantage of that on the sports book. Speaking of, anything catching your eye based on what you saw in the first quarter?
From the sportsbook perspective, no. I mean, I think that where we are right now, obviously, not too much has changed. But if you liked the Bucks pregame, I mean, you have to absolutely love this start. I mean, just from that kind of perspective, seeing them at still just minus 2.5 here after the first quarter, be pretty tempting. If you were convicted on the Bucks then, I don't know what we would have seen here to get you off it. Probably nothing. Like you can still get them just to cover a field goal. If they do win this game, it's probably going to be by more than 3, just again, because, we're playing in the NFL. There's only so many ways you can score points, Brandon. So it's pretty tempting, quite frankly. I mean, that's probably where I'd be looking. I know it's always a good spot to kind of get good value on the Chiefs from their behind, but like this Tampa Bay defense has a lot of speed, and we saw them shut down Aaron Rodgers for an entire half at one point as well. So no, I mean nothing I've seen right now makes me want to jump all over the Chiefs, even though I recognize that Patrick Mahomes is always kind of a good value bet whenever the Chiefs get behind.
Chiefs plus 2.5 currently on the sports book, 90 seconds into the second quarter. All right, folks, we will jump in again here at halftime, breaking down Super Bowl 55. Two-way tie, first place in the Super Bowl 55 millionaire, $5.55 million in total prizes. Gronk in the captain spot. He has the touchdown. And also something else to note, Patrick Mahomes is 2 for 9 passing for 9 yards. So not a good start for Kansas City. And then just looking at the fantasy DraftKings Tournament of Champions at the moment, CQUVUS in first place with Kelsey now in the captain, 40 total entries. He's Jeff Ulrich, Brendan Glasheen. We will be back here on Leaderboard Live. Enjoy the game. All right, everybody, here we go. We're at the half. Super Bowl 55. Tampa Bay in control of Kansas City, 21-6. Brendan Glasheen, Jeff Ulrich. We're talking DFS, talking sportsbook. We'll break this thing apart. 30 minutes of football in the books. Look, let's start with Tampa. Gronkowski and Brady hooking up. What are you giggling about? What do you got?
Oh no, man! I mean, I'm ready. Like, bring it in the chat here. I'm here for halftime. Like, I don't care. Let's get all the feelings out early. I don't care about the DFS contest or whatever. Our producer's probably gonna lose his mind. But like, what did we just watch in the first half here to end? I mean, phantom calls. Brady's throwing getting pass interference calls, making plays in the end zone as well. The Chiefs taking crazy penalties. I don't know what I just watched there in that quarter. This is taking me on a wild ride, Glash. I don't know if I can handle this. So I'm cue up the Chiefs comeback hopefully to make this game really crazy. But I got no words. I got to get this out of my system early, then we can go through the contest. But bring it in the chat. What did you guys think, man? Because that to me was just like an absolutely insane quarter, especially with the way it ended. So.
Come on, Jeff. Let's be professionals here. We can talk about it's like talking about the sim. We'll talk about the game in a non-partial way.
The sims aren't even get that crazy, man. Like even we had like the backwards Kelsey like touchdown. I mean, Oh, okay. Anyway.
So look, the officiating. There's some question marks there. Okay, uncatchable balls. There's penalties being whistled. Not ideal. I follow, but you admitted this to me before we went live. Not only has Tampa kept the ball out of Kansas City's hands right now, time of possession, it's close. 16-41 Tampa, 13-19 Kansas City. Let's discuss Tampa and just some of the plays here. Gronk and AB, Brady's buddies, scoring the touchdowns. What do you make of Brady finding success with those two players?
Oh man, it's totally like the Tom Brady buddy bowl right now, isn't it? I mean, Gronk again. I mean, he's been used strangely throughout the year. Like more as a blocker, you figure Tampa would have exploited that more. Bruce Arians not really a heavy tight end dude, but it looks like they've dialed it up a little bit more for this game, which is extremely smart. I mentioned in the first break, like that's what Kansas City does well on the outside, is bottle up, receivers pretty well. They did throughout the year anyways. So it makes sense to get Gronk just a couple more looks, even if it's just on shorter throws. We saw him convert a pretty big third down as well right before half. So, Gronkowski, like we said, really cheap play. Brown is probably a little bit more surprising to me. I mean, just
17%.
We didn't even know how much he was going to play in this game, if at all.
Right.
So obviously he's found some level of comfort with that knee. Maybe with a little bit of medication or whatever, modern science, getting him ready to at least play for one game. He's actually looked fine out there. He's looked pretty normal to me. And they've used him well in the red zone twice. Obviously the last play being a touchdown. So absolutely, those two guys have a good connection with Brady. There's no doubt about it. The Bucs are smartly using it to their advantage right now. So, yeah, I fully admit the Bucs have been the better team. There's no doubt. I think most of the praise should go to their defense. Tampa didn't convert a 4th and 1 for a touchdown, got stuffed on the goal line, probably should have had an interception that got called back. But their defense absolutely deserves a ton of praise. Getting pressure, stopping, keeping Kansas City out of the end zone for an entire half. That's crazy. So Tampa's a better team right now, but we'll see.
Patrick Mahomes, 9 of 19, 67 yards. He did carry the ball 5 times for 33 yards. Kelsey, 5 grabs on 6 targets, 47 yards. Just ownerships for you folks. The $5.5 million Super Bowl millionaire, the 5.55 Super Bowl 55 millionaire. First place wins for $1 million in that prize pool. Mahomes, 72%. Kelsey, 63%, Hill 59%. There's Brady at 57%. Gronk just under 40%. Antonio Brown at 17% owned. On the subject of Gronk, I know we discussed him at the end of the first quarter. That ownership being the 5th highest in that contest, do you think it's because folks were attracted to the salary, or did people expect he did have a 100-yard receiving game in Week 12 when these two teams met up in the regular season?
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about Gronk, obviously. So I mean, it's definitely a lot of it was salary, and I think a lot of people were just playing the narrative there. But it does go deeper than narrative. Like I said, I mean, I was really looking at Brady and Gronkowski down there as two really solid plays, just because of the way the Chiefs' defense has been operating. This is a team that allowed the fewest receptions to wide receivers during the regular season. Like they're good at really limiting wide receivers. The way they play. They try and funnel everything kind of to the middle of the field. It does open things up though for tight ends. And we've seen Gronk, he's not getting loose for like massive gains, although obviously on the one touchdown, it was a pretty long completion, but there's just more opportunity for it. So the Bucks have obviously taken advantage of it a little bit. And it just made sense from a value perspective, from a DFS thing. If you just get one touchdown from Gronk, he ends up being a really good flex value. Obviously, now we're talking about him possibly breaking the slate and becoming like the captain's pick at under 4% owned. But even just like 1 or 2 red zone looks could have paid him off. So he's already gone above and beyond.
Reading the chat, Andrew Garza says, I have Gronk captained, Brown and Brady, the KC kicker, so Butker and Kelsey. I'm 45th in the million contest. That's awesome. Good stuff.
That is awesome. Good luck. Keep going.
Yeah, shout out your lineup.
I mean, look,
in the chat.
I've given up. I've just come to the conclusion that Tom Brady and the Bucks are winning. So
Come on.
I'll cheer for the chat. If you guys got Brady and Gronk up there tight, I'll cheer for you guys. I mean, let's get a Gronk 4 touchdown game. Let's just go all in. Whatever.
Hey, Gronk entered the day at plus 7,000 for Super Bowl MVP. I think he's got to be the front runner, right? Or the fact that Brady threw one to Brown too. Is Brady the guy?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's always tough to beat out the QBs. Like in all seriousness, we should talk about this because, Gronk is obviously going to be up there with the double touchdowns, but it is tough to beat out the quarterback for the MVP. I would not want to be running up against Tom Brady in a Super Bowl MVP competition because there's a reason why the league is happy that this was the matchup they got. Tom Brady brings in the viewers. So, but yeah, right now Gronk is you'd probably lean Gronk, but I mean, he's got to do a little bit more in terms of 4 catches, right? I know 2 of them are touchdowns, but if he ends a game with 5 catches, 40 yards, I don't know if that's going to be enough because Brady obviously already with 2 touchdowns. If he gets a third or even just, has a clean game from here on out, he's going to be hard to overtake. Right now, I mean, if I could give an MVP, it would be someone on their defense, but defensive players rarely win MVPs without a massive play, like a defensive touchdown. So right now it's Brady and Gronk are the front runners. Gronk is probably even with him about now, but like I said, if Gronk doesn't catch a couple more balls here, maybe get up over 60 yards, it's probably going to go to Brady.
Brady right now the favorite on the sports book, minus 278. Gronk in next at plus 225. Mahomes, if he can rally these guys back, which I still think you mentally believe they can. You're just reverse jinxing yourself here on the stream. It's a very, very strong tactic. It's very well used, and you're doing a great job. I really don't believe you. Mahomes at plus 325. Come on, Jeff. They were down double figures in their run all of last year.
Yeah, no, I mean, so what did you say he was at?
Mahomes right now is plus 325 for MVP.
It's admittedly a great bet. If the Chiefs win this game, Patrick Mahomes is winning MVP. There's zero doubt about it. Zero. So it really is a good bet. I mean, we can go to the money line. I would even rather bet Mahomes MVP than bet Chiefs money line. I mean, Chiefs money line right now in the DK Sportsbook is plus 255. Super Bowl MVP is plus 325 for Patrick Mahomes. So, I mean, just take Mahomes. You're making the same bet. Like I said, if the Chiefs win, how does Patrick, at this point, with them being down, how does Patrick Mahomes not be the one that brings them back, right? So I think that's something to look at. I think if you're interested in that, something to look at on the DK Sportsbook for sure.
Right now, looking at the $5.55 million Super Bowl 55 millionaire 15-way tie first place. Folks, drop your questions. Sportsbook related. You have a little bit more time to get some second half bets in. We're happy to discuss. And thank you for choosing us. If you're watching the weekend as well, we understand. But thank you for choosing Jeff and I for your halftime coverage.
How dare you watch the weekend? You mute the weekend. You leave Brendan and I on.
Yes, I like that mindset.
Great.
15-way tie for first right now, Jeff. So folks are splitting up $102,000, $102,537. Gronk and the captain. Mahomes is in there with Kelsey, Brady, Brown, and Butker. What do you make of the build? If you put Gronk and the captain, plenty of flexibility.
Yeah, it is. I liked going cheap in the captain spot. Gronk wasn't the target for me. Mine was more a wide receiver, specifically Mecole Hardman. But it's the same idea as the build I had. It really is. I really felt like this was a game you were going to need both quarterbacks in. Now Brady has proven my point well. Mahomes hasn't yet, but he's probably going to because they're going to be passing so much in the second half. And what going with the value play like a Hardman or in this case Gronkowski lets you stuff in both QBs and one of those big guys, mainly from Kansas City. Right now, Kelsey up there with 5 receptions. This lineup was also able to stuff in Brown. And obviously, Butker's a pretty solid kicker. He's got good range, so not surprised to see him counting right now. But it is the type of build that I really thought might be necessary to take it down, because I just felt like, with the way, especially with the way Tampa Bay's fantasy scoring tends to spread out, you were really going to need Brady. Probably was going to be one of their top 2 scorers. And the only way you can get both QBs in was to go with value play like Gronk. So I like it. I think it was the way I was sort of thinking about things this weekend as well.
16th place, which is the next best lineup in this contest, has Brady captained. Fournette, Kelsey, Brown, Gronk, and the Bucks defense at just about 9% in the flex. The 2020 DraftKings Tournament of Champions, first place wins $1 million. We have CQUVUS in first with Kelsey and the captain, Mahomes, Brady, Brown, Gronk, and Ronald Jones, who was a highlighted player in that first half. Not 1, but 2 chances to run the ball in from the goal line, does not get in. I think Jim Nantz said this on the CBS broadcast. It was the first time all year the Chiefs made a stop in that situation, a 4th and goal.
Yeah, there you go. I was expecting Ronald Jones to get in. He's actually typically a really solid red zone runner. So I don't think that the Bucks, made like a bad call or anything like that. By giving Ronald Jones the touch there, but it was a really good stop by the Kansas City defense. And, again, I hate to bring it back to this, but like KC has made some plays here. They made a good, interception that got called back. It was just such a weird half. It probably leans you to really thinking about those KC guys on the sports book, like just the plus money you're getting on the money line and things like Mahomes MVP bet. I really don't think that, again, the half was as bad for Kansas City, especially on defense as it appeared. Offense, it was pretty bad. But again, I trust Mahomes and company to get it together. So, yeah, it was definitely one of the more interesting plays. It looked like that was going to turn the game right there. But, then we had the whole 2 minutes before halftime debacle. So
that's the number right now, folks. Plus 325, Patrick Mahomes to win Super Bowl MVP via the DK Sportsbook. Even Kelsey at plus 2,000 is intriguing because he's caught the majority of Mahomes' completions.
And if it's not Mahomes, Kelsey could end up with something sick like 15 catches or something just because of what they're going to be doing in the second half. So I could see that as well. Maybe bet them both. Sprinkle a little on Kelsey to go with Mahomes. So you could just bet the Chiefs money line, but that's where I would be looking on the DK Sportsbook right now. I don't really want to because I'm just like so resigned to after what I saw in that first half. But yeah, let's stand back. Let's be objective. We've seen Mahomes and stuff pay off in this spot before. There's absolutely value in taking them when they're down like this because no team can rev it up at an insanely fast pace like the Kansas City Chiefs. So, and they do get the ball back first.
All right, but like you said, we're here, we're live, and before the second half begins, you should get it off your chest. Fooligan makes the point here in the chat. Kansas City had 67 passing yards on offense, gave up 73 yards in penalties on defense. 8 penalties whistled against the Chiefs, 1 against the Bucks. So I'm not even sure. Do officials like go to the locker room and go, "Oh, we've called 8 against them and 1 against them. Let's ease up a bit here in the second half," because you hate when
I don't think they do that. I hope they don't do that.
I'm just throwing it out there. I don't know.
No, I mean, look, we're talking about human beings. Subconsciously, sure, that happens. Definitely don't talk about it, but their objective is to be objective, right? Like they're not thinking, oh, I got to make up a call. Their objective should be just to watch the game and call what comes to them. But they are human beings. I'm sure we'll probably see maybe a makeup call at some point. You would think, but who knows? Who knows?
Okay. All right. Dougie30 on Twitch. Dougie's become a great member of the Twitch fam. He's asking for the live over-under. Right now it's at 55 on the sports book. You can get the under at -109. The over's at -117. Folks that did take the under pregame, do you think they should be feeling okay? What do you suspect?
It's not the spot you'd want. I mean, the Bucs defense has looked really good, so you love that. But Kansas City is coming now. I think if you were on the under, you'd probably much rather the Chiefs be out in front, and then they're just going to slow it down in the second half and get pressure on Brady. This could turn into a track meet like real quick if the Chiefs get a score in off the top here. So it's not you love the fact that Tampa is getting after the Chiefs offense, but we're already at 27, so we're almost halfway over to the over, and now the Chiefs get the ball first. This first drive is going to be pivotal. If the Chiefs get a touchdown here, I'd much rather be on the. I mean, it's easy for me to say this. I would, of course, if they get a touchdown, much rather be on the over. But right now, I would lean towards the over. I'll just say that. I would not be taking the under on the live spread. That's my opinion. Again, I'm not really into betting the live over or under right now, but if I was, I would be on the over.
One of the things we've talked about the Bucs defense, and you said they deserve a lot of credit for how they played in that first half.
Yeah, absolutely.
When you look at Mahomes' numbers, I can't figure out this Kansas City offense, why it takes them so long to get into a rhythm. It did not stand out in the Buffalo game like it did tonight, though. Some of the Mahomes' short-arming throws, and Kelsey had a drop. Just lack of execution. The punter was off. Just they are not ready to go. And this is exactly, in my opinion, this was the game script Tampa needed based on how they've won all of their playoff games, with the exception of the Washington game. But the wins against the Saints and the Packers, they score first. Oh, well, they didn't score first in this one. They scored the first touchdown. But playing with the lead is what Tampa has needed. The only come from behind win they had was at the end of the regular season in Atlanta. And what does that really mean? Brady's done that a few times. So I'm just shocked that KC did not come out with a little bit more vengeance.
Yeah. I mean, look, it has been a bit of a rough week for KC. I mean, without getting too into it, there's been more news stories, obviously, on the KC side. I think that's probably got something to do with it. Tampa is also the home team here. And as much as I tried to just ignore that fact, maybe the chickens are coming home to roost here. Tampa didn't have to go anywhere. The home team, obviously, like I said, the news flow has been, worse. Let's just say it's been worse for Kansas City leading up. Obviously Barbergate is one thing. But I think that's probably a product of what we saw in the first half, at least some of it. Right. I have no doubt that Kansas City has the ability to overcome the Tampa Bay offense, the defense. We've seen them do it before. They are shorthanded on the O-line, though, and that's another factor. I mean, these are all like negatives, little like ticky-tack things that just build up to your preparation. And I think that probably is what led to Kansas City coming out a little bit slow, just maybe not even being slow, just being ineffective, being a little bit surprised by, how tough, how much speed there is on the D front, and not having necessarily the personnel they usually have to deal with it. And I agree. You would expect them to come out a little bit sharper, but they didn't, and we have seen it from them before. So this first drive is everything, in my opinion. They got to march down there, and they got to say we are making a game of this, because if they don't, it's just going to be more pressure, and I don't think the KC defense can hold TB12 and the whole TB12 method down for a whole half. So the Chiefs are going to have to score and score quick.
Dougie30 on Twitch. I hope for your sake you didn't take Mahomes over 1.5 touchdowns by halftime. He has good second quarters, but first quarters, the Chiefs are just, I don't get it. Tom the Goat X12 on Twitch. Awesome first half. This has the feel, in my opinion, it has the feel of the 2018 AFC Championship when the Chiefs played the Patriots. And the Pats defense actually kept Mahomes in check And then the second half, it just, he went to town. Like Hill, Kelsey, the whole game changed. So you make a good point. I don't necessarily believe it has to be the first drive, but maybe the first 5, 6, 7 minutes, like put something together. We'll see. Looking at the leading lineups here over on the Game Center, the $5.55 million Super Bowl 55 millionaire. We mentioned it, 15-way tie first place. Rob Gronkowski, 4% in the captain spot, $4,500 there. 31.8 points. Then you have Mahomes, Kelsey, Brady, Antonio Brown at 17%. Butker at 13.7% owned. In the Fantasy Tournament of Champions for DraftKings, $1 million to first place. CQU VUS at the moment is in a good spot to potentially win this thing. Scoring is always being verified and results are not official. So those are things that we do take care of once the game concludes. Kelsey's in the captain. Mahomes, Brady, Brown, Gronk, and Ronald Jones. Kelsey being the captain at 17.5%. Let's check the sports book out. Any movement here? 6.5 right now. Kansas City getting 6.5 plus 250 on the money line. That's even intriguing as well if you believe in this offense.
It's definitely intriguing. I mean, like we said, we've seen it before. 21-6, right? I mean, it's not inconceivable by any means. We're talking, 15 points. We're talking 2 scores. So it's more than doable. It's where I would lean right now. Again, you're talking about what's the best value, what's the best play. Mm-hmm. We've seen the Chiefs do it in this position many times before, and I know it's a Super Bowl, and I know everyone's talking up how dominant a half that was by the Bucs defense, but like we've seen Kansas City start like this, so it's where I would lean. I'm not feeling great after the first half, obviously, but about it. But it is, again, I think you just have to you do have to look at it as objectively as possible. Chiefs defense wasn't as bad as that score indicates, and it was just some product of bad circumstances. So I think there's value there. See how it plays out, folks.
Irwin says that was a show for Tampa Bay. The folks are chiming in on the halftime show. Chime in with whatever you want. D-Rack1 on Twitch.
Yeah, we're not watching it, obviously. So let us know. I don't know.
Yeah, please.
I'm getting some weird feedback on Twitter, that's for sure. Someone talking about nightmares or something. I don't know. So
D-Rack1 has a question. Any prop bets, anything catching your attention for the second half?
Well, I mean, I like the Super Bowl prop that Brandon brought up for sure. I think that you should be. I think you can look to the Kansas City Chiefs touchdown props. Like, are we really going to go an entire half without an entire game without a Kansas City touchdown? That seems insane. So, looking at the pass catchers, looking at like Mecole Hardman, even Tyreek Hill plus 150. Again, you're getting better odds here than you would have in a full game. I think you're just going to see Kansas City trying to play so fast and making stretching this game out. So I like the odds on both those guys I just mentioned. I think you should be looking at the wide receivers. Travis Kelce versus Tyreek Hill. It's kind of a toss up. They've probably done a better job at bottling up Hill. So maybe you do lean Kelce there, but I think I'd probably take a little bit of a flyer on Mecole Hardman at plus 450. I like that.
Okay. Even seeing total touchdowns by the Chiefs as a team over 2.5 is plus 102. That's not bad.
Yep. See, over 2.5. I don't disagree. I mean, we just saw the Bucs get 3 touchdowns. I think if we're going to make a game of it, then that's probably going to happen. You might want to just bet the over instead of that. Although it's pretty close, but instead of over 2.5 touchdowns, maybe just bet the over. Might be a little bit of a safer bet, but getting a little bit better money just to bet the Chiefs touchdowns. Total receiving yards here. I'm just looking at, Tyreek Hill over 65.5. I would have no problem betting that.
65.5.
Yeah, that's just a really low number. You can hit it on one play if you really need, if
right.
And stuff like that.
13.
Like taking guys like Hill on low props. So the main thing is, again, you should be looking at the Chiefs receiving props and the passing props. At least in my opinion, that's where the value is going to be right now, because you're getting pretty good totals on these guys. I mean, you're just going to be seeing the KC in catch-up mode, which is always nice because we know how fast if they do start clicking, the yards will just pour in. So
sure. And we talked about Gronk, everybody, plus 225. Say Tampa comes out and decides to, I'm not advocating for this because it would be super boring, but they just run the football and Kansas City just doesn't get it going. Then I think at the end of the day, they might give it to Gronk because, he's got the 2 scores. So
sure.
As a reminder, we will be here, myself and Matt LaMarca, right here on the Dream Stream, $25,000 prize pool, free to play Madden Sim, Kansas City and Tampa, the replay sim, if you will, of Super Bowl 55. The replay sim will be here right when the game's over. We're going to shoot for 10 p.m.-ish. So when the game ends, stay right here on the Dream Stream.
So 25K free roll.
Yes, sir.
Coming up after the Super Bowl, folks. That's after the Super Bowl, the sim. Make sure you get a piece of that, folks. Don't forget about that. Going to end off the DK $250,000 tailgate weekend. So
yeah, great stuff. And first place wins $2,500 DK dollars. So be sure to come here and stay here and join us for that. I'll be with Big Saxy, Matt LaMarca, to wrap up the night. So, all right, Jeff, are you good? You feel better now?
All right. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm resigned to Tampa Bay winning. What's your prediction?
Now I know why you're not doing the sim after, because you were worried if Tom wins, you couldn't handle an hour and a half of Brady reaction. So LaMarca,
I never do the Sunday night sim because I have to do golf riding. But
right,
sure,
that was my second thought.
What's your prediction? Give us a score prediction. I can't even talk about it anymore. So
this is far from over. I still think 30, 31, 27. Tampa.
Okay, Tampa. Yeah, obviously you're picking Tampa.
Over.
Okay, so Brendan likes the over. He likes Tampa. Okay, I think that's a fair prediction. I think that's a solid one. So,
all right. You sure you're good?
I'm good. I'm good.
All right.
I'm going with your prediction because I can't. Like I said, I'm through. I can't predict what's going to happen in this unpredictable craziness anymore.
Thank you. Thanks to all of you joining us on YouTube for the Dream Stream, also on Twitch and Periscope over on the DK Nation Twitter handle. So thanks for being here. We will come back and join you guys towards the end of the third quarter. Look at the leaderboard, sweat out those lineups for the $5.55 million Super Bowl 55 millionaire. Also, the Tournament of Champions, those 40 entries. Right now, a solo leader by a healthy margin, by about 7 full points, with Kelsey and captain Mahomes, Brady, Brown, Gronk, and Ronald Jones. Imagine if Jones scored. That lineup is cruising at this stage. So hopefully we get less penalties and more fairness and a great finish in Tampa. Thank you so much for joining us here on Leaderboard Live. We'll be back at the end of the third. Enjoy. All right, welcome in Leaderboard Live. 3 quarters in the books. It's been all Tampa. Man, good for Tom. I don't know. You might be right. They're running out of time. Not good, Jeff. 28-9, or was it 31-9? Excuse me.
Definitely running out of time.
Running out of time.
No doubt about it. 31-9. I got 40 points on the board right now. If you're looking at the over/under. Chiefs are driving, so I mean that's something to keep in mind as well. And they're probably going to be playing at a very fast pace in the fourth quarter. So again, I would rather be on the over if you were at got it at 55.5 or whatever it was pregame. But yeah, man, it's just the dominance by Tampa on the D line and even on the O line on the other side. It's just too much. Like they can't stop them. Fournette getting massive gains. And then the other side, I mean, just getting so much pressure on Mahomes here. It's it's right now it's a blowout. We'll see what transpires in the fourth quarter, but there's not much to say. That was just pure dominance. Again, I know the storyline will be Brady in the 7th ring, but this was just pure dominance by the two lines of Tampa. It's just a really, really solid team.
Right. Number right now at 58.5. Currently on the DK Sportsbook for the total. Chiefs getting 12 on the point spread side, plus 950 on the money line if they can muster some sort of comeback. But you're right. Mahomes, 50% completion percentage, or just below it, 15, or just above it, excuse me, 15 for 29, 131, no touchdowns and a pick. Tampa's defense, you're right. They've been taking it to them. Devin White has 2 tackles for loss. Shaquille Barrett's got 1. JPP was making his impact out of the gate. Just 1 penalty for each team in that third quarter, so we can't go down the penalty road. Looking at the leading lineups right now in the $5.55 million Super Bowl 55 millionaire, there is a 5-way tie right now for first place. Brady in the captain spot with 3 passing touchdowns, 2 to Gronk, 1 to Antonio Brown. Kelsey, Fournette, AB, Butker, and Gronk in the flex. What do you make of the build? And the most important question is, can it hold?
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not sure if it's going to hold just because, again, we're on the verge here probably of getting like a Mahomes touchdown. We're probably going to get one before the end of the game. But Brady in the captain spot, I'm not shocked to see that. Again, this is how Tampa plays from a fantasy perspective. They spread it out a lot. They use 2 running backs. They get everybody involved in the pass game. Nobody, you just rarely, you don't really see like 12 catch games or anything from the Tampa Bay wide receivers. So Tom Brady, especially down the stretch, he's been the dude for Tampa in terms of fantasy performances, right? And right now that's playing out. We'll see if these Chiefs guys, one of them really gets going. But, for now, not shocked to see Tom as the high scorer, especially with how bad the Chiefs offense is. So the value play, obviously still Gronk. I think we could still possibly see that switch if Mahomes starts to put up points. But, for right now, I'm not that surprised.
Fantasy Tournament of Champions. Just a reminder, when this contest, the game, and then the contest comes to an end, scoring does have to be verified, so the results are not official. But at the moment, Goners, Goners, in first place by 7. What's the math here? 7.64 points. 7.66 points. Don't do math on the air. 7.66 points is the lead right now. Fournette in the captain spot. Kelsey, Brady, Godwin, Brait, and Gronk. Winner takes home $1 million in the 40-entry contest here, the DraftKings Tournament of Champions. So you've got both tight ends for Tampa. Speaking of, how about the third-string tight end dropping a touchdown? That would have really changed the dynamic of everything. I forget the young fella's name, to be quite honest.
Hudson.
Tanner Hudson.
Yeah,
man, right in the hands.
Danny Tanner had his chance. Yeah, well, I mean, it wasn't like a brutal drop. I mean, it was a tough catch, but it was there.
Quarterback could have made a better throw, so he's done. He should retire.
He's no Dan Marino, that Tom Brady, but yeah, I mean, definitely. And then you had the ball that went over Brady's head too. I mean, that could have been uglier too. I mean, actually, I would say the biggest play of the second half so far has been the Ryan Suckup 52-yard field goal. If that doesn't go through, the Chiefs get the ball midfield and the score is closer. I mean, that would have made things actually a little bit interesting. So yeah, as it is right now, we're just waiting to see, what the Chiefs do in garbage time.
Sure.
For fantasy purposes, it's probably going to change a lot, to be honest, because we're going to be throwing right into the end of this game. But as the Chiefs go 4-0 here and turn the ball over again, as I say that, so maybe I don't know, maybe we won't get many Chiefs garbage time points. It just seems so ridiculous to think that we're not going to get a Chiefs touchdown before the end of this game. But good God, I mean, the way the Bucs defense is playing, that just actually might hold true. So right now, man, I mean, if you got this Brady lineup, if you got Brady and the captain, you love the way it's playing out. You want 4 and outs on the Chiefs. You want Brady to throw a couple more times, get some Gronk action in there if you got that stack, and just wait it out if you're one of these top 5 lineups. Now winners: Jennifer P, 593, Dabby Nash, Fatty Bill, and Mitchak. The 5 winners right now. They're splitting. They're taking home $286K each, Brendan. So
pretty good.
Those guys hold.
And then in the fantasy tournament of champions at DraftKings, second place has Ronald Jones in the flex, but first place has Fournette captained. Just trying to think of ways maybe someone could hop there. Seven's Vox has Gronk captained. He's got Hill and Kelsey, which is good compared to the top, where the top lineups have just Kelsey. So who knows? Like you said, we have to keep in mind while Kansas City's getting their butt kicked, at any moment they can score in a flash, and they'll be taking more chances for sure.
Yeah, so, I mean, at this point, I feel pretty safe to say they're probably not going to win the game. But for fantasy purposes, yeah, lots can change still. You get one deep ball, one late garbage time touchdown, one guy breaks the bonus or whatever. Maybe Kelsey breaks the bonus, something like that. So we could still get a lot of switching. Brady doesn't have that many points either, right? Like he's only got, in the flex, he's got 19.8. So
29.7 in the captain spot.
Yeah. So again, someone pops up. Maybe Fournette takes another long run or something, right? So
sure,
lots of stuff to go for fantasy purposes. This one's not anywhere over. That's why we play on DraftKings, because normally you would have switched the TV over, Brendan. I know you would have already put on the Golden Girls if it was just you, but us, now that we got DraftKings in our lives, folks. Now we watch the whole game. That's the beauty of DraftKings. That's why you got to play on it. But, Brendan, the Golden Girls reruns will wait till after the game. So.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned Danny Tanner Hudson. I wanted to watch Full House.
Okay, fair enough.
Which, we can do when the off season begins tomorrow. But we do have Sims coming your way. And
yes,
there's a segue for you. A Sim later up tonight. $25K in prize money on the line. DK dollars free to enter. We're going to run the Sim back. Kansas City and Tampa. We ran one yesterday afternoon. The Chiefs won 35-28. Tyreek Hill had a great sim with 3 touchdowns. Who knows how it's going to play out tonight? And folks, I got to give it to you that right now there's 140 of you in the chat on YouTube. We have about 25 on Twitch. There are 44,000 entries for this contest. So let's keep that number going. Tell your friends that the weekend does not end after the big game. We are keeping it going here on the DraftKings Dream Stream. Tailgate weekend, we wrap up with a Madden sim, Kansas City and Tampa, round 3. If you want to consider the sim yesterday, the real game right now, and of course in Simland. I'll be on the call with Matt LaMarca after Jeff Ulrich and I break down the leaderboard and also react to anything sportsbook related, anything you guys want to talk about, we will discuss here on the Dream Stream. So good luck with those lineups. Hope we get a great final sweat, and Moose and I will be back to react to, in all likelihood, the greatest of all time getting his 7th ring.
No argument.
Look, not a great game overall. Not very entertaining in terms of the theater that we were hoping for.
True.
But Jeff, look, from the get-go, the game script did not favor Kansas City. The Chiefs got a lead 3-0. Tampa comes down, scores a touchdown to go up 7-3. Gronkowski was a factor. The Chiefs were not ready to go, and Tampa took advantage of it.
Yeah, I mean, look, Brandon, in the immortal words of Happy Gilmore, I mean, I'm stupid. You're smart. You're handsome and good looking. I'm not. You know, I'm wrong. You're right. You know, like everything that we thought the Chiefs might be able to pull off here and put up all these fancy points and put so much pressure on Tom Brady that it was going to be impossible for him to win this game. It just wasn't close. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, offensive line, defensive line, and really, I know the story is Tom Brady in 7 rings. And look, we'll give him his credit, but like the Tampa Bay O-line and D-line dominated this game from start to finish. You don't stop someone like Patrick Mahomes from scoring a touchdown all game without just absolutely dominating in those two areas of play. So it was a fantastic performance, man. Tampa is just, they just kept getting better and better. And we've seen this from teams before in the past. I remember when the Packers won their Super Bowl with Aaron Rodgers. It was a similar story. They were like a wild card team, but they just kept peaking and getting better and better every week. Happens. The momentum, the M word, man, I know people hate it, but like it is a thing sometimes. And especially in pro sports like football, where it's just a 1 week thing. If you get on that roll and you get stronger and your opponents are kind of heading the other direction, it's you can be a force, man. So yeah, Tampa Bay, well-deserved, easily the better team today. Mahomes will be back. Brady's probably going to be back too, which is, makes this even funner. But yeah, definitely, like you said, not maybe one of the worst viewing Super Bowls in a while, but still fun. I know there's a ton of Brady fans out there and fanboys like yourself who deservedly get to gloat tonight.
Look, early in the week, we were concerned about the COVID protocols. We were talking about the barber here on the air, like DeMarcus Robinson, the center was involved, and Eric Fisher's status for the game. They were starting a backup left tackle, the Chiefs. So even producer Drew brought this up, like, should we read a lot into this, or do we trust Andy Reid to make the adjustment game planning wise? And to give producer Drew full credit, I think he hit the nail on the head. Like the Chiefs just didn't adjust quickly enough. And then you look at the scoreboard and Tampa even left points on the board. I know both teams had their fair share of opportunities, but even when the Chiefs could have made adjustments and made a change, it was just too late.
Yeah, like I said before, I mean, the news flow of the week was just dominantly in Tampa's favor. And what I mean by that is there was no news coming out of Tampa Bay, except Antonio Brown was getting healthier. That's pretty much it. Whereas Kansas City, you just had these negative things right from the get-go, with the O-line issues. Everyone knew that was going to be an issue and it was having to some overcome, but then other stuff. And then they had to travel. So I think it did make a factor leading up to it. Again, it's not an excuse or the reason why Tampa won this game. But, it definitely probably led to it being what it was, which was a complete blowout, right? It's tough to get to this point in the game. It's a longer season, longer than normal. Everyone's played 17 games. Tampa Bay was the team that was coming in as the healthier version. Mahomes dealing with this toe injury thing. He's getting surgery after the season. I mean, it's obviously he's banged up. I mean, Patrick Mahomes had like a neck injury concussion 3 weeks ago. Like that's, he's banged up. Their O-line was undermanned. So I people, including myself, I include myself forefront of this. I think we just underplayed these. You don't want to read too much into it. Like one thing you're like, okay, but it's not that big a deal. It's still a team that's lost like twice in the last 30 games. Like you can't discount them because of one injury. But when you start to add all that up and how good the Tampa Bay lines were playing, like I said, probably should have given them more credit. So
I do give a lot of credit to the Sim fam that wants us to move on because they want to now watch the Sim between the Chiefs and the Bucks again.
They're tired of hearing Mita, the old
tired of
fantasy
hearing
guy.
about Tom.
Get that guy out of here. Bring in Big Saxy, right?
And how Tom Brady now has more championships alone than any other franchise in the NFL combined, the Steelers and Patriots with 6. But guess what? We get to talk about it now for the next 90 minutes. Ha! Anyway, professional. Let's look at the leaderboard here, and then we can get you out of here because you have golf coverage to get to. Never mind, do you now get to hit the course and think about what you decided to do with your lineups and all those Chiefs bets that you wanted to take. You can reflect on the course and start focusing on golf. But anyway, leading lineup, gigantic tie in the $5.55 million Super Bowl 55 millionaire. What did we end up with here? 100 and it was like a 1,200 weight tie, something like that, something insane. What did we end up getting? I'm looking at it right now.
I'm not going to count them, but it was a massive tie. Let's just leave it at that.
The winning, the leading,
they ended up taking home $2,400 each.
Yeah.
So obviously, like a massive tie at the top. It was 1,246 people tied. So the winning lineup quickly: Rob Gronkowski in the captain, 3.8. Travis Kelce. Actually, and again, this isn't winning because these scores aren't final. So just again, scores haven't been finalized. The lineup that's in first place right now: Rob Gronkowski in the captain, 3.8% owned. Kelce, Hill, Brady, Fournette, Antonio Brown. So bunch of star-filled lineups. None of those really low-owned shots, like a Tyler Johnson or a Cameron Brate got in there. It was a chalky lineup. 1,246 people had it. Again, it's not finalized, but the most unique thing about it, and I said this off the top, I thought you might have to do something like this just to get the value and to get all these big names in. But Gronk, really cheap, a value play in the captain, 3.8% owned, probably the most unique thing about this lineup.
And then looking at the Tournament of Champions final, and it must be mentioned here that these scores do need to be verified. So please keep that in mind as we look at these. 40 entries in this particular contest. $1 million to Petty the FT89. Barely winning this one. This particular contest, we were looking at the end of the third quarter. Goners was up 7-8 points. As it turns out, Petty the FT89 in first. Gronk is the captain, $4,500 to roster there. No Tom Brady to be found. Mahomes and Kelce, both 82.5% in the flex. You get Tyreek Hill. Sammy Watkins had just one catch. Fournette in the flex. So a Chiefs stack, Jeff, and then Gronk in the captain spot.
Yeah, crazy. Those yards really added up for like Kelce and Hill at the end there. Obviously, Butker, field goal kicker, obviously had his points, but crazy. Crazy from the sense that we just didn't really get any touchdowns, but guys like Kelce and Tyreek Hill just show how valuable they are in this offense, how quickly they rack up yards, even in pretty much the most negative performance of the Chiefs offense we've ever seen. So I really did not expect that we'd have no Patrick Mahomes in the winning lineup for the Millie Maker, but here we are. Wasn't even in the top three producing players. Things always happen. That's why Showdown's a cool format. You can take chances. You can be a little bit unique, and we see it time and time again. Some of these crazy builds play off. Although I wouldn't say this build was that crazy. It's just, again, we faded one chalky player, and it was Mahomes in this case, and that was the right move.
And again, just to keep in mind, scoring still being verified. Results are not yet official, but right now it is looking like Petty the FT89. 116.05, the $1 million winner, first place in the DraftKings Tournament of Champions 2020 with Rob Gronkowski captained and Fournette is a member of the Bucs, and then a Chiefs stack: Mahomes, Kelce, Hill, and Sammy Watkins. All right. Also, it's been we've been told Tom Brady, fifth time winning the Super Bowl MVP. Once again, congratulations to the Bucs winning the Super Bowl. Plus 200 for Brady to win MVP. We were looking at odds live at halftime. He was like minus 278. So no surprise here.
I think that third passing touchdown, who was it to? Oh, to
Antonio Brown.
Antonio Brown probably put him over. Gronk had that long catch in the second half, but I guess it wasn't enough. I might have given it to Gronk if I was voting. He just had a really good game. If I was voting, I probably would have given it to a defensive player, to be honest. But like I said, this is why I said probably don't bet Gronk, unless Gronk does something crazy. They're going to give it to the QB. They're going to give it to the face of the NFL, quite frankly. So, congrats to anyone who took the Brady MVP odds.
All right, buddy. That's it. We're done here on Leaderboard Live. I would just like to mention, you did a great job with this all year. We've been doing Leaderboard Live Mondays, Thursdays, even Sundays. You've been doing the sweat, but you'll hop into those 1 o'clock games with Emerson. We got it all started opening night, Chiefs and Texans. This is a fun little exercise. We're hoping to build on it in the offseason, getting ready for next year. But good stuff all season.
Guys, no, absolutely, man. Love doing it with Glash and the other hosts. But yeah, for the viewers, I know you guys are all wanting to get this free roll game started. Thanks for tuning into Leaderboard Live, guys. Thanks for making this an awesome season for us. It was obviously unique, trying out new things. And guys, we'll see you on the Madden stream soon. I'm taking a break, but Big Sax will be in to take you home with Glash.
It's not goodbye. It's see you later. So you can get the heck out of here and get to your golf coverage. Go Tom. Bye, Jeff. So, folks, we understand you're here for a Madden sim. So Lamarca's going to join us in just a second. The Game Ops team has filed in. This is kind of cool. Like everyone's congregating to the call, ready to go back into the sim bubble. We should all walk through the bubble together. It's like a portal. It's like Narnia. You know, here we go. Here we go into the sim bubble. There we go. And I get to enter with Tom Brady winning his 7th Super Bowl. But I promise, we'll give the sim its proper due. So many people entered this contest. You love to see it. $25,000 free big game replay contest. 311. That's the word, the number. 48,311 entries. Love it. That is great stuff to wrap up our tailgate weekend. We gave away, including tonight, this sim coming up, $250,000 here on Tailgate Weekend at DraftKings. So thank you to all of you for sticking with us starting on Saturday at 2 Eastern when we had J-Dub on doing the sim of this matchup. And now here we are talking Kansas City, Tampa, round 3 for Simland folks and the game that just took place. So we'll react to the game. Tell us about your lineups. If you did well head-to-heads, I got to shout out Jordan Lindenbaum. I hopped in his contest in the DK SimFam Friends League. It didn't go well. Didn't go great. I put Chris Codwin in the captain spot. Did not have much success. So we will be heading to the sim moments from now. We understand that lineups have locked. We just finished up our Leaderboard Live coverage. So, and also, we're going to need a buzzword in 29 minutes. I've got something in mind. I think you might know what I'm talking about. But I am willing, as always, to take submissions. Well, look at the chat here. Vid always, how are you? Akeem, Chris B. It's good to have you guys here. It really is. American says it's going to be crazy here in Tampa. Brad Wallace, Carter Robinson. Carter, he's better. Jeff was cool. I was telling Jeff, like, you have to acknowledge just the intangibles he brought. I got to tell you, like, Devin White was great in this game. Tampa Bay's defense was great. And I think we all underestimated the health and the unity of the Kansas City offensive line in terms of getting ready for the real Super Bowl 55. We're waiting on Matt LaMarca, Big Saxy, to join us in our Zoom call, and then we will send it out to Simland, to Tampa, virtual Tampa, to deliver the sim. So I promise I want to get there as soon as we can. I'm stalling, but willing to take your comments in the chat. Germ, Retease, did you know? Goat works. That's a good one. A-Rock says that game sucked. Did you guys think it was a good game? Chime in the chat. Was it a good game? Was it a fun product? Jeff and I were here for Leaderboard Live. We didn't watch much of I didn't see any of the halftime show. So what'd you think? What'd you make of the night? I can be non-biased from that perspective. But, yeah, you know, Sarah, watch it. Okay. Sometimes. What going on here in the Brendan household? Anyway, yeah, I mean, what'd you make of the night? Please, we'll take any feedback, comments, reaction to the game. We're going to go to Simland in just a moment. Matt LaMarca has just popped up on my screen. Now he's gone again. He should be here in just a second. Want to shout out our great production team, by the way. We've had a lot of folks contribute to Tailgate Weekend here at DraftKings. loving the way the game went. All right, LaMarca, you're here. Lineups have already locked, so we'll start the sim any moment. What'd you make of the Super Bowl?
Yeah, wasn't how I expected it to go. Not thrilled about it, to be honest with you. I feel like me having to do this sim with you now is like rubbing salt in my wounds. AKA Mr. Tom Brady, the biggest Bucks fan that I know, Brendan Glasheen. So yeah, hopefully this sim will be fun. But as far as the game itself, I mean, unless you're a Brady guy or a Tampa guy, it wasn't the most entertaining Super Bowl we've had.
No, it wasn't. I mean, it didn't have a great pace at the beginning. And look, both teams were trying to find their footing. Tampa certainly got off to a quicker start. What do you think here in Simland? Anything in particular that jumps out when you think about these two teams and what you've witnessed in Simland between the Bucks and the Chiefs?
I mean, the Chiefs seem to just roll everybody in Simland. The no injuries should help them. I doubt that Tampa Bay lives in the backfield like what we just saw on the real field. So I will take the virtual Chiefs to get the smallest, tiniest moral victory for actual Kansas City fans tonight.
Yeah, please, Chiefs fans, if you have to come in here and cry and sob, we'll take it. And those of you that want to just come in here and admit you were wrong about Tom Brady and in the spot that the Bucks were going to get blown out, those of you that were actively rooting for Tom, you're also welcome. That's totally okay.
Yeah.
There's some folks that just that have that stance, and it's really just it's too bad. But we're here for everybody, and we're going to go out to the sim here in just a second. Our production team is just tightening everything up, so we'll be sending it out to virtual Tampa in just a moment. Tom Brady won Super Bowl MVP, his 5th award of his career, his 7th Super Bowl, which is the most. It now surpasses any franchise in NFL history. Where do you put Brady now in terms of the ranks of greatest athletes?
I mean, listen, he has to be considered the greatest team sport athlete of all time. Maybe Wayne Gretzky is in the conversation, but the fact that he has won more rings than any other team over the history of the sport is pretty unbelievable. And we're talking Super Bowl rings, not, NFL championships, sure, which date back further, but he's tremendous. I've been thinking all day about the quote in Anchorman between Wes Mantooth and Ron Burgundy when he's trapped in the lion pit and he's got the ladder and he's like, I straight up hate you, Burgundy, but damn it, I respect you, and that's where I'm at with Brady. You have to respect what he has done. The longevity is so ridiculously impressive. I was talking to Koff last night. He graded out as the number 2 quarterback this season, according to Pro Football Focus, better than Patrick Mahomes. And he outplayed Mahomes drastically tonight. I get that the conditions were certainly in the Bucs' favor in terms of injuries. The home field might have played a difference as well, but regardless, there's no downplaying just how tremendous of a career this guy has had. He's the best ever.
All righty, he's Big Saxy, Matt LaMarca, Brendan Glasheen. We are here to wrap up Tailgate Weekend on the Dream Stream. Joseph in the chat. Tom Brady, bigger than Jordan, LeBron, Tiger Woods, when he was good. Considering the competition, he's as close as what Jimmy Johnson was and what he did in NASCAR. Lucci Rivera, hello. Glash, don't be in here gloating because I know you can't take it when you get it dished your way. Especially when Koff does to you, LOL, but go Brady. I'm going to have to bring out my Pats jerseys. Okay, all right. Here I am. Hope I don't cry too much for you. But
Richard
yes!
Perricone says Babe had 9 rings. He pitched and he hit. Anything that happened pre-integration, I don't care about. He was hitting fastballs off of me.
You know something, man, though? Look, like, With Kansas City, we all get this vibe that they can just flip a switch whenever it wants. And Bucks are going to get the ball first here. Want to shout you guys out. 48,311 entries in this $25,000 free big game replay contest. Kansas City just not ready to go. Not ready to go out of the gate. I was surprised by that.
I don't think it was a not ready to go issue. I think it was a real personnel problem. We all kind of speculated just about how much of an impact that pass rushing duo would have with both of the offensive tackles out for Kansas City. And we both, and the general consensus was, yeah, it's going to matter, but Patrick Mahomes is so good that it's really he's going to be able to overcome it. And clearly that was not correct. Whether or not, Mahomes is still injured or not, I'm not trying to make excuses for him. He clearly looked like he wasn't moving the same way as that game progressed. The flags were another thing. I don't want to personally see a game where the refs are that noticeable in a championship game. I don't think any of the penalties that were called were egregiously bad penalty calls, right? Like, you watch the replays and they all look legit to me. But at the same time, you just don't want to notice officials in a game that important.
Right.
So anyway, I'm not saying, again, I'm not making excuses for Kansas City. Obviously, I picked Kansas City, so take that with a grain of salt. But Tampa Bay just really dominated every phase of that game, but it all started with the pass rush.
Tom Brady in this sim, 60% owned, 17.6% in the captain. Tampa at its own 49. The RB1 is Leonard Fournette. We'll see Shady McCoy, who is the listed RB3, the third down back, a lot in these sims. Not a player that impacted tonight's game. Mike Evans, 39.5% owned. Looking at other ownerships, Chris Godwin, 27.6% in the flex. Tom Brady won MVP in the Super Bowl, his fifth. He'll fire on play action, delivers a strike to O.J. Howard, who scored in the sim yesterday, puts the Bucks at the Kansas City 15. LaMarca, Jordan Case says 3 things that made the Bucks win. He says, scrolling back, number 1, sorry, just lost my thought. Here we go. Amazing D. 2, great throwing. And 3, the refs treating Brady like an untouchable god.
Well, I mean, the whole thing with the female ref literally naming her son Brady because she's that big of a Tom Brady fan, I mean, that is a little sketchy, right?
Yeah, that's interesting.
It's a little sketchy, no? Don't you think? Maybe she shouldn't have been allowed to work a Tom Brady game? I don't know. Again, I don't think the refs had a big impact on this game.
Is that
Tampa
connected?
Bay was that much better than Kansas City tonight that they would have won regardless of if the refs just kept their whistle in their pocket all night. But it's not great optically when you have a known Tampa Bay / Tom Brady fan on the sidelines working the game and the penalty discrepancy is that heavy.
Smash that like button, everybody, if you've enjoyed Tailgate Weekend and if you're happy for Tom Brady.
Again, I'm not making excuses. I'm not trying to be a conspiracy theory guy. I see you in the chat. I know that I'm just sort of reaching here, but I saw it during the game, and the penalty differential was noticeable. So,
and Brady doesn't get rid of it.
I feel like this is a safe place for us to talk. So I'm just talking. This is me going through therapy following a disappointing game.
LaMarca.
As much as we can splash, popping a little champagne, and having a celebration tonight.
LaMarca, look, this is the first time we've ever done a sim directly after an NFL game.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and of course, it's the Super Bowl. 3rd and goal, Brady to Godwin, tumbles inside the 5, a gain of 14, but it's 4th and goal. Ryan says, liking because you're happy for Tom Brady. Horrible marketing. Luckily, I like you guys. LOL. Love it. 700 plus on a Sunday night. Super Bowl Sunday. Love to see it. DKSimFam.com. Glash's firstborn is already named Tom or Tampa.
Steven Leibovitz says, when did this become a safe place? Yeah, that's probably fair.
Yeah, Gronk impacting the game, tonight's game, just as he did in week 12. He caught 2 touchdowns in this one. He hit his over in yards and receptions, easily hit his over in touchdowns. I thought there was a chance he was going to win MVP, but when Brady hit Antonio Brown for that third one, that kind of created some separation.
Yeah, he was tremendous, but Brady was the story of this game, and that's always going to be part of the narrative when Tom Brady is on the field. I mean, you have to almost give him bonus points for doing it at 43 and continuing to be this good, right? Like, if it's close, it's going to go to Brady, and it should.
True.
I agree, everybody. The Chiefs got smoked, and it was not because of the refs. I've said it's not because of the refs. We're just talking.
Quan on the Twitch feed. This is just one way to spin your mind. Quan, this is not good for you. It's not a good idea, but I'll read it anyway, because you're entitled to your own opinion. Breeze was washed up, and it's no real home field advantage. Oh, here we come with that. Packers sucked, and Mahomes was hurt and had no O-line. Oh, so a fake Super Bowl for Tom, according to Quan.
Absolutely not a fake Super Bowl. The guy went through the 2 players who are widely considered the 2 best players in football, right? He went through Aaron Rodgers and he went through Patrick Mahomes, and he did it pretty easy. So, again, it's super impressive. He's like, there's really no comparable, right? Like, what is the comparable of a guy this far, or what should be this far past his prime, who continues to dominate like this? I can't think of anything.
Yeah, it's true. How about Mahomes using his legs, which he did quite a bit in the first half of the game tonight in real life. 5 for 33 rushing in Super Bowl 55. Bucks are the champions, 31-9. Their second Super Bowl in the century. Tom Brady 7th. Him and Gronk hooked up for a couple touchdowns. React to the game. We'll call the sim as well. Mahomes is going to roll out to his right. He'll keep and run and gain 9 yards. He has 40 rushing, 2nd and 1. Chris B is asking, are you going to be my real dad or not? I'm not looking, but I'll absolutely consider it. Smash that like button, guys. Thank you so much for hanging on the Dream Stream, following the Super Bowl, following the big game, wrapping up Tailgate weekend with us. It's CEH into the red zone, a gain of 14. What other takeaways do you have? Like anything that you just got to get off your chest?
No, I mean, again, when it's a game that's this lopsided, there's not a lot to like chew on, you know? The Chiefs offense, we knew that their defense was going to struggle against Tampa Bay, right? The Chiefs have not been able to stop the run all year, and they were facing Tom Brady. You know, last year they played in a Super Bowl that they could have lost, right? They were down 10 in the 4th quarter, but in the end, Jimmy Garoppolo made some mistakes. We knew that Tom Brady was not going to make mistakes in this game. So there's not a ton to really take away outside of that. If you can hold the Chiefs to less than 20 points, you're going to beat them. I mean, that's not really a takeaway. So the Chiefs will be back next year with a healthy offensive line. Damian Williams and Laurent Duvernay-Tardif already have said they're opting in for next year, so that should be 2 upgrades right there. The Chiefs will be back, and so will Tampa Bay.
Bill Hamilton says Tampa defense just took Mahomes' targets away from him. Yeah, Tampa was pretty good defensively. You know, Devin White was great. Murphy Bunting made a great play, even though there was a penalty called. And look, the penalties did add up in the first half. Travis Kelce wide open for a Kansas City touchdown here in Simland, and the Chiefs have the lead. All right. Travis Kelce with the first touchdown in the replay Super Bowl 55 sim. Kelce's second highest owned in this showdown, 61.9% in the flex.
Jeff Friedman asked if that was the biggest Super Bowl upset. I don't know if he's being sarcastic or not, but that game was not really, it was an upset in the truest sense of the word, but the Patriots, with their first Super Bowl win, they were expected to lose that game by nearly 2 touchdowns to the Rams, and they won that one outright. And then, of course, the famous Joe Namath game, they were expected to lose by more than 2 scores, and they ended up winning. So not even close to the biggest upset that we've seen in the Super Bowl.
Patrick Mahomes in this $25,000 free showdown, 75% in the flex, 24.5% in the captain spot. Smash that like button, DK Sim fam. Thank you so much for being here. I can't say it enough. Matt LaMarca, we've got Kyle and Joe from the Game Ops team, producer Drew, Daniel, wouldn't have it any other way. Talking Super Bowl with you folks. Kevin O'Brien, you are correct. There is a bit of a crush on Tom. Look, Tom Brady, I admit it, okay, everybody, he's a little bit weird in his personal life, the avocado ice cream. He's just too perfect. I think that's why he's not likable. He's just too perfect. He's not relatable.
Yeah, it also helps when the team that you grow up rooting for has to play against him for 20 years.
Sure.
You're going to develop a little bit of a sense of hatred of that person.
Totally understand.
It's, I'm trying. I'm trying to be as unbiased as possible. I know that some of you think I'm reaching with some of these Chiefs excuses. And you're right. I am reaching with some of them. But Tom Brady is just that good. There's no way around it at this point. You can try to say that at their peak, there were better quarterbacks than Tom Brady at his peak. I don't know if that's true or not, but I think you can have the discussion. But when you factor in the fact that this guy is just as good at 43 years old as he was when he was 28,
sure,
that is just absolutely insane. It's
Sure.
just insane.
Sean Griffin says hello to the both of us from the chat. Chef Duke, Phil, Luke Murphy, Joseph Marr, Brad Wallace back in here, Jordan Lindenbaum. Lindenbaum says Super Bowl was a glorified exhibition game until the Jets beat the Colts as a 16-point dog. It legitimized the Super Bowl. Thank you all for hanging out. John Decano is in here as well. Yeah, look, to be fair, and the first quarter comes to an end if you missed it. Kelce's got the touchdown. Suck-Up made a field goal in close. We'll go through the stats here. Right now, Ryan G, 7474, leading the $25,000 free big game replay, winning $2,500 in DraftKings prize money. Here are the stats. Brady, 6 for 7, 81 yards. Mahomes, 2 for 4, 17 yards and a touchdown. Shady McCoy, 2 carries, 3 yards. CEH, 2 for 18. Mahomes, 2 for 40. So Mahomes going mobile. Fournette, 2 for 5. There's Batman. And then receivers, Gronk, 2 for 19. Godwin, 2 for 25. O.J. Howard had a long catch down the left sideline, 1 for 32. Kelce, 1 for 12 in the score. Hill has 1 for 5. Evans has 1 for 5. What was I going to say? The chat is just invested. I love to see it. Look, I know I come in
Boston
here and
Joe. I'm sure Boston Joe is a man of very logical, even-minded, non-biased takes. Boston Joe, I can't think of a single reason why he would be getting upset at me for not, bowing down to Tom Brady and throwing lays at his feet as he walks into town. But essentially, that is what I'm doing. All I've done is say since we've come on here to say he's the greatest ever, the only team athlete who's even in the same ballpark as Wayne Gretzky. I haven't said a hint of a word about him declining. I don't know what else you want me to do, Boston Joe.
Boston. Just get him a Dunkin', dude. Get him a Krella with his coffee. He'll feel better. No, but like, it's true. Like, this run Tampa has made, their last loss was in week 12, 7-5. They rip off, what did they end up winning? They won their last 4 regular season games, won 4 playoff games. They went 8-0 down the stretch. Brady will hand it to Fournette, who did a nice job setting the tone in the game tonight. Bucks are the champions in the 2020 season. So no, but that defense deserves some love. I just think folks that say, oh, well, Tampa had a loaded roster and you just had to plug Tom in. You do acknowledge just the intangibles he brings to the table, like just that winning mindset. He had that whole locker room bought in the minute he decided he was going there. There was an article in CBSSports.com how Devin White was bummed out. He didn't make the Pro Bowl. And Tom's like got his arm over him like, dude, like we're playing for something bigger than that. And then he was like, just the way he molds the minds to win, just the mindset. I think that weighs a lot, in my opinion. It just does.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, we'll never know, right? We're not there, but I'm sure that the guy is a fantastic leader. But I'm also not discounting the fact that that team was tailor-made to go to a Super Bowl. The quarterback was the last piece.
No question.
I'm not saying that there were a bunch of quarterbacks that could have done it. It would have taken a great quarterback, and that's what they got. So credit to the front office. That's the crazy part looking back on all this, is that reportedly the Bucks and the Chargers were the only 2 teams that seriously wanted Tom Brady at quarterback.
Oh, Gronkowski, touchdown. They did this twice tonight in Super Bowl 55, and here in the sim replay, Tampa has the lead back. Brady to Gronkowski, 31-yard touchdown.
That was a beautiful throw. And Gronk, video game Gronk, channeling his inner real-life Gronk.
Shout out the chat.
Owned. 4% in the captain spot.
Funny, the captain percentage sitting at 4. Gronk was cheap for tonight's showdown. I'm not sure if you drew any interest in playing Gronk tonight, but what was it, $3,000 to flex? 4,500 to captain. What'd you think about that?
That was one of the things I got right in this game was Gronk. I mean, he still was playing a ton of snaps. We know that he is still a big threat in the red zone, and you just had a feeling that the Super Bowl was going to be the Gronk game, right? Like they were kind of saving him for the Super Bowl. So,
and he went off against Kansas City for 100 yards in the regular season meeting. So, but you know something, LaMarca, you made a great point, and Brady deserves credit for looking at his options. And you know what? Let's put it this way, people. Let's look at it this way too. Shame on the rest of the league for not giving this a look. Meaning, the Colts, you could have had this guy. The Chargers, you could have had this guy. And I know Brady wanted to stay East Coast because of his son in New York City, but I think only 2 teams wanted him. So that's what I mean. And not only the winning attitude, but Brady just installs this extra motivation in himself when he doesn't have to. But that kind of stuff motivated him. And I didn't think it was a great idea, given Tampa, out of the 4 major sports in America, is the losingest player, or the losingest franchise. I had my concerns, why is he picking Tampa? And look, as it turns out, he picked right. So,
oh boy, we're having tech issues.
Oh, yes, we're back on camera. So producer Daniel is telling us we have a technical problem. These are not what we want, but we will persevere. So we'll keep you updated.
So, I mean, yeah, listen, I've been joking about you being a Brady guy, but you're a Patriots fan. Are you upset that they essentially drove him out of town?
Yes, I am. And I think it's the best for both sides in the sense that if they got it right, meaning if Stidham was the guy and they end up getting this right within the next year, I'll go, okay, fine. I'll give you a grace year to figure it out. But I think they didn't have a plan. That's what I'm upset about. They didn't have a plan.
I mean, if the thought process is that Brady is still one of the best quarterbacks in the league, I don't understand why you would even consider changing him. Like, yes, he's 45 or 43, but he wants to play until he's like 48 now. Like, and who's going to bet against him at this point?
This is true. Guys, we have our ops team here and our technical team. They're having an issue right now with connectivity. So at the moment, we're hoping that the game is paused and they're having a look. So that's why we're here on camera. Right now, we've got a 9-7 game. Gronkowski has scored a touchdown. And for Kansas City, it's Travis Kelce. So we'll talk stuff in the chat. I don't know if I want to do a buzzword because of what's happening right now. If this wasn't happening, I probably would be in.
So can I just go on a brief tangent here?
Absolutely, yes.
Carter Robinson says, "Hey Matt LaMarca, have you ever heard Kenny Ducey's take on Joe Namath? He said that Hollywood Joe is one of the most overrated quarterbacks the Jets have ever had. I think you need to talk to him." First of all, there is no one that can change Kenny Ducey's mind. Not me, not Glash, not Joe Namath himself, nobody. It's never going to happen. The guy is stubborn as a mule. That said, his take is just absolutely awful. He's looking at the numbers, and I agree that if you compare them to current numbers, you're going to be like, ew, these aren't very good. But you have to take into consideration that the style of football was completely different back then. You know, Joe Namath did not have the benefit of throwing 5-yard slants to get the completion percentage up. He was throwing bombs on basically every time he dropped back. So the numbers you can't look at. You have to compare him to his era, and he won a Super Bowl, right? Like, he's not the most overrated quarterback the Jets have ever had. He's the best quarterback the Jets have ever had until we get Kenny Watson. Deshaun Watson.
Kenny Watson.
Sorry, I was reading the chat and there was a lot of people
like, wait a
typing
second.
Kenny in there.
Am I supposed to know that guy? Then I think I knew what you meant to do. That's great. All right, guys. So we've got a bit of a technical problem right now. Okay, so please hang tight. We appreciate the patience. Daniel, as well as producer Drew, are looking to see what the problem is. So, sorry, Sarah. I took out a little thing of ice cream earlier, and I was gonna write avocado ice cream on it and eat it at halftime in front of Jeff, but I didn't get around to making a label, so I left ice cream out, and it could have melted on our desk. So that's not good. But thank you all again for hanging out. Tailgate weekend. Not what we want to see. Right now, we've got 5:38 to go in the second quarter. The score is 10-7, excuse me, with the extra point. Tampa leading Kansas City. So we are waiting to hear what the deal is from our game ops team as well as our technical director and whatnot. So reading the chat, Emerson's baby gap shirt. Bucks took advantage of Mahomes' turf toe. When he said Pats, I didn't meant the Patriots. Pat's turf toe and the O-line missing two players, easy money. And it was a factor. It was a factor for sure.
I mean, yes, of course. Of course it's a factor, but they had to take advantage of it still, and they did. And credit to them for that. I will say that I thought that the broadcast going out of their way to continuously praise Todd Bowles for his defensive scheme was a little over the top. You know what I mean? there wasn't a lot of scheming that needed to be done. You kind of just had to let Shaq Barrett and Jason Pierre-Paul and those guys just continuously get to Tom Brady. Or to Patrick Mahomes. That's a pretty easy scheme. And no disrespect to Bowles, by the way. He's done a great job all season. I just thought that this, as the time to praise him, felt a little weird.
Okay. I used to coach the Jets, so I kind of feel where that might be coming from. So
yeah, I'm not the hugest fan of him either, but I certainly didn't hate him the way that I hate Adam Gase.
Okay. All right, guys. So again, if you're just hopping in, you're wondering what's going on. We had a bit of a technical issue. Daniel, our technical director, is getting things all reset here in terms of our feed, just the stream, not the game, the stream. And we're hoping to pick up where we left off. We had 5:38 left in the second quarter. Tampa leading 10-7. Still reading the chat. Look, we'll talk about the Bucs defense. You know, we just talked about Todd Bowles, but Brady is the story here, people. He left New England after 20 years. In year one, sticks it to Bill Belichick and wins the Super Bowl in trip number 10. And I get it. He's not relatable to you. I understand.
None. Guys, it's freaking 11 p.m. I'm sorry if I'm not running and jumping around the house right now. Man, the chat is out for blood right now. I don't know what you guys want me to do. You want me to sing a little for you?
Ooh. You have it in you?
We are the champions. Tom is the winner because he wins at everything of the world.
Mo is coming at me on Twitter, so I just tweeted out a picture of Brady holding the trophy because I have a feed up here, and Mo is like, oh, technical issues, tweet away. Hey, come on, man. I'm just waiting to hear what we're going to get from our production team. I mean, I can multitask a little bit. What do you think I'm doing right now? So we're hoping to resume here in just a moment. DJ Matty Ice, what do you got for us? DJ Matty Ice, he wants us to read this. The Browns are trading for J.J. Watt, Brandon Cooks, and Justin Reed. And then they're going to sign Richard Sherman. Brady will meet Baker and the Browns at the next Super Bowl.
I would not take that. I would bet on the Chiefs being the AFC representative once again if I had to pick right now. Maybe the Browns can sign some of those guys and it'll work, but I think Cleveland has a ways to go. Cleveland was one of the luckiest teams in the league this season, in my opinion.
Rejoice, everybody. The game is saved, and we're right back where we were moments ago. 10-7, 5:28 left in the first half.
This is good.
Yeah.
Carl says Brady now has more rings than Thanos. That's a good one.
All right, we're back. We are back. We are back. And down goes Patrick Mahomes. Jeremy Wright on Twitch says, I'm just here on Twitch to see you gloat. Rub it in. You know, it's funny you bring that up, Jeremy. I don't see Fantasy Hawk. Interesting how that works. Fantasy Hawk. I'm Fantasy Hawk. Fantasy Hawk. All caps. Rodgers. Breeze is gonna win. Mahomes is gonna smoke him.
Is that supposed to be a hawk?
Yeah, it's just, that's how I envision Fantasy Hawk talking. Where, Fantasy Hawk, yoo-hoo, where are you, Fantasy Hawk? Hello? Interesting how that works.
This is my hawk impression.
Oh!
What do you think?
Pretty good. And I will not chill, Ty. I will not chill. You're going to come at me in the chat? I can come back. That's how it works. 3rd and 14. We have a flag. Watkins reaching. We'll see if this one comes back or not. And it will. Holding on the offense.
Chris Robinson says, when did Howard Dean running for president become a Madden sim commentator? We're going to go to Tampa Bay. And we're going to go to Green Bay. And we're going to go to Kansas City and the White House. Yeah!
Yeah, how does this work? The Bucs, we're going to Disney World. Hop in the car. Matthew Uriah Mitchell. Glash going to make viewers leave because he can't just be a winner and move on. And everyone, Matthew Uriah, when his lineups stink, he just can't move on and stop blaming everyone but himself. This is great.
I gotta be honest, Glash, you've been a lot less gloaty than I thought you were gonna be. So I don't think you've been running it up at all. I think you've been just as level-headed as usual.
Thank you. I can be a pro a little bit.
Somebody says my hawk was a pigeon, and that's not correct. This is a pigeon.
Matthew Uriah now says, yeah, but I'm a viewer. And here comes Lucci telling me, you know what, Lucci? Listen, pal. Listen. First of all, you haven't sent me this song that you were talking about for a day. Where is it? Where is it? All talk. Anywho, midway through the second quarter, 10-7. Tom Brady with seven rings. Shady McCoy reaching out for a first down. Problem Kid Gaming. Not true.
John says, I know my birds. I definitely know my pigeons. I've seen my fair share of those. Here's a question.
Go for it.
Sarah, by the way, says you wanted to buy a Buccaneer costume for this sim.
That would have been fun. I could have dressed as a pirate.
I think we all would have liked that. So clearly Brady doesn't have to retire, right? He's still playing great. He wants to keep playing. Like, I am legitimately not concerned, because you're not concerned about Tom Brady, right? But like, what is this guy going to do when he stops playing football? Like, if he can't retire at this point, I worry about his sanity when he does eventually have to hang it up, as we get a fumble here.
Fumble! Chiefs ball. Oh, no, you can't. You just can't do that. Chris Godwin. Yeesh.
Right? Because, like, clearly he gets the competitiveness, right? That's, like, his thing, right? He's either going to need to develop, like, a Michael Jordan-like golfing addiction, or he's going to be like that dad that's coaching all of his kids' games and taking it way, way, way too seriously. Like, what's he going to do?
I was just thinking that. Because
I'm generally curious. Oh, Brad Wallace says president. That, honestly, I could see that happening.
No chance. President of anything. I think he doesn't want anything to do with that. But you bring up his kids. I feel like he's going to transition at some point when they're in their later years of elementary school or even going into high school. Like, I feel like he's going to want to coach them at the high school level and want them to play football. Maybe. I'm just throwing it out there.
Possibly. I think he would be a scary head coach, man.
Crooked Tooth says it was a statement. Carland, what's up, buddy? Thanks for being here. Lucci Rivera, I'm just messing, man. If you do have the song, please send it along whenever you're ready. Bad Boys of Pop, I got your message. We got a lot going on right now. Thank goodness we're here in Simland with all of you. 48,000 plus entries for this $25,000 free big game replay contest. Rod Vives 26 is in first place by 0.8 points. We have 2 minutes left, second quarter. If you're just joining us, the touchdowns belong to Travis Kelce and Rob Gronkowski. There's one over the middle.
Here's another one.
And in between the numbers, it's Demarcus Robinson for a touchdown. 37 yards.
Producer Drew chimes in that Tom Brady's going to become a life coach. Why not?
Well, he's a big religion and sports guy. Like, he's going to do this documentary with ESPN, which I think is kind of, that to me is a little cringeworthy in the sense that, why are you worrying about a documentary about your whole career when you're still playing? It's a little odd.
I really do think that he's like Chris Traeger in Parks and Rec. Like, he thinks he's figured out how to defeat age. And so far, he's right. I'm not, like whatever he's doing is really working, but I also don't think that normal human beings can live the way that he lives.
Hillbilly says, Glass, you sound like the Chicken Hawk. The cartoon, I think is what he's talking about.
Chicken Hawk?
I just Googled Chicken Hawk cartoon. Winter Bolt says TB12 is his addiction. Talking about Brady, his brand. Who knows, man? Guy's kind of, he's not relatable off the field, I acknowledge that. And really on the field, too, based on how much he wins. But, man, Greg Coffin says, great reference and comparison. Greg Coffin, mayor of Simland. Uh-oh. Whoops, there we go. Smash that like button, guys. We're almost at 500 likes. 152 to go here in the second quarter. Evans and Godwin at the top of the screen. And that's complete. O.J. Howard once again. Tyler Johnson on Saturday. Ty Johnson scored a touchdown for the Bucks in our sim with J-Dub. Problem Kid Gaming. Glash, my dude, I got nothing but love, but less... Keep it real, fam. For sure. Got you, man. Problem, kid. Solve all your problems. That's complete in a tight window to Evans. How did Evans do in this game tonight? The real Super Bowl. I didn't even really remember his name being called. He had one catch, 31 yards. That's it. Interesting.
Very interesting.
AB had 5 catches. Gronk had 6 on 7 targets. Godwin had his struggles, too. It felt like Godwin was going to be the man after the way they started on that first drive.
It really was like a good, just vindication Super Bowl for a lot of people, right? Antonio Brown scored a touchdown. He certainly has had his share of ups and downs. Gronk came out of retirement, scored 2 touchdowns. Leonard Fournette was kind of left for dead by everybody. He scored a touchdown. So it was kind of fitting, I guess, right? Like it's a little bit almost storybook-like when you consider the people that ended up making the biggest difference. And again, I'm not trying to say that I don't want to be associated with Antonio Brown and storybook like in the same sentence, because he clearly has not been the best person off of the field. But I'm just talking purely from a football perspective. The way that it went down was pretty, like, you almost couldn't script it.
It's true. And that's why I kind of was like, man, should I put Godwin in my captain spot? It just didn't work out. By the way, folks, Robinson scoring the touchdown a few moments ago, 14% in the flex. Eric Winalda, he just sent me a message of Tom Brady with Patrick Mahomes on his shoulders. It's a photoshopped face of Mahomes. On top of Brady. I hope Winalda is partaking in the tailgate weekend here with us. Problem Kid Gaming won $10. Nice. Runner Travis, Parks and Rec reference. Nice. I once worked with the guy for 3 years and never learned his name. Best friend I ever had. We still never talk sometimes.
Of course, that is the great Ron Swanson.
Yes. Oh, man. Sack party on Brady. Irwin, how about, this is an interesting question. Who is the most likely Bucks player to sell their Super Bowl ring? What?
Man, that I don't know. I think all these guys have gotten a lot smarter in terms of money management, and also there aren't as many off the field ways that they are losing their money. So hopefully that never has to happen with anybody. But if it does, I'm going to say Brady, because why not? He's got 7 of them. He can afford to give one up.
Chris Houston, what's up, man? The streaker had more yards than the Chiefs. So one of my buddies texted me and was like, yeah, the streaker definitely had Bucks money line based on how they were feeling.
Yeah, it seems like everybody is saying AB will be selling his ring, and I'm sure he is the favorite.
But why? Just because it's something he would do? He would find a reason to do so?
I think just because he's had the most off-the-field drama.
Okay. All right. I can see it. Right now, looking at the big contest, 48,311 entries. That's great stuff. 11-way tie. First place, Mahomes is in the captain spot. Brady, Kelsey, Gronk, Robinson, and the Chiefs defense at 8% in the flex. One timeout for Kansas City at its own 12, 36 seconds to go in the half. A dump pass to Kelsey, good for the first down. The touchdowns, if you missed it, Robinson and Kelsey for KC and Gronk for Tampa. Sorry, you had something?
Buzz Killington brings up the Eli being able to get the better of Tom Brady twice, and those might go down as two of the weirdest sporting happenings that I can remember. Like, in the end, I think it worked out, right? Because I do think that the Patriots were clearly better those 2 years. I think that he should have beaten the Giants twice, but I also think he should have lost to the Falcons and the Seahawks. So, like, in the end, it evens out. It's just very funny that Eli Manning remains the one hump that Tom Brady was never able to climb.
How do you think the Chiefs will bounce back? Do you think they're right back in this game next year?
I mean, long way to go until next year, but they're going to have Mahomes under center. They're going to have the same team. So yeah, I think that they should be the favorites to win the Super Bowl right now. They will be the favorites to be in the Super Bowl. One bad game doesn't change the fact that Patrick Mahomes has lost like 3 games over the past 2 seasons. So he's incredible, and this team will be right back. And same goes for Tampa Bay. They'll be in the mix as well.
Right now, the Chiefs are the listed favorite on the DK Sportsbook, and Packers and Bucks both tied at plus 900 to win next year's Super Bowl. You know something. You just brought something up, and I'm glad you did. When a team loses the Super Bowl, now the Chiefs might be that one team we don't do it to, but can we just stop, like, all of a sudden, like, it happens though. I must admit, like, after the Falcons
there is
lost,
a hangover for some of these teams.
This is true. Like, Seattle has had problems since losing in 2014. So I admit there's some truth to it, but there are some exceptions, right? Like, I think San Francisco is still pretty well run, even though they lost last year. The better team won the game. Kansas City is going to be fine. They're going to be back in the mix. I really do believe that. At the very least, they're in the AFC Championship game. But you're right. We can't just, like, they didn't have a great day. And that's what it comes down to. And I think that they had some loose ends when you look at their offensive line. And that Tampa Bay pass rush was effective. And there were penalties in the first half. And you add it all up. And they didn't make enough plays in the second half. But, like, come on, let's not go crazy. Like, Mahomes was bad, but this is not a defining game for him. That's how I see it.
Yeah, and I think you're wise to not put the Chiefs in the same category as, like, the 49ers last year or the Rams 2 years before that.
Right, look at the Rams. They're like kind of back in it, and now they better prove it with Stafford, or we might have to put them in the Falcons, even like Seahawks a little bit category. Like, I know Russell Wilson's great, but they haven't been on a run since they made it to the Super Bowl a few years ago. The one that stands out is, of course, Atlanta. And then more so when you talk about the Rams, it's just Jared Goff as an individual, like how he's just been, like, tortured since he got there in the big game 2 years ago.
Right. And the 49ers dealt with a million injuries last year. You know, they lost Joey Bosa, Jimmy Garoppolo, and George Kittle barely played. Like, the 49ers, I think, will be back in the mix again next year as well if they can upgrade their quarterback spot. So I think the league's in a good spot right now. Like, we do have some young, up-and-coming quarterbacks that I think are going to challenge for titles so far. Like the Deshaun Watsons and the Lamar Jacksons haven't been able to get to the Super Bowl, but I think that they're certainly capable of doing so. So I think that the top end teams are all going to be really good next year. The problem is that the rest of the league is kind of falling behind the 8-ball at the quarterback position. Like, all those mid-range guys are either retiring or have fallen off of a cliff. So it'll be interesting. I could see a very wide gap next year between the top teams and the bottom teams in the league.
Smash the like, guys. Almost at 500. You guys are coming in hot in the chat, and I mean that in the nicest way because you're passionate. You want to chat with us. Bad Boys of Pop, I just opened your message. Nice work. Finishing very high in the contest he entered tonight for the big game. I see that there's you've got like a couple of top 10 finishes. That's pretty good. And you even won first place out of 650,000. Nice work. Love to see it. Runner Travis, who would you guys pick for the Krusty Koff Award and the Not My Kid Award for the Super Bowl?
Are we talking from a fantasy perspective?
Fantasy perspective, I think Gronk's your MVP.
100% agree.
Player of the game. And then Evans? Or Godwin was actually more expensive than Evans, and Godwin had just 2 for 9. At least Evans gave you 31 yards.
Yes, and I do think that Godwin was probably the more popular play. Although I don't have the ownership numbers directly in front of me. But a lot of people that I listened to throughout the week were saying that Chris Godwin was a smash play. So that clearly didn't work out. I think he can get the babysitter Billy. We could give the babysitter Billy to Pat Mahomes. I mean, 270 yards, 2 touchdowns, or 2 interceptions, excuse me, no touchdowns. Like, that's probably the worst game of his career, right?
Yep. Yeah. I mean, like you said, he's only lost 10 times in his career, 3 times to Brady. I think I saw Roy Cullen in the chat. Roy, thanks for being here. I remember your name from the summer and the fall. It's great to have you guys here. And again, we are not going anywhere, people. We will have Madden Sims back up and running during the NFL offseason. We're back to 6 Sims a day, 7 days a week. Beginning tomorrow, we'll go noon Eastern, then at 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. If you need information like depth charts, superstar traits, X factors, all that good stuff, gameplay settings, head to Madden Streams info page, and you can find everything there to help you out. We did not have a buzzword tonight. I felt it was not a good idea to do it when we were having a technical problem, so we'll make up for it tomorrow.
I mean, we've talked about Brady enough that that's like the buzzword.
Yeah. Here's Roy's comment. I won $190 on a 50-cent lineup tonight. All
Nice.
Madden season started. Glad you're still here. Awesome. Love to have you guys. And it's greatly appreciated. Almost 800 of you on YouTube and on Twitch. Retease, did you know, says Glash is more of a mental patient than a rock star. I don't disagree. I admit, I am kind of nuts. I mean, the fact that I need a word every night to shout at 10:59, what does that say?
Come on. We're all... That's on Emerson's Twitter thing. We're all crazy. This isn't a competition.
It's
right?
true.
You know?
It was very well put by Lazia. Emerson's Baby Gap shirt. Chiefs won't make the Super Bowl next year. Andy Reid doesn't have a great coaching staff. It's bound to happen. One will surpass him more than what just happened today.
I mean, all everybody wanted to talk about was how great the enemy and Spagnuolo have been as the coordinators, and you know, every team has basically filled their coaching staff at this point, so I don't see why they wouldn't be back. And I think that both guys are excellent coordinators, so I completely disagree with that take.
Our buddy DJ Matty Ice is back. He called you Mark instead of Matt.
Yeah, he's called me Mark a couple of times, so I've been ignoring him.
Yeah. Hey, Mark. Mark and Brendan, this message is for both of you. If the Browns make it to the Super Bowl next season, you both have to go on the stream live and say Mayfield is better than Brady in the Howie Mandel voice. Deal or no deal?
Well, what do I get if
really
the Browns don't make the Super Bowl? This seems like a no-win proposition for me at the moment.
You just get to say you won the deal. Congrats. 14-10 is our score. Oh, almost a pick. Right now in the contest, still an 11-way tie for first. Joe and Kyle updating scores. Doing a great job. John Luther, I don't think Lev Bell had any touches. I've got the Chiefs box score up. Nope, it was just Darrell Williams. Hill had a carry. And CEH. And then Mahomes scrambled a few times. So down goes Brady. If you had to pick one team that you feel most confident about to get into the Super Bowl next year, and you can't pick the two that were just in it, what do you like?
So the team with the best chances of making the Super Bowl that isn't the Chiefs or the Bucs.
Yeah.
It's a good question. The Packers should contend again, but I'm going to say the Baltimore Ravens.
Oh, okay.
I know that Baltimore left a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths this season with the way that they played, but I still believe in their organization. You know, like from the top down, they are just probably the most well-run team in football. Lamar Jackson, still a little bit of work needed as a passer. But, you know, maybe get him a real weapon. Like, I would love to see them get an Allen Robinson type of guy for him to throw to and see if that can make a difference. So, free agency in the draft are going to make a difference. You know, like if Deshaun Watson goes to Miami, I might put them in the conversation. So I think it's a little too early to say, but my initial gut is the Ravens.
Okay. Good pick. Kind of a dark horse pick. The chat saying the Bears. How about the Carson Wentz rumors going to Chicago?
Enjoy him. He was so bad last year. Maybe he can turn things around. Ooh, dropped interception by Tampa Bay. That would have been a big play right there. I can't imagine. Like the prices that are reportedly being paid for these quarterbacks are bananas. Somebody is apparently willing to give the Jets a first-round pick for Sam Darnold. Bananas to me. The fact that anyone wants Carson Wentz at that contract, bananas. Buzzword of the day right now, bananas.
I love how you say bananas for the record. Bananas. Just that you say it in such a chill tone. Dude, it's bananas. Glass is half full. Good to have you here. I went with Brady. I have enough for a down payment for a 2020 Honda Accord. God, nice. It's great. So we have folks buying new vehicles. We gotta get vehicle sponsors here on The Sims. Jimmy B, is that right? This is so Mahomes. We've talked about Mahomes only losing 10 games, and Jimmy B also talking about the food he had at halftime. He just was not into the halftime show, but his food was good. I can't believe that tonight was the first time Mahomes lost a game by double digits.
Yep.
That's nuts. Wow. And on the opposite side, this was the most lopsided win for Tom Brady in a Super Bowl. Biggest margin of defeat or victory, because the loss to Philadelphia a few years ago was 8 points.
Yep.
All those Super Bowls early on with Vinatieri and the kicks, those were 3-point games. Yep. The Atlanta Super Bowl was 6 because of overtime.
Yep.
So
the Rams was like 10-ish, right? Wasn't that like 13-3?
13-3, 10. Yep.
Yeah. So that would have been the previous high, I think.
Yeah. When was the last? I guess 2 years ago, New England, LA was kind of a stinker. Were you a fan of that game? The way it was played? Yeah.
I mean, credit to Bill Belichick for the defense that he drew up. You know, like that was the year that Sean McVay, quote unquote, revolutionized offensive football, and the Rams averaging like 40 points a game during the regular season. So the fact that they held that team to 3 points was absurd. It was a boring game, you know, just calling a spade a spade. It was a bit boring, but
okay. Yeah, just trying to think of like when was the last. So I guess it was Philly, New England in 2017 was like the last like great game. Well, last year's game was good. Kansas City and San Francisco. There's plenty of drama there.
Yeah, we had a stretch of a few really good years in a row.
Right. We had Seattle, New England. What was the one after that?
I'm going even earlier.
Oh, okay.
The Steelers and the Cardinals might have been the most entertaining Super Bowl of my life.
That was a good one. Santonio Holmes. Yep. Dougie says, Dougie30 on Twitch, Lamarca equals Gwen Stefani. Bananas.
Yes.
Wow. Chris Houston, this isn't going to make you thrilled. Todd Bowles should have got MVP.
Okay.
Michael Coughlin says, Eli beat him 2 times, Glash. It's true. He's won it 7 times.
Hey, somebody says, and I lost the comment, but basically they're saying Wentz can pull a Ryan Tannehill or a Kirk Cousins. And that's great. If he pulls a Ryan Tannehill, you're very happy. Ryan Tannehill has the Titans as legitimate playoff team every year. Kirk Cousins is one of the most mediocre, overpaid quarterbacks in the league. If you're paying $30+ million a year for Kirk Cousins level production, that is killing your roster. The way to win right now is to have the elite quarterback or to have the cheap quarterback on the rookie deal. Those are the optimal ways to build your team. Paying the $35 to $40 million a year for the second to third tier of quarterback is the easiest way for your team to end up in mediocrity.
Israel on YouTube, can someone help me with betting on DraftKings? Just started like a month ago. Go to your phone and download the DK Sportsbook app. That's a good place to start. And read on through. Also check out Matt LaMarca and the great team over at DK Nation. Just Google DK Nation. What is the exact website? DKNation.com?
I get confused. It's DKNation.DraftKings.com.
There you go. You got it. Good boy. You can find all of Matt LaMarca's great NBA advice, and maybe one day, if you're special enough, you can text him and get some feedback on your lineup. I won't name names, though. Let's see. Guys, we're over 500 likes. Love to see it. Smash the like. Let's get to 600 likes. I think we can do it. We're in the 4th quarter. We'll check out the leaderboard here. We've still got an 11-way tie. Scores were just updated by Kyle and Joe. There is a flag after CEH makes the catch, but it's a penalty against the defense.
Steven Leibowitz says I sound like Peter Griffin. That's a new one.
Hanging around with us too much. Me too much, I suppose.
You know what really grinds my gears?
It's pretty good. Hit subscribe as well on the YouTube page because you guys can find out whenever we're going live here on the Dream Stream. We're not going anywhere after today. We're back in Simland 7 days a week, 6 sims a day. Kelsey up to 62 yards, 5 for 62, and a touchdown. Demarcus Robinson has the other touchdown, and Tampa's Rob Gronkowski also has a score.
I did not say Giraffe Kings, but I did say DraftKings. So maybe the way I sounded was similar.
Wait, hold on. Now that I think about it, it kind of sounds like you say DraftKings.
Also, Glash, Kyle DeRoche really wants you to know that he's got a math test coming up. I don't know why, but he's brought it up in chat about 35 times. So, are you like a math tutor on the side?
I'm a giraffe tutor. DKNation.GiraffeKings. It does sound like giraffe. That's freaking funny. No,
I might have to go register for that right now.
There is some context. When you've been in Simland for a long time, you pick up on stuff. So Kyle's dad will tune in with him from time to time, and Kyle just really gets excited for Madden After Dark, and I told him to stay in school, and he's doing that. Make sure you study up on your giraffe. Giraffe. Stay in school, kids. Tom's Microwave. Clash is a life coach. I don't know why I think that's so funny. Giraffe Kings. Just now that more and more I think about it, it kind of does sound like that. All right. Who do you guys need? Let us know. 3rd and goal from the 11. Mahomes. Looking. Shuffles. Fires.
Oh,
touchdown. Beautiful. Tyreek Hill.
They call him the cheetah, but tonight we're going to call him the giraffe.
Tater hater. Giraffe Kings is the new Tiger King. Who called that out? Lucci Rivera? That's funny. Kevin O'Brien. Oh, so Mo, I caught you doing this. So how about Mo getting in the chat, congratulating Kenny Ducey on his engagement, and then Emerson, of course, Emerson's in the chat, like engaging the people just as he would, and he cuts off Kenny giving his final answer on the sweat before the game logs for the Super Bowl, and he's like, yo, dude, are you married? Are you engaged now? Kenny's, what are you talking about? Kenny was so confused. And Jesse's like, let's hope his girlfriend's not listening to this. Just like, what? Mo just totally messing with everybody. It was good.
Well done, Mo.
All right, 21-10. Tampa down 11. Still seeing an 11-way tie for first place. So we'll get some changes here after the Hill touchdown. Hill 60% in the flex, 16% in the captain spot.
Wow,
Thank
DJ
you all for
Matty
tuning
Ice
in.
has upped the stakes here. So if we take the prop here,
yep,
he will let a Brady fan throw a pie in his face.
Where do you live, DJ? Are you close by? You don't have to say that.
I would love to see Glash throw a pie in someone.
That's kind of what I'm thinking of. You know, I'll throw a pie in his face.
If Glash can do it, I'm in.
Oh, I forgot. Like, to react to one of the coolest things of the Super Bowl. I buried the lead. Our own Jessie Cofield, the commercial. She was great. Jessie did a great job.
Jessie is the best.
Jessie puts up with all of us. I don't know how she does it.
Seriously. I could never handle as much time with you clowns as she puts up with.
Yeah. We should be honored that she tosses to us to begin Sims. So, and that reminds me, Jessie had a chance. This is what I was thinking about earlier, and I was trying to get it off my mind, but I couldn't remember what I had to say. Nick Thomas says, dude, I've been rolling on my bed in laughter for 5 straight minutes about Giraffe Kings. After he said it, it was even more funny.
Somebody check, is dknation.giraffekings.com available? Is that available? domain name.
Oh my God, that's just a cancer.
Yeah, Matty Ice, you got a deal, buddy. Why not?
Lamar,
I have
I
no
want to
problem
buy you a
coming on the
giraffe
street
costume.
saying
I want to
something
buy you.
stupid.
I want to buy you a giraffe hat. Sure. Evans with another catch. Oh, I was gonna say, Jesse did a great job interviewing Josh Allen, and I was thinking, oh, maybe Buffalo is the team that could be in the Super Bowl next year, if indeed it's not KC, if it was someone new out of the AFC. But Josh Allen was on the Dream Stream yesterday. That was a great interview. Jesse did a great job.
Absolutely. I saw some of the highlights on Twitter, and it was great. And Josh Allen has improved leaps and bounds each of his first couple of years in the season. So there's no reason why he can't take another step forward, right? I mean, the guy just continues to get better.
Hillbilly says, the commentators make these sims. The game is secondary. They're arguing like two guys at the bar. It's phenomenal. And the tip content is really good.
I mean, that's pretty fair. I try to talk as little about the sim as possible.
You know, with these bigger prize pools, I try to give it its due diligence. Because, you know, folks are here for the contest. It makes sense. I understand. They care. 48,000 entries for this one.
Fair point.
And we're still waiting on the ops team here to catch up. We've got Joe and Kyle working hard. Kyle, yes, buddy. I'll be on Madden After Dark tomorrow night. But if you have to study for math, study for math. It's okay. I'll be on Madden After Dark plenty. Johnny LaRue, buy the rights to the Toys R Us. buy the rights to the Toys R Us draft. It's called Toys R Us. Hey, I work at DraftKings. Can I have you?
I think we broke Glash.
First and goal from the 6. The DraftKings stream. Brady. Come on, Tom. Yeah, touchdown. Gronk, just like the real game, his second touchdown.
If we do make DraftKings a real thing, we're 100% getting Mike Glennon to be the spokesman.
Emerson's baby cap shirt, watch it. Oh, man. Frank Orlando, I don't want to grow up. I'm a Toys R Us kid. Oh, that was a good laugh. Chris Robinson, is Jeff Ulrich still doing Sims? Do we still get paid in DK dollars or Jeffrey dollars?
No, I told everybody on the last sim I get paid in crowns.
Oh, James in the Twitch chat. This is why I brought up Josh Allen. Now it's all coming back to me. Because James was asking, who do you think is going to be the best DFS quarterback next year? And I was thinking Josh Allen, who was the fantasy player of the year this year. Any thoughts?
Best fantasy quarterback next season. Josh Allen could certainly do it again. I'm going to go back to my Ravens take, and I'm going to say Lamar Jackson. No, it was a bad year for him, but the rushing ability just gives him such a massive ceiling. So I'm going to say Lamar and hope for a bounce back season.
Kyle from Ops says, bold prediction, it will be Matt Stafford.
Well, that would be something.
Pebble Beach says, finally, a realistic sim. I get it. It's kind of playing out like the real game. So we've got two.
Did we watch the same game today?
Yeah, crazy, dude. Ryan AC, we're just making fun of this dude's accent. He's just chilling. Love this man.
I mean, what am I going to do? This is how I talk. I can't change
it. Annie says, thank you for stopping laughing. Holy bleep. Barry says, I'm laughing at you laughing. I love laughing at people laughing. It's like, I think that's like harmless, great fun. I really do.
They say people that laugh a lot live longer lives, so it's good for you.
Like, I legitimately mean this. Like, I like when LaMarcus smiles and like starts to laugh. It makes me laugh. Like, it's infectious.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah, it's like we're having a good time.
I was a runner-up for best laugh in high school.
Really?
Did you guys do all those like superlative awards?
No, I went to a really big high school with like 4,000 people.
Okay. Wow, that's humongous.
Yeah. Lowell High School, dude. Go Raiders. Go Raiders.
Yeah. So that's like a mini claim to fame for me. Lindenhurst High School class of 2007, third place, best laugh.
I won Mr. Junior High in my Catholic school when I was younger.
Mr. Junior High, what does that mean? You were like macking all the ladies on campus?
It's part of it. It was a whole package kind of award. I mean, I felt like I couldn't just say yes to that specific description. Oh, Annie says thanks for the shout out. Best laugh. Okay, I thought Annie was like not enjoying herself. Let's see.
Oh, Mo was 06 most friendliest. Congrats, Mo.
Yeah, shout out the superlatives you won back in the day or recently. So the Bucks only have one timeout left. CEH ripped down at the 35. Tampa uses its final timeout. Want to thank you all again for joining us on the Dream Stream for Tailgate Weekend. We're not going anywhere, but come on, the Super Bowl is like the holiday, the biggest day of the NFL season. I know the game wasn't great, but we hope you guys got involved with the $250,000 prize pool. This contest has $25,000 in DK prize money. We have a four-way tie right now for first place. Gronk is in the captain in the leading lineup. Mahomes, Brady, Kelsey, Evans, and the Chiefs defense in the flex. How about the fifth place lineup has grown man Rick. They've got Gronk captained. The difference is they have Demarcus Robinson. I'm not sure how beneficial that will be. CEH is in the seventh place lineup. They keep running the ball. They got to get a stop here. Here we go. 35. That's complete. That should do it.
Carl says Tom Brady, first player to win the Super Bowl in 3 different decades. I mean, yeah, that's when you play for 100 years, that's not surprising, and you win 7 Super Bowls. Again, the longevity is the most impressive part of the whole Brady thing to me. Like, the fact that he has been this good for this long is what separates him from the rest of the competition. I mean, Peyton Manning obviously had some injuries, but he was done like a decade ago, it feels like. Drew Brees fell off a cliff this season. So the longevity is really the most impressive part.
Before you guys go, smash that like button. We will give you the rundown of what we have in store tomorrow, and we'll wrap up this tailgate weekend. Yeah, producer Drew telling us, yeah, first to play in 3 different decades before the Super Bowls took place. So even though the 2020 NFL season is over, we're right back in Simland tomorrow. And hopefully you guys can join us for the next month and a half, because it will bring us to our anniversary when these sims started, when the pandemic hit. And for about a week and a half, we were like, what in the world are we going to do? And Simland has become a comfort zone. I'll be quite honest, like, I'm someone who always has to be busy. So for my mental health, like this has been fantastic just to go back and forth with you guys here and great guys like LaMarca and our great production crew. So yeah, we can certainly read some more comments before we go. We'll go through the stats, look at the leading lineups, see who cashed in on the DK prize money. Jeremy Wright has sent me a tweet. It's a picture of a giraffe with a crown on it to look like Giraffe King. I just retweeted it on my Twitter. It's freaking funny.
All right, I gotta check that out.
All right. Tom Brady, 24 of 29, 284, 2 touchdowns, both to Gronkowski. Mahomes, 16 of 19, 178, and 3 touchdowns. CEH just missed the bonus. 20 for 96 on the ground. Fournette, 5 for 31. Mahomes, 3 for 39. And Shady McCoy, 3 for 9. And we'll go to the receivers in just a moment. Kyle and Joe updating the scores. Right now it's a 4-way tie for first place. Rob Gronkowski hit the bonus, scored 2 touchdowns. Evans, 6 for 64. Kelsey, 6 for 75. Godwin, 4 for 45. CEH, 3 for 9. Tyreek Hill, 3 for 27. Had a touchdown. McCoy, 3 for 26. Robinson, 2 for 48. Watkins, 2 for 19. O.J. Howard had 2 for 38. And Leonard Fournette, 1 for 9. Player of the game, I think we both agreed on Gronk, right? If we actually could just do exactly what we thought about in terms of the real game.
Yeah, we said Gronk for the real game, and I think he's clearly it for the sim rematch.
And did Godwin do much in this sim? Who was a non-performer? Scotty Miller didn't have anything, right? Scotty Miller was a no-go. He was actually pretty good on yesterday. We ran the sim of this matchup.
Yeah, he was about 25% owned.
Okay. Can we
they closed off the stats. That's normally where I get my information.
Oh, here we go. Here it comes.
Here we go.
Perfect. Godwin had 4 for 45. Okay. I don't think Miller had a catch. Can we check Scotty Miller, guys? If you scroll on down.
Scotty Miller it is.
All right. There you go. All right, DK Sim fam. Bounce the cat. Are we going to talk? I'm not going to pursue this any further. I'm here. I'm here to smile. You guys are great. Thank you to those of you watching on Twitch. If you want to find us elsewhere, I am at Brendan Glasheen on Twitter. You can see the beautiful creation by Jeremy from the Sim Fam of the giraffe. And he is Matt LaMarca on Twitter. Very straightforward. His first and last name all together. Okay. Checking the chat here. Chill Will, I'm all set. Lucci Rivera, shout out to Lucci Rivera. I'm definitely cemented in SimFam history for the Giraffe Kings thing and the longest laugh by Glash. Please keep that. The Giraffe Kings thing. Please keep it going. That was freaking hysterical. I don't know why. So yeah, you got any final thoughts before we sign off here?
I think if we can take away anything from today, it's that nobody beats the Chiefs in Madden. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, they won yesterday's sim. So they're 2-0 in Simland on Tailgate weekend, but 0-1 when it really, really counts in the real world.
All right, and they won our tournament, I believe, as well, right? The holiday tournament.
This is true. That's right. They beat the Saints. So good point. Good point. All right. Nick Thomas, my superlative, most persuasive with words. My jock side made it kind of scary. All right, Sim fam, that is going to do it for us. Just looking at the leaderboard, 4-way tie for first. Winning lineup: Gronk and the captain, Mahomes, Brady, Kelsey. Oh, whoa. Back it up. Wait a second. We might have a solo winner based on the latest update. Want to shout out this username. Defaults1. DFOLTZ1. Defaults1. Gronkowski in the captain. Mahomes, Brady, Kelsey, CEH with those last-minute rushing yards, climbing into the number 1 lineup with the Chiefs defense. 2,500 DraftKings dollars. Excellent. If that holds, congrats.
Congrats. That is a nice
entries.
win.
Very nice win. I mean, it wasn't as exciting as yesterday's, but there you go. All right, here is the schedule for tomorrow, and we will catch you again tomorrow. So, starting at noon Eastern, you will get the Texans at the Broncos in Simland with Adam Kaufman and Christian DeAndrea. 2 p.m., Bills at Raiders, Emerson and Christian. At 4 o'clock, Falcons at the Packers, Emerson and Kenny Ducey. Then at 5, we're seeing on the YouTube feed, Giraffe King.
Who did that?
It's just Daniel. I'm trying to sign off. After the 4 o'clock sim, Falcons Packers. I don't know why I think it's so funny. NBA pre-lock live, previewing tomorrow's night slate. You get Sharag Hira and Julian Edlow. Then I'll come on at 6. Bengals at the Dolphins. I'll be with Kenny Ducey. And then at 8, 49ers at Cardinals with Koff and Brandon Cristal. And then I'll be here with Brandon Cristal for Colts at the Bears for Madden After Dark. And we'll make up for the buzzword, I promise. So
double buzzword.
Double, yeah. Yeah.
If it's not giraffe, I don't know what is.
I'm never gonna forget that. Giraffe Kings. Really, we should go buy the Toys R Us giraffe. We should go steal it. In the sim bus, my sim tour model. Put it in the bus. Okay, that's enough. Thank you to Joe and Kyle from the Game Ops team, producer Drew, Daniel on the ones and twos, for Matt LaMarca, Brendan Glasheen, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Super Bowl champions. They win Super Bowl 55. Congrats to our winners in all DraftKings contests, the Millionaires, and even the Sims. Thank you all so much for participating in 2021 Tailgate weekend here on the Dream Stream. We're back in Simland for 6 Sims, 7 days a week. We're not going anywhere. See you tomorrow.
I'm not leaving.